Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscrea bet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 401 Amazing Mineral Deposits. Xuanhuang Realm. Two white figures suddenly appeared. Fei Chengxu raised her head, took a look at this desolate world, and said, "Is this the world you opened up?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "My spiritual consciousness and Dao domain were insufficient at the beginning, so the world I opened up was inherently a bit small. I'm sorry to make you laugh, Zua." Fei Chengxu shook her head. "The shortcomings of the world can be supplemented by the power of creation in the future. This is nothing, only this." Fei Chengxu stretched out a finger and pointed at the illusory sun formed by the entanglement of several laws in the sky. The sun star is the core of a world. If you want to replay the earth, wind, water, fire, and recreate the vitality of the world, it is essential to turn it from virtual to real. At this point, Fei Chengxu smiled. "Of course, these will have to wait until you reach the Yuanshan stage before considering it." Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Let's go and see our guests." "Okay." The most central position of Xuanhuang Realm. A Jinpeng realm monster with a wingspan of dozens of feet was suppressed tightly. Around the Golden Peng, a star map kept rotating, and several formation flags were surrounding the outer edge of the star map. At this moment, the Golden Peng world monster had restored its true form. Seeing Chen Daoxuan and the others coming, the Golden Peng world monster's golden pupils revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty look. "Human cultivators, you are dead." The Golden Peng world monster confronted Chen Daoxuan across the space barrier in layers of suppression. "Dao Iao don't have to worry about whether we live or die." Chen Daoxuan looked at it indifferently. "Dao Iao, do you want to go to the demon slaying platform?" Hearing the three words demon slaying platform, the Golden Peng world monster suddenly changed color. The demon slaying platform is a notorious place in Chens city to kill world monsters. For countless years, countless world monster captives have been killed on the demon slaying platform in the extraterritorial battlefield of the two realms abyss. "Human cultivators, even if I die, the demon court will not let you go." "Demon court?" Chen Daoxuan sneered. "I, a small giant and cultivator, can't afford to provoke the demon court, but can you, a world-level demon lord, represent the demon court?" Hearing this, the Jinpeng world demon suddenly changed color. Indeed, it was indeed the envoy of the demon court in front of the king of the Kinkyu demon kingdom, but in fact, the Jinpeng world demon knew its own business. It was not a special envoy of the demon court, it was just an insignificant demon lord level world demon under the command of the demon court. With its strength, it didn't even have the right to speak in the demon court. This time, it ran all the way and privately recruited the major demon countries, just to make meritorious deeds in exchange for resources to promote its cultivation. Seeing that his thoughts were seen through by Chen Daoxuan, the Golden Peng realm demon admitted his fear and said, "Human cultivator, you captured me, but did not kill me. What do you want? Tell me about the demon court. Don't even think about it." The Golden Peng realm demon said hatefully, "Even if I die, I will never betray the demon court." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengxu looked at each other. The next moment, countless space blades slashed at the wings of the Golden Peng realm demon. Ding ding ding. With a burst of crisp sounds, the Golden Peng realm demon laughed strangely. "Human cultivator, are you tickling me?" Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. This beast's body was too strong, and he didn't have any good criminal law methods for a while. If he attacked with all his strength, he could injure, or even kill it, but the process was too fast, and would not cause it much pain, so the purpose of criminal training would not be achieved. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was at his wit's end, Fei Chengxu stepped forward and said, "Let me try." "Okay." Chen Daoxuan stepped aside, and signaled the other party to proceed. Fei Chengxu kept pinching the spiritual formula with her hands. After a full stick of incense, she shouted softly, "5 Thunderheart devouring curse." A flash of lightning flashed from her hand, and then the lightning jumped onto the body of the golden peng realm monster and disappeared. Just when Chen Daoxuan thought that this method was ineffective against the golden peng realm monster, the other party burst into a heart-wrenching scream. This? Chen Daoxuan stared at Fei Chengsu blankly. Fei Chengsu smiled and explained, "This is the 5 Thunder Heart Devouring Curse of the Shadow Palace, which is a kind of soul attack secret method. The most magical thing about this method is that it does not confront the enemy's consciousness head on, but uses a secret method of lightning to attack the enemy's soul. Of course, the biggest disadvantage of this method is that it takes too long to prepare, and it cannot be used in a fight, and can only be used for torture." Chen Daoxuan nodded. It takes an incense stick of time to perform the 5 Thunders Devouring Heart Curse. When cultivators fight, it's always a matter of seconds. Who can stand there and let you do what you want? While the two were talking, the golden peng realm monster was already a little exhausted. The golden pupils began to gradually fade, which was a sign of soul collapse. Not good. Stop it. Chen Daoxuan said hurriedly. Fei Chengsu quickly pinched the spiritual formula and put away the secret method. It took about half a cup of tea for the golden peng realm monster to regain consciousness. However, compared with the arrogance just now, the golden peng realm monster's aura has declined many times, and it looks like it is dying. Hehe, little human kid, kill me if you have the guts. Seeing the other party so arrogant, Chen Daoxuan's eyebrows were beating wildly. Fei Chengsu also frowned. It must be said that this beast is not only cruel, but also very hard-mouthed. Neither Fei Chengsu nor Chen Daoxuan had ever practiced the secret method of torture. Fei Chengsu learned the 5 Thunder Heart Devouring Curse by accident in her early years. As for Chen Daoxuan, he didn't even know a secret method of torturing people. Because in Chen Daoxuan's view, killing people is not enough. When facing an enemy, he always killed them and never thought about how to torture them. Now, he finally realized another shortcoming of himself. Fortunately, learning new techniques may be quite energy consuming for other cultivators, but for Chen Daoxuan, it is just a matter of consuming a little enlightenment stardust. Not to mention that he and Carneon Sword Sect are working together to attack the true demon realm. Even if there is no such thing, he has no worries about enlightenment stardust based on the boundary source beads and Carneon Sword Sect's inventory. You know, there are still tens of millions of boundary source beads in his storage ring that have not been used up. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, and the space cage that suppressed the golden peng world monster shrank, and the golden peng world monster continued to shrink. In the end, the space cage became the size of a glass bead, and the golden peng world monster was sealed inside, like an amber. Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Lang, don't worry. With this beast's cultivation, even if it is willing to reveal the information of the demon court, it must be very limited. Since it is stubborn, it is better to send it to the demon slaying platform and kill it. The demon slaying platform is a sacrificial platform specially set up by the Xianzhu of the Feng'an realm to kill the world monster. On the one hand, it is to deter the world monsters on the battlefield outside the two worlds. On the other hand, it is also because of killing some world monsters with sensitive identities, such as the current Demon Court envoy. As a world monster of the Demon Court, if an ordinary cultivator kills it, it will inevitably be retaliated by the Demon Court. The identity of the Golden Peng world monster is not noble, and even if Chen Daoxuan kills it, the probability of getting into trouble is very low. But what if the person caught by Chen Daoxuan is a direct descendant of the Lord of the Demon Court? Should he kill him or not? At this time, the demon slaying platform can come into play because the greatest use of the demon slaying platform is that it does not account for cause and effect. Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded slowly. Let's go see those people. After that, the barren land under their feet changed, and Chen Daoxuan and the others came to a hill where the Lord of Kinkyu and other world monsters were imprisoned. Looking at the 4 demon lord level world monsters buried deep under the hill, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. The next moment, the hill exploded, and 4 glass bead-like space cages flew out. The glass bead-sized space cages swelled in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, they returned to their normal size. Looking at the 4 demon lords of the Kinkyu demon kingdom in front of him, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Fei Chengsu smiled slightly and immediately pinched the spiritual formula with her hand and put away the 5 sense deprivation technique. As the 5 senses were restored, the 4 demon lords, including the lord of Kinkyu demon kingdom, immediately regained consciousness. All the demon lords raised their heads and looked at the grey and desolate world and immediately realized where they were. A world level cultivator. The lord of the Kinkyu demon kingdom looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated look. He knew that the world they were in was opened up by the young cultivator in front of him. I didn't expect that in addition to the sect master, the Carnean sword sect actually hid a world level strongman like you. Seeing that the other party did not recognize him, Chen Daoxuan did not explain. After all, the last time they met, he was still an unknown person, hiding among thousands of Wangxinghai cultivators. It was normal that the other party did not recognize him. Stop talking nonsense, Lord of Kinkyu. Let me ask you, are you willing to cooperate with me? The Lord of Kinkyu sneered. Cooperation? I wonder how you want to cooperate? Give up the resistance of your spiritual consciousness and let me plant the soul seal. Hearing this, the face of the Lord of Kinkyu suddenly changed, and he glared at her, shouting, "You want me to be your slave? Forget it." Chen Daoxuan nodded and said calmly, "Since you don't want to, then go and die." After that, in front of the Lord of Kinkyu, golden swords appeared out of thin air. Fei Chengsu's eyes were so sharp that she recognized at a glance that each of these 9 golden swords was formed by the fusion of at least 3 laws, and the degree of law fusion was extremely high, at least more than 70%. Even she felt a fatal threat from these golden swords. And this is the change in Chen Daoxuan's attack moves after he broke through to the 2nd level of the world realm, or the change in the law. Before breaking through the world realm, Chen Daoxuan could only fuse the 3 laws of air, water, and fire at most, and the degree of law fusion was only about 70%. The concrete manifestation is that the 3 laws of air, water, and fire are fused into a golden giant sword. After reaching the 2nd level of the world realm, Chen Daoxuan not only mastered a greater variety and degree of laws, but also became more and more proficient in the fusion of laws. Compared with before breaking through to the world realm, the two are completely different. For example, the 9 golden swords he is using now, each of which is a fusion of 3 different laws, and the degree of fusion exceeds 90%. This level of attack is enough to be comparable to that of an ordinary 2nd level world realm master. When fighting with Jiang Qinghai, the opponent commented that Chen Daoxuan had more than enough defense but less offense. After such a long time, although Chen Daoxuan has been focusing on physical cultivation, he has never stopped exploring the realm of the Great Way, especially the fusion of laws. In particular, Chen Daoxuan has the support of the Comprehension Stardust, and his understanding of the mystery of the fusion of laws is far beyond the reach of other world realm masters. This is also the reason why Fei Chengsu was shocked. If she was still sure of Chen Daoxuan when she was fighting with Jiang Qinghai, now she feels that she has no confidence at all against Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan's strength improvement speed is really too fast. At most, it is only more than a year away from the bet with Jiang Qinghai. This time is not enough for other Yuanying stage cultivators to even close their doors once, but Chen Daoxuan has made such great progress. If I tell others, I guess no one will believe it. Looking at the husband she personally chose beside her, Fei Chengsu couldn't help but flash a trace of admiration in her beautiful eyes. Admiring the strong is human nature, especially women. Swish, swish, swish. The golden sword flashed like golden lightning. In an instant, the Lord of Kinkyu was chopped into nothingness by 9 golden swords. On the side, the other 3 demon lords were so scared that they dared not breathe when they saw the strongest Lord of Kinkyu being killed. Chen Daoxuan walked in front of the 2nd demon lord. The demon lord looked at Chen Daoxuan, raised his head, and was about to speak. I swish, swish, swish. The sword light flashed, and the 2nd demon lord died. Chen Daoxuan did the same thing, and walked to the 3rd demon lord. The 3rd demon lord's mentality completely collapsed, and he shouted, "Surrender, I surrender. Don't kill me. I'm willing to plant the soul mark." Too late. Chen Daoxuan said coldly, The next moment, facing the desperate eyes of the demon lord, the 9 golden swords once again chopped him into nothingness. When Chen Daoxuan walked to the 4th demon lord, before he could make a move, a transparent demon fox spirit stood on Kylan's head. As for her, she knelt on the ground, not even daring to raise her head, but just tremblingly begging for mercy. I beg the immortal to spare my life. You are sensible. Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. Looking at the transparent demon fox spirit in front of him, he immediately performed the secret method of soul mark, and planted the soul mark on its spirit. After an incense stick, the red-scaled fox demon completely transformed into a human female. She stood in front of Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu, and knelt down and said, "Little demon Chilin, I meet the master and mistress." Chen Daoxuan was slightly startled when he heard the name Chilin, because this name sounded exactly the same as his other pet Chiling. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's doubts, Chilin hurriedly explained, "Master, Chiling is a descendant of my bloodline. In the Kinkyo Demon Kingdom, in addition to the Kinkyo King, there are 3 bloodlines. I'm the ancestor of one of the bloodlines." After hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded. It seems that he just killed the king of Kinkyo Demon Kingdom and the ancestor of the 3 bloodlines, leaving only one. If Chen Daoxuan does not intervene, it can be predicted that the demise of Kinkyo Demon Kingdom is just around the corner. However, he spent so much effort not to destroy Kinkyo Demon Kingdom. Although the current Kinkyo Demon Kingdom is seriously injured, and its strength has greatly decreased, its identity as a demon force still makes Chen Daoxuan very excited. He turned to look at Fei Chengsu and said, "We have taken down one of the 4 demon kingdoms, and the remaining ones are Daelan, Shichou and Gi demon kingdoms. The Shadow Palace has made deep arrangements for Daelan and Shichou demon kingdoms. I can let Kinzan handle this matter. As for Gi demon kingdom," Fei Chengsu thought about it. "Let Kinzan handle it as well." "Okay." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Without the threat of Zhu and King Dao League, the 4 demon kingdoms could not make any waves in front of Kainyuan Sword Sect. Not to mention Kainyuan Sword Sect. Even if Chen Daoxuan was alone, he was confident that he could conquer the 4 demon kingdoms one by one. After discussing the matters of the 4 demon kingdoms, Chen Daoxuan looked at Kylin again and asked, "Let me ask you, how many body refining resources are there in the Kinkyo demon country?" "Body refining resources?" Kylin was slightly stunned, but soon reacted, "My lord, there are 6 large blood crystal mines, 1 medium-sized blood marrow mine, and 1 macro black crystal mine in the Kinkyo demon country." "Black crystal mine?" Chen Daoxuan said in surprise. Of course he knew that the black crystal mine that Kylin mentioned was the condensation of the immortal true meaning. You know, this is a whole black crystal mine, which is far from comparable to the 17 boxes of black crystal that Chen Daoxuan seized from Jinyuan's engine. "Do you know the specific reserves of these mines?" Kylin was a little dumbfounded. She really didn't know this. Body refining resources are extremely precious to human cultivators, but for world monsters, it's just that. The path that world monsters take is completely different from that of human cultivators. They only focus on the source world and their bodies. In addition, their monster bodies will continue to become stronger as the source world strengthens, and they don't need anybody refining resources at all. Unless some world monsters have practiced special skills, ordinary world monsters don't need anybody refining resources at all. This has resulted in the fact that the body refining resources that are rarely seen in the Fengyuan realm, or have disappeared, are very abundant in the true monster realm, and even a little overflowing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a Yuanian cultivator like Jinyuan's engine, who is about to die, to collect a full 17 boxes of black crystals. Although Chilin is not sure about the specific reserves of each mine, since it can be called a large mine by the world monster, its reserves must be amazing. No wonder the Jiang family can sell blood crystals in Taizhou. It turns out that there are 6 large blood crystal mines in the Kinkyu monster kingdom across the Taizhou channel. With so many blood crystal mines, even if the Kinkyu monster kingdom leaks a little from the nails, it is enough to feed the Jiang family. Sure enough, war plunder is the fastest way to get rich. Moreover, war plunder is faster than any other plundering method. The only disadvantage is that it is unsustainable. Chen Daoxuan was very excited to learn that there were so many resources for body refining. He struck while the iron was hot and asked, "Do you have this kind of spiritual or in Kinkyu demon country?" As he said that, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Chilin. Chilin took the jade slip respectfully and looked at it intently. After a while, Chilin raised his head and said with a stiff face, "Master, this kind of spiritual or called King Migang is not available in our Kinkyu demon country. However, the GI demon country seems to have a mine that is very similar to the description of this spiritual ore. It's just that it is not called King Migang, but Zuan Kingshi. King Migang is just a name given by the Jiang family. In the real demon world, the name must be different. For example, the immortal true meaning is called Black Crystal in the real demon world. This is harmless. As long as Chen Daoxuan knows that there are indeed these resources here, that's enough." Chapter 402, Golden Crow Fragments. The three figures were blurred. When they appeared again, they had returned to the hall from when they came. In the hall, Kai Tong and Kai Ling were waiting respectfully. When they saw the red-scaled demon lord, they were shocked at first, but then they lowered their heads and dared not say much. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan said, "From now on, the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom will be handed over to you three, and your first task, after controlling the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, is to mine the Blood Marrow Mine, Black Crystal Mine, and Blood Crystal Mine with all your strength." Hearing this, the demons looked at each other and bowed quickly and said, "I will obey the master's order." Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. The mining of the blood crystal mine is not urgent for the time being, because the blood crystal has little effect on Chen Daoxuan's cultivation of Zirung's true body. Chen Daoxuan will then cultivate Zirung's true body, and the resources consumed the most are blood marrow and black crystal. Therefore, these two resources are the top priority for mining. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's instructions, Kai Lin on the side looked a little hesitant, as if he had something to hide. Seeing that her expression was not right, Chen Daoxuan said calmly, "Kai Lin, do you have any questions?" Kai Lin dare not. The Kai Lin demon lord hurriedly lowered his head. "It's just that now there is only one demon lord left in my Kinkyu demon kingdom. I'm afraid that next." "Don't worry about this. I have my own considerations." "Yes, master." Hearing what Chen Daoxuan said, Kai Lin stopped talking immediately. After dealing with the affairs of Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu took the spirit boat and set off on the road back to Wangxinghei. On the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu sat opposite each other. I didn't expect that the once arrogant ruler of the Kinkyu Demon Kingdom would be so vulnerable. The Kinkyu Demon Kingdom, which used to feel extremely powerful, could be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Hearing Chen Daoxuan sigh, Fei Chengsu nodded and said, "The stronger the cultivator's strength, the more different his perspective on things will be. You have this feeling because you have not practiced for a long time." At this point, Fei Chengsu's eyes curved into a crescent shape, and she smiled and said, "So I have to say that my husband is really amazing." This was the first time that Chen Daoxuan saw Fei Chengsu, who was always serious, showing such a little woman's attitude in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little dry in the mouth for a while. He turned his face, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. "By the way, Zua, what did you say before? That the sun star in the Zuanhuan realm turned from virtual to real?" Seeing that Chen Daoxuan deliberately changed the subject, Fei Chengsu laughed even happier. She couldn't help but gently stretched her white and soft toes from under the tea table to the bend of Chen Daoxuan's legs, and gently provoked him. This made Chen Daoxuan's face turn red and his breathing became a little faster. Seeing his expression, Fei Chengsu pursed her lips and smiled, as if nothing had happened. She retracted her feet, as if nothing had happened, and said, "The sun star in Zuanhuan realm has changed from virtual to real, which is the key to breaking through the third level of the world realm. For the cultivators of the second level of the world realm, they can already separate yin and yang, let the turbine air of the opened world sink, and the clear air rise, dividing the heaven and earth. The key to replaying the earth, wind, water, fire, and recreating the vitality of the world is the sun star in the sky." Fei Chengsu paused. "The sun star is the source of all life energy. It shines on all things in the world, and provides all the energy needed for life. Therefore, a virtual sun star naturally cannot recreate the vitality of the world. Only by making the sun star change from virtual to real can the vitality of the world be replayed. Hiss. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but take a breath. Fei Chengxu's few words made Chen Daoxuan feel a huge difference between the third level of the world realm and the second level of the world realm. The first and second levels of the world realm only require the comprehension of the laws. When it comes to the third level of the world realm, it is no longer a change in the comprehension of the laws, but to make the only sun star in the world turn from virtual to real. What is a sun star? Chen Daoxuan, who had studied physics in his previous life, knew that this was a terrifying celestial body that was constantly undergoing nuclear fusion. Although the current size of the Zhuanhuan realm could not accommodate the sun in the previous life, let alone the sun star in the Feng'an realm. But no matter what, it is not so simple to condense a sun star from virtual to real. Fei Chengxu looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was frowning, and comforted him. The third level of the world realm is not so easy to break through. Many Yuan Shandaojins are stuck in the second level of the world realm, and cannot be saved, let alone our Yuan Yingzhen. Speaking of this, Fei Chengxu paused, because she suddenly realized that Chen Daoxuan was not a Yuan Yingzhen, and the other party was actually just a late giant and cultivator. Thinking of this, Fei Chengxu couldn't help but stroke her forehead with her white and tender little hand. He wanted to comfort the other person, but ended up getting hurt, so he simply stopped talking. Chen Daoxuan didn't notice Fei Chengxu's abnormality, and said to himself, is there no shortcut to condense the sun star? Chen Daoxuan has taken too many shortcuts in his practice. The biggest shortcut is the ability to store enlightenment given to him by the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra in his sea of consciousness. Relying on this ability, Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment speed is so fast that ordinary people can hardly imagine it. Later, he quickly promoted his key refining cultivation twice, relying on the two treasures of Yuan Qi essence and Xingyuan fruit, which can also be regarded as taking shortcuts. If it weren't for these two treasures, Chen Daoxuan might still be wasting time in the late stage of foundation building. It would never happen that in just a few decades, his cultivation would soar to the late stage of Jiandan, and he would soon break through to the Yuan Ying stage. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan asked this question. Originally, he just asked casually, but he didn't expect Fei Chengxu to nod and say, of course there is a shortcut. Chen Daoxuan immediately became energetic. Chen Lang, have you ever heard of the Golden Crow fragments? Golden Crow fragments? Chen Daoxuan frowned, somewhat confused. Fei Chengxu explained, it is said that there were 10 sun stars in the fairy world, also known as the 10 Golden Crows. Later, a strong man shot 9 of them with arrows. These 9 broken golden crow fragments have since scattered to the endless fairyland and turned into suns in the main world. You mean Chen Daoxuan pointed to the sun above his head. This sun is also made of golden crow fragments? That's right. Fei Chengxu nodded. Chen Daoxuan's heart was immediately filled with shock and waves. The story of the strong man shooting the sun mentioned by Fei Chengxu, isn't it the story of Harai shooting the sun in the myth? Just as Chen Daoxuan was shocked, Fei Chengxu continued, of course, you can't count on the golden crow fragments in the true demon realm and the Feng'an realm, Chen language. Even if it is a world opened up by a Mahayana and a true immortal, it is impossible to refine the golden crow fragments of these two main worlds. But in the two realms abyss, there are still many golden crow fragments left. Some of these golden crow fragments are suitable for refining in Chen Lang's Zhuanhuan realm. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't react. In the battlefield outside the two realms abyss, countless world-level masters have died in the past hundreds of thousands of years. After the death of these masters who opened up the world, they must have left behind the world they opened up. For countless years, most of these worlds have been deserted, just like the true immortal origin realm that Chen Daoxuan had explored. But there are still many world ruins, which not only contain a large number of treasures, but also golden crow fragments. After the golden crow fragments were scattered in the endless immortal realm, some of the golden crow fragments formed a number of main worlds, and some smaller golden crow fragments were floating in the endless void all year round. In ancient times, the true immortals of the true demon realm and the Phoenix 4 realm searched for these scattered golden crow fragments everywhere in the endless void, in order to strengthen the sun star of their own world. This is the origin of the large number of golden crow fragments in the battlefield outside the two realms. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's eager expression, Fei Chengsu dissuaded him in a gentle voice. Chen Lang, you are talented. Even if you don't rely on the golden crow fragments, it is only a matter of time before you enter the third level of the world realm. Why go to the battlefield outside the domain to take risks? Besides, your current cultivation is only in the late giant stage. For you, it is the most important to improve your cultivation to the Yuanying stage as soon as possible. Hearing this dissuasion, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a while, shook his head and said, I also hope to improve my strength slowly and steadily, but the demon court of the true demon realm is ready to move. I don't know when the demon court will be able to integrate the true demon realm and fully invade my Phoenix full realm. By then, it will be too late to regret it, when your strength is not enough. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu fell silent. It stands to reason that the Qingqiu demon country is a remote demon country in the true demon realm, but even so, there are envoys from the demon court coming to recruit the Qingqiu demon country. It can be seen how quickly the demon court moves. Although there are many demon country forces in the true demon realm, they do not want the demon court to unify the true demon realm. But the demon court has the true immortal level world demons as its backing, and these demon country forces cannot resist the demon court for long. Be prepared for danger in times of peace, not to mention that the Feng'an realm is not very safe now. Originally, the strength of the Feng'an realm was not as good as the true demon realm. Once the true demon realm is unified, its strength will crush the Feng'an realm. At that time, the tragic scene of the human race in the true demon realm will inevitably reappear in the Feng'an realm. Thinking of this, Fei Chengsu shuddered. Chen Lang is right. It is my fault for not considering it carefully. Fei Chengsu whispered. Seeing that Fei Chengsu was in a low mood, Chen Daoxuan gently held her soft hand and comforted her. This battle must be fought. I just hope that before the war between the two worlds breaks out, my Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect will have enough self-defense power. At least we will not let the demon court bully us. Fei Chengsu raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan's crystal eyes. She couldn't help but lean her head gently on his arms. Do you think we can win? Of course we can. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked at the rising sun outside the spirit boat and said firmly. The spirit boat was very fast. After passing through the Taizhou channel, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu did not continue to take the spirit boat, but chose to use teleportation to hurry on. Fei Chengsu was not proficient in the laws of space, so Chen Daoxuan took her to teleport all the way. With Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness, he could only teleport thousands of miles at most at a time. But he had other ways, that is, to use the Michin banner to teleport. Chen Daoxuan used the space nodes left by the Michin banner and moved several times, and then returned to Xuanhu Island. Xuanhu Island. Fei Chengsu saw Chen Daoxuan put away the green Michin banner and said with emotion, this small banner is really convenient. With it, ordinary Yuanying's engine may not be able to do anything. No wonder Shenju Zenran was so fast at that time. Hearing Fei Chengsu talking about Shenju Zenran, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, you think the Michin banner is convenient now? That's because we haven't built enough space transmission arrays in Wangxinghe. For example, if you go from Taizhou to Kangzhou, it's okay for a Yuanying's engine who is proficient in the laws of space. You can use space transmission to travel, but most cultivators can only rely on spirit boats to travel. Taizhou is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Kangzhou. It will take at least several months to travel by spirit boat. What if we build a space transmission array between the two states? Or, if we connect all the states in Wangxinghe with space transmission arrays, how strong will our control over Wangxinghe become? Hearing this, Fei Chengsu couldn't help but be fascinated. But soon, she shook her head, because this idea was not realistic at all. How many space teleportation arrays would be needed to connect all the states in Wangxinghe with space teleportation arrays? You know, Guanyuan sword sect only has 4 space teleportation arrays now. One of them is in Guanyuan sword sect, and the other 3 are all in Chuan. There is no way Chuan is too far away from Wangxinghe. Without building space teleportation arrays, it is impossible to effectively control this territory. Even so, Carnioan Sword Sect only built 3 space teleportation arrays with the strength of the entire sect. It can be seen how terrible the consumption of resources is when building space teleportation arrays. Chen Daoxuan certainly understood this. He smiled and said, "We don't have money now, but it will be different soon." Fei Chengsu heard this and immediately reacted. If the plan to attack the true demon realm was successfully implemented, the result might be, just as Chen Daoxuan said. Soon there would be enough resources to closely connect the entire Wangxinghe with space teleportation arrays. By then, Carnioan Sword Sect and the Chen family's dominance over Wangxinghe will reach an unprecedented peak. Thinking of this, Fei Chengsu, who was originally timid about conquering the true demon realm, wanted to control the 4 demon countries immediately, and then use industrial production to plunder the resources of the true demon realm. Seeing Fei Chengsu's impatient look, Chen Daoxuan knew that she was completely moved. How to firmly control the territory under the command of the sect has always been a common problem of all the sect forces in the Feng'an realm. The vast territory forced them to rely on the power of the Xiuxin family to control the territory under their command. But using the power of the Xiuxin family to control the territory will face the phenomenon that the Xiuxin family is too big to be eliminated. For example, the Chen family in Kangshao. In essence, the Chen family in Kangshao is a typical example of being too big to be eliminated. But fortunately, Fei Chengsu used the marriage of the 2 supreme rulers to eliminate this life and death struggle. Although the Chen family problem has been solved, the problem that the Xiuxin family may be too big to be eliminated in the future has not been completely ended. If Chen Daoxuan knew Fei Chengsu's idea, he would definitely find that she was actually considering changing the feudal system of family fiefdom to a centralized system with the sect as a core. If this move is successful, it will surely achieve a huge leap in the system. Perhaps in the future, the sects and the immortal families will disappear, and what will replace them will be the immortal kingdom, or the immortal dynasty. Seeing Fei Chengsu's excitement, Chen Daoxuan laughed dumbly and said, "Okay, you said I was anxious, but you are more anxious than me. We must not rush the attack on the real demon world. The most important thing is not to let the demon court or other demon countries find any clues." "Well, I know." Fei Chengsu looked at him affectionately. "Then, I will go back to the sect first and arrange to completely control the 4 demon countries. Okay, I will be responsible for industrial expansion." After the 2 said, they waved goodbye in the sky above Shuanghu Island. Both of them knew that now was not the time for tenderness. Although this trip to the real demon world was short, this short time together allowed Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu to have a deeper understanding of each other's temperament. Although he and Fei Chengsu were in a political marriage, it was different from the political marriage in the mortal kingdom. He and Fei Chengsu were not only the supreme rulers of the Chen family and Carnioan Sword Sect, but also possessed terrifying power to control the power structure. If the 2 of them had different personalities, this political marriage would be a joke. As it turned out, both Fei Chengsu and Chen Daoxuan were very satisfied with each other. Chapter 403, Infant. Looking at the beauty disappearing into the sky, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but tighten the storage ring in his hand, and Fei Chengsu's words before leaving were as if they were in his ears. "Chen Lang, these are the only 3 Xingyuan fruits left in Carnioan Sword Sect. I hope that, when I meet you next time, Chen Lang will be a Yuanying cultivator." Huh. Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his figure flashed and disappeared. Shuanghu Island. The immortal mansion of the clan leader. As the place where Chen Daoxuan practiced, the immortal mansion of the clan leader has undergone several expansions and renovations. Now it has become a huge building complex covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. In the immortal mansion, palaces stand in rows, and forest gardens can be seen everywhere. What's more, in this immortal mansion, there are a total of 108 spiritual lakes formed by spiritual eyes embedded in it, reflecting this immortal mansion like a holy place of immortals. In front of a spiritual lake in the immortal mansion, a beautiful woman with a slender figure and wearing a gauze fairy dress is playing in the water in the spiritual lake. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the pavilion beside the spirit lake. Chen Daoxuan looked at the beautiful figure in the spirit lake and sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion. In the spirit lake, Eluoli, who was playing in the water, finally sensed something strange. When she turned around and saw Chen Daoxuan, her beautiful eyes were full of joy. "Chen Lang, you are back." As soon as the words fell, Eluoli jumped up from the spirit lake with a splash. When she flew in front of Chen Daoxuan, she was already dressed. The clothes Eluoli was wearing were originally a 3rd level magic weapon fairy clothes. This magic weapon fairy clothes was a defensive magic weapon specially developed by the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute for female cultivators. Although its defensive effect is not as good as spiritual armor, it is easy to wear and has a beautiful appearance. Therefore, this magic weapon fairy clothes is deeply loved by the majority of female cultivators in Wangxinghe. The only bad thing is that the highest grade of the magic weapon fairy clothes refined by the Chen family is only the 3rd level lower grade, which seems a bit tasteless to those female cultivators above the Jinden level. However, Eluoli is only in the purple mansion stage now, so it is very suitable for her to wear the magical clothes made by the Chen family. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him who looked like a fairy in the water, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Well, you missed me, right?" Hearing this, although Eluoli and Chen Daoxuan were already an old couple, she couldn't help blushing. She didn't say anything, but just walked forward quickly, hugged Chen Daoxuan, buried her head deeply in Chen Daoxuan's chest, and felt the other's strong heartbeat. "Leah, I want to tell you something." "Well?" Eluoli raised her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at Eluoli's happy and innocent face, but couldn't say the words that came to his mouth. Eluoli seemed to realize something, loosened her hands holding Chen Daoxuan, and whispered, "Chen Lang, you and I are husband and wife, just say whatever you want to say." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally made up his mind. "Leah, I want to marry the leader of Guanyuan sword sect." Ah. When Eluoli heard this, her first reaction was not anger, but shock. Seeing Eluoli's mouth slightly open, with an unbelievable look on her face, Chen Daoxuan said in a deep voice, "If you want to scold, scold me." "Who knows?" Eluoli tilted her head and said, "Why should I scold you?" This. Eluoli's words caught Chen Daoxuan off guard. According to common sense, when a woman hears that her partner is looking for a new love, shouldn't she be anxious? Why is Eluoli's expression so calm? Just when Chen Daoxuan was puzzled, Eluoli whispered, "I have known for a long time that with the current situation in Wangxinghe, the marriage between the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect is inevitable, but I didn't expect that the one who married Chen Lang was not Fairy Kaiyao, but the leader of Guanyuan sword sect." Speaking of this, Eluoli still felt unreal. But thinking carefully, her husband was worthy of the leader of Guanyuan sword sect in terms of both strength and status, so she was not surprised for long. "Leah, aren't you angry?" Chen Daoxuan was a little overwhelmed. This was not the same as he imagined Eluoli's reaction. Eluoli gently stroked Chen Daoxuan's cheek and said softly, "As a woman, of course I would be angry when I heard that my husband was going to marry another woman. But as the wife of the Chen family's patriarch, in addition to considering my own feelings, I also have to consider the thousands of cultivators in the Chen family and the even larger number of ordinary clansmen." She paused. In today's Wangxinghe, the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect are the most powerful. Once the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect are at odds, a war will inevitably break out between the two. "Are you worried that I will lose?" Eluoli shook her head. "Chen Lang has never lost, and I don't believe that anyone in this world can defeat my husband, but the Chen family is different. Compared with the huge number of disciples of Guanyuan sword sect, the strength of the Chen family's cultivators is still too weak. Except for my husband, the Chen family cannot compete with Guanyuan sword sect in terms of comprehensive strength. If the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect really conflict, how many of my Chen family's cultivators will be killed or injured? As the wife of the Chen family's patriarch, I really can't bear to see this scene." After hearing this, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have known Eluoli for the first time. He stroked Eluoli's hair and said with emotion, "Leah, you have changed. People will change." Eluoli looked at Chen Daoxuan gently placed her small hand on Chen Daoxuan's waist and twisted it hard. But my love for my husband has never changed. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. In order to cooperate with Eluoli, Chen Daoxuan deliberately grimaced and pretended to be in pain. Eluoli twisted for a while, and when she saw Chen Daoxuan's begging eyes, she was satisfied and put away her pinching jade hands. Chen Daoxuan looked at her quietly, and Eluoli said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Chen Daoxuan smiled. "By the way, I have to retreat for a while, to break through the nascent soul stage." "Really?" Eluoli's pretty face was full of joy. "I wish my husband a successful nascent soul." As she said, she bowed to Chen Daoxuan. "I'm borrowing your good words." Chen Daoxuan smiled. Then, he took Eluoli into his arms and whispered in her ear, "Leah, I'm sorry." After that, Chen Daoxuan disappeared in front of Eluoli. In the pavilion, Eluoli stood there alone, tears streaming down her face. After telling Eluoli about marrying concubine Chenzu, Chen Daoxuan should have relieved a stone in his heart, but in fact, he didn't feel relieved at all, especially when he saw Eluoli crying. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat on the warm jade cushion, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time for him to have such a situation. Although Eluoli acted very generous in front of him, Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that he had finally made Eluoli sad. But marrying with Guanyuan sword sect is the best choice for both the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan himself. Otherwise, as Eluoli analyzed, there can't be two tigers in one mountain, and the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect must have a war. Only when the supreme rulers of the two families marry, can the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect be completely united. However, the only person hurt by this move was Eluoli. She wanted to share her husband with another woman. Even though Feng'an realm was different from Chen Daoxuan's previous life and practiced polygamy, it was natural for the strong to have more partners. But the world was different, but human nature was the same. No woman would share her other half with another woman, unless she did not love her other half. Eluoli was the same. In the quiet room, Chen Daoxuan sat for 3 days, but he could not calm down. In desperation, Chen Daoxuan began to recite the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Over and over again, Chen Daoxuan did not know how many times he recited the sutra, and finally calmed down his turbulent Dao heart. Opening his eyes again, Chen Daoxuan's eyes had become clear. He immediately took out a storage ring, and took out 3 jade boxes from the storage ring. The 3 jade boxes contained the famous Xingyuan fruit. Chen Daoxuan had already taken one of the Xingyuan fruit before. He opened the first jade box, and it turned out to be the same as the Xingyuan fruit he had taken before. This Xingyuan fruit was 30 years old, and the fruit skin was green. This treasure can quickly improve the cultivation of cultivators. Like the green Xingyuan fruit in his hand, it is most effective for giant and cultivators. Then, Chen Daoxuan opened the second jade box, but when he saw the second Xingyuan fruit, his face suddenly changed. Red? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. It was not a 30-year-old green Xingyuan fruit, but a 300-year-old red Xingyuan fruit. You know, there are 3 types of Xingyuan fruit: 30 years old, 300 years old, and 3000 years old. This 300-year-old red Xingyuan fruit is a treasure that can quickly improve the cultivation of Yuanying cultivators. Chen Daoxuan didn't expect that Fei Chengsu would actually give him this treasure. It can be seen that Fei Chengsu regarded Chen Daoxuan as her husband from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, she would never give him this treasure. Even if Fei Chengsu doesn't need it, can't her disciples of Guanyuan sword sect use it? Moreover, although Fei Chengsu is the leader of Guanyuan sword sect, Guanyuan sword sect does not belong to her alone. Fei Chengsu must have paid a considerable price to give such a precious treasure of the sect to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan knew this very well. The value of this red Xingyuan fruit is completely different from that of the blue Xingyuan fruit. When Guanyuan sword sect rushed to help Liang Jian, this red Xingyuan fruit was probably among the best among all the treasures obtained. Chen Daoxuan knew that Fei Chengsu could take out this treasure for him. In addition to the upcoming marriage between the two families, she wanted to deepen their relationship. There was another important reason, that is, during the few days of getting along in the true demon realm, the other party already had his shadow in his heart. It is the most difficult to enjoy the favor of a beauty, and Chen Daoxuan finally has this feeling now. It is said that it is a blessing to have two women, but when two women are really in love with you, this blessing may not be so easy to enjoy. Shake your head and get rid of the distracting thoughts in your mind. Chen Daoxuan opened the third jade box. This jade box was the same as the first one. It contained a cyan Xingyuan fruit, 2 cyan Xingyuan fruits, and 1 red Xingyuan fruit. If all of them were consumed, it would not only allow Chen Daoxuan to break through the nascent soul stage, but also allow him to take a big step forward in his cultivation within the nascent soul stage. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out another jade bottle. The jade bottle contained nothing else but the 4th level elixir that assisted in breaking through the nascent soul stage, the pregnant infant pill. He calmed his mind again. Chen Daoxuan immediately took a cyan Xingyuan fruit. The cyan Xingyuan fruit melted in his mouth. Chen Daoxuan had the experience of taking a Xingyuan fruit once before. He knew that a large amount of special spiritual energy would surge out of the Xingyuan fruit in a while. It was just as he expected. A terrifying spiritual energy surged out of the Xingyuan fruit. Once these special spiritual energies rushed into the danshan, they were transformed into golden elixir mana and stored in the danshan. As the special spiritual energy continued to pour in, the accumulation of Jindan's mana became faster and faster. Unknowingly, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level broke through from the 8th level of Jindan to the 9th level of Jindan. Although it was only a breakthrough in one level of cultivation, and the improvement in Chen Daoxuan's strength was not obvious, it brought him one step closer to the nascent soul stage. After breaking through one level of cultivation, the spiritual energy in the cyan holy yuan fruit was far from being consumed. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level continued to rise. Soon, his cultivation level climbed to the peak of the 9th level of Jindan, and finally, with one go, he rushed directly to the great perfection of the 9th level of Jindan. At this point, the spiritual energy of the cyan holy yuan fruit has not been consumed. You know, the last time he took a holy yuan fruit, he directly raised his cultivation level from the early stage of Jindan to the late stage of Jindan. Compared with this terrifying improvement effect, where is it now? Chen Daoxuan knew that the opportunity could not be missed, and he really took the pregnancy pill, ready to make a strong effort and directly impact the nascent soul realm. Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm has far exceeded his cultivation. With the help of the green Saint Yuan fruit and the pregnant infant pill, if he can't break through the nascent soul stage, then no one in this world can break through the nascent soul stage. After taking the pregnant infant pill, Chen Daoxuan found that the golden elixir in his purple mansion was beating slowly like a heart. Boom, boom, boom. As the golden elixir beats vigorously, waves of golden elixir mana are constantly swallowed and exhaled by Chen Daoxuan's golden elixir. Chen Daoxuan found that with each swallowing and exhaling of mana by his golden elixir mana becomes more refined. It stands to reason that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation has reached the state of great perfection of the golden elixir, and his golden elixir mana should not continue to rise, but the fact is that his golden elixir mana is still rising. Chen Daoxuan, who is familiar with the classics, knows that this is a sign that the mana is about to break through the bottleneck. In the process of the golden elixir cultivator breaking through the nascent soul stage, the first thing to begin to transform is still the mana. As for the nascent soul, it is the last step to break out of the golden core. This process takes different lengths of time depending on the individual circumstances of the cultivator. But there is a saying that the more mana a cultivator has in his danshan, the taller the nascent soul will be after breaking through the nascent soul stage. You know, the height of the nascent soul is directly related to the cultivation of the nascent soul cultivator. In other words, if the danshan of a golden core cultivator can accommodate enough mana, the cultivator may directly rise to the 2nd or even 3rd level of the nascent soul, after breaking through the nascent soul stage. Of course, this situation is extremely rare. Even if it occurs occasionally, it is the result of the accumulation of strength by the golden core cultivator. In this regard, Chen Daoxuan actually does not have much advantage. The mana stored in his danshan is actually not much more than that of ordinary golden core cultivators. The reason why Chen Daoxuan appears to have infinite mana is because he uses the magical instrument of creation White Lotus. Chapter 404, Nascent Soul Formation. Chuanghu Island. A beam of light came from far away and landed in the clan leader's immortal residence. In front of a spiritual lake. Chen Daoxuan lowered the light, looked at Luoli who was in a daze in the pavilion, walked up quickly, and said with a smile, "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Luoli was startled, and when she saw Chen Daoxuan, she forced a smile on her face and shook her head. "Nothing. Why did my sister come to me today?" Chen Daoxuan thought that Luoli was a little depressed because the clan leader had been away from home for a long time, so she didn't care and explained with a smile, "I have something important to find the clan leader. To be precise, it should be Daochu who wants to find the clan leader." Daochu? Luoli was slightly stunned, then looked behind Chen Daoxuan. "Isn't he here?" Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said in a relaxed tone, "He is busy now. I'm afraid he has no time to run around, so he asked me to run errands for him." Because Chen Daoxuan often retreats, or is not in the clan, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli have been together for many years, and have a deep relationship. In addition, after the incident in which Jiang Taiyuan, the ancestor of the Jiang family, kidnapped the old patriarch Chen Zian, the relationship between Chen Daoxuan and Luoli became closer, so the two of them talked very casually. To outsiders, their relationship was not like that of an aunt and a sister-in-law, but more like sisters. "It's a bit unfortunate that my sister came today. Chen Lang is in seclusion." Retreat again. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Although she had long been accustomed to Chen Daoxuan being a cultivation maniac, she still felt a little sympathetic to Luoli when she learned that Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to retreat as soon as he returned to the family. Her brother was too unromantic. Every time he came back from going out, he almost never accompanied Luoli, but turned around and went into seclusion. No wonder Luoli looked very depressed. "Sister, don't be angry. The clan leader is just concentrating on cultivation." Hearing this, Luoli gently pulled Chen Daoxuan's hand and said softly, "Sister, don't say anything. I know everything. I'm not blaming Chen language. The Chen family is such a big family. It seems to be prosperous, but all the safety depends on Chen language. I know how heavy the responsibility is on him." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed, "Sister, you are so wise. It is a blessing for the clan leader and the Chen family. You." Luoli scratched Chen Daoxuan's nose. The two laughed for a while. Luoli continued, "In fact, Chen Lang's retreat this time is not an ordinary one. He told me before the retreat that he wanted to form a baby." "What?" Hearing this news, Chen Daoxuan jumped up from the stone bench in the pavilion excitedly. Her breathing became rapid and she said, "Are you serious?" Luoli smiled and looked at Chen Daoxuan without saying a word. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't hold it anymore and paced anxiously in the pavilion. Alas, such a big thing. The clan leader actually made a decision so lightly. In Chen Daoxuan's view, Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage is the top priority of the Chen family. The entire Chen family should pay unprecedented attention and mobilize. But in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, it seems that breaking through the nascent soul stage is not a big deal. Think about it carefully, it is indeed the case. Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm has long reached the second level of the world realm. You know, many Yuan Shen Daochen, the Dao realm is only the second level of the world realm. Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm has long been incompatible with his cultivation. Unfortunately, Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm has improved too fast. Although he has been practicing hard over the years, and even used treasures that quickly promoted key refining cultivation several times. But his cultivation still can't catch up with his own Dao realm. But there are some advantages to this, that is, Chen Daoxuan's combat power is far beyond his cultivation. In addition, there is another advantage, that is, there is no level to break through the cultivation. Unlike other cultivators, who were all trembling with fear when they broke through from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, Chen Daoxuan did not have such worries. The great Dao realm of the second level of the world realm gave him infinite confidence. In the pavilion, Luoli looked at the anxious look of Chen Daoxuan, who was always calm, and hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, sister. I saw Chen Lang's expression before he went into seclusion. He should be fully confident. Besides, in all these years, he has never let us down. Sure enough, hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's mood suddenly calmed down. Sister, you are right. It was me who was too anxious. After saying that, she sat down in front of Eluoli again. Looking at Chen Daoxuan, whose mood had returned to stability, Eluoli hesitated to speak. Sister, you and I are like sisters. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Chen Daoxuan saw the hesitation on Eluoli's face, gently grabbed the other's jade hand, and said softly, then I will say it. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Sister Daoxuan, what do you think of the Chen family and Iron Sword sect? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but frown. After the recovery of Chuan Kingdom, who is the most powerful force in Wangxinghe? It must be Iron Sword sect without a doubt. In addition to Iron Sword sect, the second largest force in Wangxinghe is her Kang Sao Chen family. No one doubts this. Chen Daoxuan broke into the Jiang family's land in Taizhou alone, and killed the ancestor of the Jiang family. In addition, Chen Daoxuan and Qinzhen jointly raided the Qinghui Taoist sect, and robbed the Taiyi divine water. This made Chen Daoxuan's reputation in Wangxinghe grow. The Yuanying's engine of the entire Wangxinghe privately spread that with Chen Daoxuan's strength, he might be ranked among the top 3 in the entire Wangxinghe. This evaluation is quite high. Moreover, people like Chen Daoxuan have never appeared since Iron Sword sect ruled Wangxinghe. Although over the past thousands of years, Wangxinghe has produced hundreds of Yuanying's engine who are not from Iron Sword sect, but none of them can have such terrifying strength as Chen Daoxuan. This has caused the pattern of Iron Sword sect's dominance in Wangxinghe to be broken. As we all know, no matter which region, the breaking of the pattern often means the arrival of war. The reason is very simple. The inherent pattern is accompanied by the inherent distribution of interests. The long-term pattern is broken, which will inevitably lead to new interest disputes, and war will follow. After all, no force can willingly hand over the interests in its hands. As the acting patriarch, Chen Daoxuan knows this simple truth very well. Seeing Chen Daoxuan silent, Eluoli sighed and said, you also think that there is a risk of war between the Chen family and Iron Sword sect, right? After a while, Chen Daoxuan nodded. That's true, but my Chen family has the patriarch. Even if it is Iron Sword sect, my Chen family is not afraid of it. When talking about Chen Daoxuan's words were full of confidence. In fact, for any cultivator of the Chen family, they look at Chen Daoxuan in the same way. In the eyes of all the cultivators of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan is a godlike existence. Even if the Chen family is enemies with Yuan Chen Daoxuan and even Du Ji Xianzhen, the Chen family still believes that the patriarch can create miracles. This is the prestige that Chen Daoxuan has established in the Chen family over the years. Eluoli looked at Chen Daoxuan's confident look and smiled. That being said, if Iron Sword sect really goes to war with the Chen family, how many Chen family members will be lost? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stopped talking. Indeed, no matter how strong Chen Daoxuan is, he is not strong enough to fight against the entire Iron Sword sect on his own. If the Chen family really goes to war with Iron Sword sect, in addition to uniting all the Immortal Cultivation families, they will inevitably implement a strategy of retreating temporarily in the early stage. In other words, it is to break up into pieces and fight a guerrilla war with Iron Sword sect. Even if the Chen family can win in the end, I'm afraid that only 1 in 100 people will survive. As the acting patriarch of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan certainly doesn't want to see this situation. So I'm thinking, if the Chen family can form an alliance with the Iron Sword sect, will this war be resolved? Marriage? Chen Daoxuan frowned, then she shook her head. With the size of the Chen family and the Iron Sword sect, who can form an alliance to ease the conflict between the two families? It's impossible to let the patriarch marry the leader of the Iron Sword sect. At this point, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why not? Eluoli said softly. Sister, are you saying? For a moment, Chen Daoxuan's heart was beating like thunder. If the Chen family could really form an alliance with Fei Chengsu, the dispute between the Chen family and the Iron Sword sect would disappear in an instant. Not only that, with the patriarch's talent, the Chen family and the Cunning sword sect formed an alliance, and the patriarch would definitely lead the future. Chen Daoxuan never doubted this. What does Chen Daoxuan lack the most? Time. He has spent less than 100 years practicing till now. In less than 100 years, he has achieved what other cultivators may not be able to achieve in thousands of years. It can be said that with Chen Daoxuan's talent, even if you count the entire Feng'an world, you can't find another one. Once the Chen family unites with the Cunning sword sect to form a force similar to the Zhuan King Dao League, isn't it a foregone conclusion that Chen Daoxuan will be the leader of this force in the future? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but imagine how she should place the children of the Chen family in this alliance after the two families form an alliance, so as to achieve the goal of controlling the actual power of this alliance. Luoli watched Chen Daoxuan's expression constantly changing, sitting there quietly, and didn't speak for a long time. Realizing that the atmosphere in the pavilion was a little quiet, Chen Daoxuan realized that the one who was most hurt by the marriage between the clan leader and the leader of the Cunning sword sect was the one in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but admire Luoli's mind. Ask yourself, if Chen Daoxuan was her husband, could she make such a decision? After thinking for a long time, Chen Daoxuan shook her head. She was afraid that she could not be as generous as Luoli. Sister. Chen Daoxuan called softly. Luoli smiled and changed the subject. By the way, why did Daochu ask you to come to Chenlang? Seeing Luoli change the subject, Chen Daoxuan sighed in her heart, but said, it's still because of the magic weapon machine tool. The Magic Weapon Research Institute has finalized the first level magic weapon machine tool. Chen Daochu is organizing people from the Magic Weapon Research Institute to transform the magic weapon factory in Guanhei Fairy City. Before I came here, the first phase of the magic weapon factory transformation project had been completed. So fast? Luoli's pretty face showed a happy expression. Although the fact that the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute developed the magic weapon machine tool was a top secret of the Chen family, Luoli, as the wife of the patriarch, naturally had the authority to know this secret. As far as Luoli knew, the magic weapon machine tool was developed only more than a year ago, but now even the factory has been transformed. This speed is too fast. The Chen family seemed to be influenced by the strong patriarch Chen Daoxuan, and they were very efficient in everything they did. If the Chen family members did not have such abnormal talents as Chen Daoxuan, it is possible that everyone's cultivation speed would be similar to Chen Daoxuan. This is the positive impact of a strong leadership core on a force. It's not that fast. It has been more than a year since Chen Daochu developed the magic weapon machine tool. It took so long to complete the transformation of the first phase of the magic weapon factory. I still think it's too slow. Luoli shook his head. This is also unavoidable. There were so many first level refiners in the magic weapon factory before, but with the emergence of new magic weapon machine tools, these first level refiners are probably unemployed. I guess you have been busy placing these people for more than a year. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed. Yes. The emergence of the Chen family's assembly line production line once allowed the poor and impoverished casual cultivators in Kangshao to have a job that could earn them enough resources for cultivation. But with the emergence of the magic weapon machine tool, their jobs were smashed by the Chen family. Although everyone was afraid to say anything due to the power of the Chen family, Luoli could easily imagine their disappointment and anger. After all, when she followed the mermaids and wandered in the underwater world of Wangxinghe, she had some similarities with these casual cultivators in Kangshao. Everyone lived a precarious life. Even cultivators yearn for a stable practice. After all, casual cultivators who are afraid of chaos in the world and rob houses everywhere are very few. Moreover, these casual cultivators who rob houses everywhere are forced to take this path because of the lack of resources. If there are enough resources for practice, which casual cultivator would be so stupid as to do such a risky thing? When talking about the casual cultivators in Guanhei Xiancheng, Chen Daoxuan and Luoli were both a little depressed. Influenced by Chen Daoxuan, both Chen Daoxuan and Luoli treated the casual cultivators at the bottom of the practice world with a kind heart. Unlike the cultivators of other cultivation families, they looked at the casual cultivators with disdain and contempt. The casual cultivators in Guanhazai and Chen could also feel this. The cultivators of the Chen family were very different from the cultivators of other immortal families. In fact, in Wangxinghai, only the Kainian sword sect and the Chen family could treat casual cultivators in this way. As for other forces, even Yuan Chen Zhenjin, who was born as a casual cultivator, could not treat casual cultivators so generously and peacefully. In the quiet room, a white figure sat on the warm jade cushion. At this moment, in the secret room, where Chen Daoxuan was in retreat, a violent beating sound echoed in the room. Boom. 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 As time passed, it seemed as if the sound of the heartbeat was getting faster and faster. In the danshan, the golden elixir continued to expand, and then it gathered and contracted, repeating over and over again. Time passed little by little. In a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Boom. On this day, Chen Daoxuan's danshan exploded. I saw a figure like a baby, like a life breaking out of a shell, drilling out of the broken golden elixir. As the Yuan Ying drilled out from the golden elixir, the broken golden elixir soon merged into the body of the nascent soul. Chen Daoxuan saw that for every piece of golden elixir fragment that merged into the nascent soul grew 1 centimeter taller. In the end, Chen Daoxuan's nascent soul grew from 1 inch to 1.5 inches, and then slowly stopped. Looking at the nascent soul in the danshan, Chen Daoxuan found that the face of this nascent soul was exactly the same as his. Is this the nascent soul? Chen Daoxuan's consciousness sank, and he found that his consciousness actually appeared on the nascent soul. Then, he looked at his danshan qi. This was the first time he looked at the danshan qi and the purple palace from the perspective of the nascent soul. This feeling was very special. It was as if his danshan purple palace was an immortal palace standing on the sea of mana, and his nascent soul usually lived in the danshan purple palace, and could easily control the sea of mana below. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Chen Daoxuan's first feeling was powerful. This kind of power was different from the power brought by the Dao realm and various magic tools in the previous Jiandan stage. This was a kind of pure power. In addition, Chen Daoxuan also felt that his lifespan had increased dramatically, and like other Yuan Ying's engine, he had reached a lifespan of 3,000 years. As for other aspects, Chen Daoxuan had no time to feel them for the time being, because he knew that the people outside the secret room had been waiting for him for a long time. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargan y sabiran sinas fuso invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 405. As long as you are here, the Chen family is here. Boom boom. As the stone door and formation of the retreat room opened, a group of familiar figures came into Chen Daoxuan's sight. Daoxuan, Chen Lang, Patriarch. Outside the retreat room, Chen Xian, Eluoli, Chen Daolian, Chen Daochu, and Chen Fushan all stood not far away, with surprise in their eyes. Chen Daoxuan's eyes swept over everyone one by one. 13th Uncle, Lia. Chen Daoxuan flew forward and greeted 13th Uncle Chen Xian first, then nodded to Eluoli, and finally looked at the eager Chen clan members. Daoxuan, you succeeded? Chen Xian's cultivation was only at the foundation building stage, and he could not see the changes in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation at all. In fact, not only Chen Xian, but also the Chen clan members present, even Chen Fusheng, who had the highest cultivation, had only reached the late stage of the Purple Mansion, and could not see the changes in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation. Everyone just felt that Chen Daoxuan's aura was very different from before, but they couldn't tell the other party's cultivation. Looking at the eager eyes of the crowd, Chen Daoxuan nodded, and said with a smile, success. Really successful. Chen Daochu walked forward excitedly. So, my Chen family is also a Yuan Ying family? You kid. Chen Daoxuan smiled, and shook his head. Yes, from now on, my Chen family is a veritable Yuan Ying family. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the Chen clan members present could no longer suppress their excitement and laughed heartily. because they knew that only when the clan leader's strength was stronger, the position of the Chen family would be more stable. The knowledgeable people in the Chen family could see that, since the Carnean Sword sect regained Chuan country, the position of the Chen family was somewhat dangerous. Because the strength of the Chen family has threatened the Carnean Sword sect's dominance in Wangxinghe. But unfortunately, apart from Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family simply couldn't come up with a second person who could suppress the family's fortune. Even Chen Fusheng, who is now the top of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list and is famous in Wangxinghe, is too far behind the clan leader Chen Daoxuan to suppress the clan's fortune. In the eyes of the real strong men in Wangxinghe, those who can be favored by Carnean Sword sect must at least have the strength of the top Zenjin level. Ordinary Yuanying cultivators are not taken seriously by Carnean Sword sect. After all, Carnean Sword sect dispatched hundreds of Yuanying Zenjin just for the battle with Zuan King Dao League. Ordinary Yuanying cultivators are really nothing in the eyes of Carnean Sword sect. Outside the quiet room, everyone laughed for a while and regained their seriousness. Chen Daolian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Clan leader, you have successfully formed a Yuanying. Do you need to hold a Yuanying ceremony to inform the fellows in Wangxinghe?" Normally, a cultivator who breaks through to the Yuanying stage must hold a Yuanying celebration. First, it is an opportunity to show strength to the outside world. Second, it is also an opportunity to make money. After all, the status of the cultivators who came to participate in the nascent soul celebration must be high, and the gifts given by these people added up to a considerable sum. Of course, for the Chen family, making money is not a big deal. With the wealth accumulated by the Chen family, they don't care about this little fortune. As for showing strength to the outside world, Chen Daolian must ask Chen Daoxuan for instructions. After all, as the acting patriarch of the Chen family, she vaguely knows the embarrassing position of the Chen family now. If she rashly shows her strength to the outside world, it may cause misunderstandings from the Carnean Sword sect. Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daolian's concerns at a glance, and he smiled and said, "There is no need for the nascent soul celebration, but today, the core children of my Chen family are all here, and I do have something to announce." Hearing this, everyone was waiting attentively. Chen Daoxuan continued, "The Chen family will form a new alliance with the Carnean Sword sect. Not only that, I will also marry Fei Chengsu." "What? Patriarch, you want to marry the leader of the Carnean Sword sect?" Chen Daoxuan's words were like thunder from the blue sky, which stunned everyone. If this sentence was said by an outsider, they would just think that the other party had hysteria and was a little confused. But this was announced by the patriarch who they revered as a god. In other words, their patriarch Chen Daoxuan really wanted to marry the leader of the Carnean Sword sect, Fei Chengsu. The worries that the Chen family's top leaders had originally speculated that the Chen family might go to war with the Carnean Sword sect completely disappeared. The patriarch of the Chen family is going to marry the leader of the Carnean Sword sect, and the two families are going to become one family. What is there to fight? Although Fei Chengsu's status in the Carnean Sword sect is still different from Chen Daoxuan's status in the Chen family, but since Fei Chengsu completely eradicated Yi Yin's faction, she has firmly controlled the power of Carnean Sword sect. If the two are really combined, the alliance between the Chen family and Carnean Sword sect is by no means empty talk. Chen Daolian had received Luoli's in before, so she was not very surprised. Chen Daochu was a little nervous. He was the first to react and hurriedly said, "Patriarch, so, my Chen family will become the ruler of Wangxinghe and Chuan Kingdom? The specific division of power is still to be discussed, but my Chen family will indeed become the new ruler of Wangxinghe." Chen Daoxuan nodded, which was considered to be an approval of Chen Daochu's statement. As for Chen Zion on the side, he felt dizzy. He never thought that the Carnean Sword sect, which was like a natural chasm to him, would be controlled by the Chen family. Chen Zion is not stupid. He can see that, since the leader of the Carnean Sword sect agreed to marry Chen Daoxuan, it means that the other party is willing to share the ruling power of Wangxinghe and Chuan Kingdom with the Chen family. Since the Chen family and Carnean Sword sect have formed an alliance, there must be a leader. This position, in all likelihood, will be held by his nephew Chen Daoxuan. What is a one-step rise to heaven? This is it. Originally, with the strength of the Chen family, it would take hundreds of years to develop to the scale of Guanyu sword sect, even with the support of Chen Daoxuan, plus the strong industrial strength of the Chen family. But now, hundreds of years of development have been saved, and the power of Wang Xinghe is within the reach of the Chen family. The clan leader has broken through to the nascent soul stage, and is about to marry his concubine Chen Zhu. The Chen family will form an alliance with Guanyu sword sect. This is a double happiness for the Chen clan members present. Just when everyone was excited, Chen Daoxuan coughed, interrupting the excited clansmen, and ordered, although the alliance with Guanyu sword sect has been discussed with sect master Fei, everyone should be prepared to deal with some opposing voices. At this time, Chen Fusheng stood up and said, "Don't worry, clan leader, if anyone in Wang Xinghe dares to talk nonsense about this, my Chen family will never let him off easily." Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fusheng, who had broken through to the late purple mansion, and nodded. He chatted with everyone again. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan looked a little tired, everyone said goodbye. After watching everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan accompanied Luoli for a walk in the Immortal Mansion. Although the two were walking, Chen Daoxuan's mind was drifting to somewhere else. Chen Fusheng was already the one with the highest cultivation among the many cultivators of the Chen family, but he had only reached the late purple mansion. Even if Chen Fusheng's strength can be comparable to that of an ordinary Chindan cultivator with the help of the Chen family's power armor and other magical instruments, the strength of the rest of the Chen family is still too weak compared to the power of the Guanyu sword sect. Now that the Chen family is going to form an alliance with the Guanyu sword sect, they will inevitably face the division of power within the alliance. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is always the reference standard for the division of power. Even if Chen Daoxuan becomes the leader of this new alliance, he cannot forcibly promote a purple mansion cultivator of the Chen family to serve as the immediate superior of a Guanyu sword sect Chindan Zenran. This will inevitably cause the instability of the alliance's ruling structure. Chen Daoxuan now also vaguely sees that Fei Chengsu agreed to the alliance between the Chen family and the Guanyu sword sect, and 9 out of 10 have this in mind. Everything of the Chen family depends on him. But the strength of the rest of the Chen family is not strong. Even if the Chen family and the Guanyu sword sect form an alliance, the ordinary members of the Chen family can only become the middle and lower levels of this new alliance at most. The top positions of the alliance will inevitably be occupied by the Yuanying's engine of Guanyu sword sect. And facing this situation, Chen Daoxuan has nothing to say. In addition, with the population base of Guanyu sword sect far exceeding that of the Chen family by dozens of times, the alliance between the Chen family and Guanyu sword sect will eventually be merged by Guanyu sword sect. In this way, Guanyu sword sect not only solved the Chen family's confidant without bloodshed, but also obtained Chen Daoxuan, a talented monster. Kill two birds with one stone. Fei Chengsu's move is a naked conspiracy. Even if Chen Daoxuan sees it, he must agree. Because if he doesn't agree, Guanyu sword sect and Chen family will have a battle. Although Chen Daoxuan believes that the Chen family will not lose, what he calls not losing is only that he himself will not lose. As for the rest of the Chen family, facing the offensive of Guanyu sword sect, I'm afraid no one can survive. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why Chen Daoxuan finally agreed to Fei Chengsu. As for cooperating with Yi Yin, Chen Daoxuan has considered it, but the actual operation is more troublesome. Yi Yin is just a representative of many immortal cultivation families in Wang Xinghe. Once the Chen family joins Yi Yin's faction, they will face more open and secret struggles. How many immortal cultivation families are there in Wang Xinghe? Countless. There are even more than a dozen Yuanying families. With so many immortal cultivation families, how can the Chen family unify them, even if they are the strongest? In addition, Chen Daoxuan does not agree with the immortal cultivation families represented by Yi Yin from the bottom of his heart, so he naturally will not choose to cooperate with them. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan understands that the alliance between the Chen family and Guanyu sword sect is only the first step. In the second step, he will support the children of the Chen family and occupy the high position of this alliance as much as possible. At least, to be able to compete with the original faction of Kainiuan sword sect, Fei Chengsu. Thinking of her, Chen Daoxuan has very complicated feelings. Because the other party, like him, does not want the Chen family and Kainiuan sword sect to go to war, and does not want to see the lives of the people in Wangxinghe suffer. Fei Chengsu's strength is not only in her strength, but her skills are also the strongest among the women Chen Daoxuan has seen. Even Chen Daolian, who has been the acting patriarch of the Chen family for many years, is very immature compared to him. Chen Daolian may be strong in handling internal affairs, but in terms of long-term vision and political skills, he is still far behind Fei Chengsu. As for cultivation talent and strength, Chen Daolian is even more inferior to Fei Chengsu. No wonder Fei Chengsu is not worried about Chen Daoxuan's Taoist partner Aluoli. Maybe in her eyes, she has never regarded Aluoli as an opponent. With a decision in mind, the rest is action. The strength of the Chen family cultivators is insufficient, and it can be strengthened in two aspects. One is to strengthen their own strength, and the other is to strengthen the comprehensive strength of the Chen family cultivators through external objects. There are many ways to strengthen one's own strength, such as improving the cultivation of body, ki, and spirit, improving the realm of the great Dao, practicing powerful secrets, magical powers, etc. As for strengthening the comprehensive strength of the Chen family's children through external objects, there are more ways, such as magic tools, talismans, puppets, raising spirit insects, and controlling beasts. Of course, compared to external objects, Chen Daoxuan's first choice is to strengthen the strength of the Chen family's children, or to quickly improve the cultivation of the Chen family's children. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but glance at the two remaining Xingyuan fruits in the storage ring. In terms of quickly improving cultivation, the treasures that Chen Daoxuan has seen are only the essence of vitality and the Xingyuan fruit. And compared with the essence of vitality, the effect of the Xingyuan fruit is much better. The only pity is that the treasure of the Xingyuan fruit is too precious. It is said that only the Tei insect has a fruit tree that can continuously produce Xingyuan fruit. If other cultivators want to obtain this treasure, they can only go to the battlefield outside the two worlds and make military exploits. Once the cultivator has made enough military exploits, he can use his military exploits to exchange various resources and treasures in Chens and city, including treasures such as Xingyuan fruit. In the Immortal Mansion Forest Garden, Luoli accompanied Chen Daoxuan and walked quietly. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan called softly, "HMM." Luoli stopped and looked up at his lover beside him. Today I realized that the strength of my Chen family's cultivators is still too weak. Hearing this, Luoli hurriedly comforted him. "Chen Lang, you must not say that. The Chen family has only been rising for less than 100 years. Except for you, the strongest cultivator in the family has reached the late purple mansion stage. This speed is not slow. It's not slow, but I can't wait. Can't wait." Luoli was a little confused. Chen Daoxuan expressed his concerns. "You mean, once the Chen family forms an alliance with the Kainiuan sword sect, it will be divided and merged by the Kainiuan sword sect?" "That's right. Except for me, the strongest cultivator in the Chen family is only in the late purple mansion stage. With such strength, how can we occupy a high position in this new alliance? Once the children of the Chen family cannot occupy a high position, the resources of the alliance will definitely not be tilted towards the children of the Chen family. If this continues, hundreds or thousands of years later, the children of my Chen family will only become an ordinary member of this new alliance, not its controller." Hearing this, Luoli stopped. "Chen Lang, you are wrong." Luoli shook his head. "If I'm not mistaken, there must be one of the conditions for the marriage between the concubine sect leader and you, that is, to raise offspring with you." "How do you know?" Luoli did not explain, but smiled and said, "The offspring born by you and Sister Fei will be the controllers of this alliance in the future." "What you just said obviously means that you do not believe Sister Fei." "Fortunately, she does not know, otherwise she would be so sad." Seeing Chen Daoxuan frowning, Luoli looked at him and whispered, "Chen Lang, as long as you are here, the Chen family will be here. As long as I'm here, the Chen family will be here. Chen Daoxuan muttered this sentence, and suddenly he became enlightened. That's right. As long as his strength continues to improve, who can suppress the children of the Chen family? What does all planning count for in the face of absolute strength? He suddenly realized that he had thought wrong about Fei Chengsu. The other party did not set a trap for him, and there was no conspiracy, because Fei Chengsu knew in her heart that it was unrealistic to try to control people like Chen Daoxuan by relying on strategies. If Fei Chengsu had to set a trap for him, then the only trap was to give birth to a child for him. Little did he know that compared to Chen Daoxuan's fear of Fei Chengsu was the one who was truly afraid of Chen Daoxuan. After all, facing a freak like Chen Daoxuan, anyone who took a closer look at him would be so scared that they couldn't sleep at night. Chapter 406, Massive Resources. Guanghan Prefecture, Immortal City. Yang's restaurant. On the second floor, 2 of casual cultivators gathered at a table, drinking leisurely. They talked about the major events of Wangxinghe and even the entire Xianan continent. From their tone, people who didn't know them would think they were very powerful and had a very accurate analysis of the world situation. Hey, have you heard about it? At the table, a cultivator wearing a green robe and a Taoist hat on his head stretched his neck and said mysteriously to everyone, the Chen family recently released news that the head of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan, is about to marry the leader of the Cunning sword sect. Are you serious, fellow Daoist? At the table, the drinking companions were surprised. The two people mentioned by their companions were not trivial. The Chen family was the most popular family in Wangxinghe, and its patriarch, Chen Daoxuan, was known as the first genius in Wangxinghe. His reputation even overshadowed Qinsan, the master of the Zhenhe Hall of Cunning sword sect. As for the other person, he was even more amazing. He was the leader of Cunning sword sect and the actual ruler of Wangxinghe. The two of them becoming a Taoist couple is a groundbreaking event for Wangxinghe. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, the green-robed casual cultivator looked a little displeased, picked up the wine glass, and said with a somewhat unhappy look, fellow Daoist Zhang, you don't believe me, woo. No, the cultivator surnamed Zhang hurriedly apologized, bowing and saying, in Guanghan Prefecture, everyone knows that your brother-in-law, fellow Daoist Wu, is a third-level weapon refiner in Guanhe Fairy City. How could we doubt you, fellow Daoist Wu? Humph. After hearing this flattery, the cultivator surnamed Wu felt very comfortable in his heart, and then he remembered something and sighed. Alas, although my brother-in-law is a well-known big shot in Guanhe Fairy City, his life is not easy now. Oh, why is that? Isn't your brother-in-law a third-level weapon refiner? Even if he can't stay in Guanhe Fairy City, he can still make a good living in other places, right? I don't know either. The casual cultivator surnamed Wu shook his head. The last time I went to Guanhe Fairy City to visit my sister, she didn't tell me the specific reason, but just said that my brother-in-law has been sighing and in a bad mood recently. Another cultivator at the table didn't care about this at all. He only cared about the news that Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu became Taoist couples. Compared with this explosive news, the low mood of his companion's brother-in-law was nothing. Fellow Daoist Wu, don't talk about this first. Why don't you tell us about the matter of Chen Zhenren marrying the leader of Cunning sword sect? Sure enough, whether it is cultivators or mortals, there is no essential difference in the habit of listening to gossip. What's more, this is the top super gossip in Wangxinghe. Hearing the companion pulling the topic back, everyone echoed, that's right, fellow Daoist Wu, don't keep us in suspense. Let's talk about the matter of Chen clan leader marrying the leader of Fei first. That's right. Hearing his companion's urging, fellow Daoist Wu took a moment, cleared his throat, and began to talk about the news he heard in Guanhe Xiancheng, a VIP box in the restaurant. Two cultivators in green clothes with long swords on their backs stood at the door. Inside the box, a young and beautiful female cultivator was sitting opposite a handsome male cultivator. Through the window, Yang Gangwen looked at the prosperous restaurant, turned her head, and said with emotion, fellow Daoist Zhao has heard about it too, right? Zhao Mubei retracted his gaze from the window, looked at Yang Gangwen, and said, I have heard about the matter of Patriarch Chen marrying sect leader Fei. I wonder what fellow Daoist Zhao thinks about this matter? Zhao Mubei frowned, then smiled. Patriarch Chen is the leader of my fellow Taoists in Kangzhou. His marriage to sect leader Fei will surely boost the strength and reputation of Kangzhou. Of course, I very much agree with such a happy event. Hearing this perfunctory remark, Yang Gangwen said unhappily, don't you think the attitude of Kaniuan Sword Sect is a bit strange? The Chen family released the news of marrying Fei Chengsu, but the Kaniuan Sword Sect did not respond at all, neither admitting nor denying. What does this mean? Zhao Mubei smiled. What else can it mean? The decision of sect leader Fei and Patriarch Chen to marry encountered obstacles within the Kaniuan Sword Sect. Encountered obstacles. Yang Gangwen was a little puzzled. Although Sect Master Fei eliminated Yi Yin's faction and took over the highest power of Kaniuan Sword Sect, there are more than 10 top True Lords in Kaniuan Sword Sect alone, and there are hundreds of Yuanying True Lords in total. With so many Yuanying True Lords, it is impossible for Sect Master Fei to make all the decisions. Yang Gangwen thought about it and nodded. That's true. The greater the power, the more interests involved. Zhao Mubei nodded. That's exactly the reason. Kaniuan Sword Sect is not a small family like us. Every decision it makes must be discussed by all the top leaders. The marriage between Sect Master Fei and Patriarch Chen will have a huge impact on the situation in Wangxinghe. The top leaders of Kaniuan Sword Sect will not agree so easily. Speaking of this, the two fell silent for a while. It can be predicted that once Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu marry, the situation in Wangxinghe will change dramatically. As one of the many family forces in Wangxinghe, how can the Zhao family and the Yang family not care? Shuanghu Island. A young figure suddenly appeared above Shuanghu Road. As his spiritual sense unfolded, a trace of surprise flashed across Kinzen's face. He actually broke through to the nascent soul stage. After saying that, his figure flashed again and disappeared. The immortal residence of the clan leader. Kinzen's figure suddenly appeared in the secret room, where Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion. Sensing the arrival of someone, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and looked at him helplessly. Don't you know how to knock on the door? I forgot. Kinzen shrugged. My senior sister asked me to give it to you. As he said that, Kinzen threw a good-shaped magic weapon directly to Chen Daoxuan. The latest cave heaven magic weapon in the refining hall is much larger than the small tower you had before. Kinzen explained. Chen Daoxuan took the good cave heaven magic weapon thrown by Kinzen, immersed his spiritual sense in it, and said, your senior sister asked you to come here just to give you this? Of course not. Kinzen had not finished speaking, but was interrupted by Chen Daoxuan. Have you conquered the 4 major demon countries? Hearing this, Kinzen showed a hint of pride on his face. How is it? Fast? The surprise on Chen Daoxuan's face slowly subsided, and he nodded. The speed is indeed fast enough. Not to mention the GI Demon Kingdom. The strength of the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom and the Lion Demon Kingdom is extraordinary. The 2 demon kingdoms combined are comparable to the second-rate sects in Zhao that are slightly weaker. I didn't expect you to take it down in more than half a year. It's not all my credit. Over the years, the Shadow Palace has also made many arrangements in these 2 demon kingdoms. There are even many arrangements that even I don't know about except for my senior sister and the master of the Shadow Palace. Kinzen sighed. He has always thought that he knew everything about the Kaniuan Sword Sect, but this time, when he incorporated the 4 demon kingdoms, he found that he was wishful thinking. He didn't know many of the arrangements of the Kaniuan Sword Sect. For example, he had never heard of the arrangement of the Shadow Palace and the Great Yuan Demon Kingdom. Kinzen had always thought that Kaniuan Sword Sect had no plans for the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom. He did not expect that Shadow Palace not only had plans, but also had plans that penetrated into the harem of the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom's ruler. He was extremely shrewd. This time, all the resistance forces in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom were wiped out so easily. Kinzen's strength in the world realm certainly played a major role, but the support work of intelligence should not be underestimated. Otherwise, so many demon lords in the Great Yuan Monster Kingdom would not stand there stupidly, waiting for Kaniuan Sword Sect to wipe them out. Once Kaniuan Sword Sect's plan to wipe out the great human monster kingdom was exposed, it would not end well. The invasion of the true demon realm by the Feng'an realm cultivators was no small matter. The consequences of this were something that the small Carnean sword sect could not afford. The reason why Chen Daoxuan was so sure that Kinzan had taken down all the 4 demon kingdoms was because the good-shaped cave heaven magic weapon he sent contained a huge amount of resources that he urgently needed. Among them, the most resources are blood marrow and black crystal. Looking around, about 2/3 of the space in the entire cave magic weapon is occupied by these 2 treasures. In addition to blood marrow and black crystal, the remaining 1/3 is filled with King Mu steel mined from the Gi demon country. What Kinzan brought was not an empty cave magic weapon, but a huge amount of resources for the entire cave magic weapon. Senior sister said that this is her dowry. After thinking for a while, Kinzan said, "Oh, by the way, senior sister also knows that you need the waste beads of the boundary source beads, right?" She said that the waste beads of the boundary source beads accumulated by Carnean sword sect are all yours. It's just that there are too many of these waste beads. After you and senior sister get married, go to the sect to get them yourself. Kinzan said a lot of things in a row, chattering like an old mother. Suddenly, Kinzan stopped talking, looked up at Chen Daoxuan, his eyes reddened, and said, "Chen Daoxuan, you have to be nice to my sister, otherwise I, Kinzan, swear, I will never stop fighting with you in this life." Seeing Kinzan's heartfelt words, Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Don't worry. Okay, I believe you." Kinzan came over and wanted to pat Chen Daoxuan's shoulder, but after thinking about it, he seemed to think that this move was not appropriate. Now Chen Daoxuan's identity has changed. He is no longer the junior who he could pat on the shoulder at will. The other party is about to become his brother-in-law. Kinzan, who has been educated in respect for the elders since he was a child, naturally cannot make such casual actions again. Chen Daoxuan looked at Kinzan's hand hanging in the air, knowing what he wanted to do, and before he patted his shoulder, he took the lead in patting the other party's shoulder. Seeing this, Kinzan glared. His expression was quite dissatisfied, but then his face showed a helpless expression. "By the way, my senior sister asked me to come here, and there is something I want to clarify with you." "What is it?" Seeing his serious expression, Chen Daoxuan's face also became serious. "Last time, after my senior sister returned to the sect, she proposed to the sect's top leaders to marry you, but was unanimously opposed by the sect's top leaders. Fortunately, my senior sister eliminated Yin's line, otherwise this time, who knows how big a mess it would have caused." Kinzan shook his head and sighed, and continued, "Although Yin's line was eliminated, and my senior sister is in power, her position in the sect is definitely not as good as your position in the Chen family. Moreover, what my senior sister did this time did hurt the interests of the sect, and it is normal to be opposed by the sect's top leaders." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was silent. Fei Chengxu chose to marry him, on the one hand, because the two had the same values, and on the other hand, Fei Chengxu had a deep understanding of Chen Daoxuan's terrible talent. She chose to marry Chen Daoxuan, which was a gamble with herself, and Carnean sword sect as a bet. If the bet is won, the alliance between Carnean sword sect and the Chen family may have a chance to get a glimpse of the top position of Feng'an realm, and become a member of the highest seat in Shenzhen city. If the bet is lost, it is just to share the ruling power of Wang Xinghe with the Chen family. As for herself, Fei Chengxu does not think that marrying Chen Daoxuan is a loss. Her previous proposal to marry Chen Daoxuan was also the result of careful consideration. "What does your senior sister want me to do?" Kinzan smiled and said, "Senior sister asked me to ask you, do you want to be the leader of this alliance?" Chen Daoxuan nodded without hesitation. "Senior sister really guessed right." Kinzan sighed. "I don't understand. Why do you all want to occupy the highest position of power? It's so good to be like me, focusing on improving my own cultivation and strength, and not having to worry about those troubles. Occupying the highest position of power, and not worrying about troubles are not contradictory." Hearing this, Kinzan thought about it. It seems that the senior sister did not ask much about the specific matters of the sect, but she firmly controlled the highest power of the sect. This is the difference between cultivators and mortals. If the emperor does not care about state affairs for a long time in a mortal country, it will not take long for the power to fall into someone else's hands. But in the cultivation forces, this kind of thing will not happen. As long as the person in power ensures that his own strength is ahead of everyone else and can deal with the strongest group of people in the sect, he can firmly grasp the power of the sect. As for the specific matters in the sect master rarely asks about them. After all, when the cultivation reaches a nascent soul stage, it may take dozens or even hundreds of years to retreat once. If you manage the affairs of the sect every day, do you still need to practice? Chen Daoxuan is the same now. He basically handed over the specific matters of the family to Chen Daoxuan. Only when it comes to major events related to the future and destiny of the family, Chen Daoxuan will report to him. As the head of the Chen family, he sometimes acts more like a stabilizing force and a flag. Qinzhen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued, "Senior sister said that, if you want to become the leader of this new alliance, you must break through to the Yuanshan stage before her." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned, but did not speak. "Why, do you feel pressured?" Qinzhen smiled. "Compared with my Carnean sword sect, your Chen family's strength is indeed too different. If you want to be the leader of this alliance, you must have the strength to suppress the heroes. Although the second level of the world realm exceeds the senior leaders of the Carnean sword sect, it cannot surpass my senior sister, not to mention that your current cultivation is not as good as my senior sister." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, "It seems that the trip to the two realms abyss is inevitable. You want to? Well, I want to go to Xianzhen City and find someone to refine the Xingyuan pill." Qinzhen nodded. "Your current cultivation is the first level of the nascent soul. If you refine the 300-year-old Xingyuan fruit into Xingyuan pills, it is conservatively estimated that you can refine 3 pills, which is enough to raise your cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul. The peak of the nascent soul, the second level of the world realm. This cultivation and the realm of the Great Dao are just the same as Fei Chengsu. This is not to mention that Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation lags behind Fei Chengsu. However, if Chen Daoxuan's cultivation really reached this level, it would be justifiable for Fei Chengsu to force him to the throne of the leader. Otherwise, with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul, even if his Dao realm reached the second level of the world realm, there would be a large number of people who would not accept it. After all, the alliance between the Chen family and the Carnean sword sect to share the ruling power of the Carnean sword sect had already caused a huge quarrel among the top leaders of the Carnean sword sect. To let Chen Daoxuan serve as the leader of this alliance would be no less difficult than letting Fei Chengsu directly abdicate and give the position of the leader to Chen Daoxuan. It is conceivable how exaggerated the difficulty is. Chapter 407, Demonic Fire Transformation. Peak of Nascent Soul. Chen Daoxuan murmured. Immediately, his eyes became extremely firm. He knew that Fei Chengsu advocated the alliance between Carnean sword sect and the Chen family, and nominated him as the leader of this alliance, which would inevitably be unanimously opposed by Carnean sword sect. He could even imagine that the disciples of Carnean sword sect might privately accuse Fei Chengsu of betraying the sect. Fei Chengsu was under such great pressure for him, and Chen Daoxuan certainly would not disappoint her. Besides, only if one's own strength is strong can one break out of the upcoming chaos. It is only a matter of time before the demon court integrates the true demon realm. Although Chen Daoxuan has made some arrangements in the true demon realm, it is still unknown how much trouble it can cause to the demon court's integration of the true demon realm. Even if Chen Daoxuan's layout can bring certain obstacles to the demon court's integration of the true demon realm, this obstacle must be very limited. The reason is simple. Wang Xinghei's strength is insufficient. In the struggle between the true demon realm and the Feng'an realm, strength is the foundation. Chen Daoxuan's layout is only a small path after all. Of course, although it is a minor path, it can also bring more buffer time for the rise of Wang Xinghei and his own growth. The later the time for the demon court to integrate the true demon realm, the later the war between the two realms will break out. With Chen Daoxuan's talent, he will definitely be able to break through to a higher level before the war between the two realms comes. According to Chen Daoxuan's own idea, he plans to break through to the tribulation stage before the war between the two realms breaks out completely. As for the Mahayana true immortal, Chen Daoxuan dare not think about it. Because no one in the Feng'an realm has been able to reach this level of cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years, there must be some secrets that he does not know yet. But Chen Daoxuan must get the tribulation stage cultivation. Only when his cultivation reaches the tribulation stage, the two major forces under his command, the Chen family and the Kainyuan sword sect, can barely rank among the top positions in the Feng'an realm. In the future, when the war between the two realms breaks out, I'm afraid that only the top Xianzun level forces in the entire Feng'an realm will not be sacrificed as cannon fodder. In the secret room, where Chen Daoxuan is in seclusion, Qinzhen looked at Chen Daoxuan deeply and said, I have brought all the things and words that senior sister asked me to bring. What to do next is up to you. Chen Daoxuan nodded and bowed, saying, Brother Qin, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzhen's figure instantly disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Looking at Qinzhen leaving, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but clench the gourd in his hand. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan swept his spiritual sense and found Eluoli, who was practicing in the immortal mansion. Chen Lang. Eluoli withdrew from the state of refining spiritual energy, raised his head in surprise, and looked at the empty retreat room. It's me. Chen Daoxuan's voice sounded in Eluoli's ears, and he hesitated. Leah, I have something to tell you. Eluoli's heart skipped a beat when she heard Chen Daoxuan's tone. The last time Chen Daoxuan spoke to her in this tone, he told her that he wanted to become a Taoist couple with Fei Chengsu. Now, Chen Daoxuan spoke to her in this tone again, and Eluoli had to be nervous. You tell me. Chen Daoxuan said a little embarrassedly, I'm going to retreat for a while, and after this retreat, I may have to go on a long journey again. Retreat again. Eluoli frowned. Didn't you just break through the nascent soul stage, and you said that you have consolidated your realm and don't need to retreat anymore? Why? I want to condense the immortal body. Chen Daoxuan said bluntly. Hearing this, Eluoli nodded with a complicated expression. Chen Lang, just go into retreat with peace of mind. I will take care of the clan affairs with Sister Dao Lion. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing this, Eluoli's face suddenly softened. It's not hard. After notifying Eluoli, Chen Daoxuan prepared to retreat again. This time, he retreated to improve his body cultivation to the level of condensing the immortal body. According to the realm of body cultivation, condensing the immortal body is roughly equivalent to the peak level of the nascent soul in ki refining. In other words, once Chen Daoxuan condenses the immortal body, his body cultivation will surpass his ki refining in one fell swoop. Since practicing the true body of the demon god of heaven, Chen Daoxuan's body refining skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Under the premise of sufficient body refining resources, his body refining speed is almost not much slower than the speed of taking the holy yuan fruit to improve his ki refining skills. In just a few days of practice, Chen Daoxuan broke through from the skull-crushing realm to the blood-dropping realm, and then he quickly raised his body refining skills to the peak of the blood-dropping realm. In addition, the group of demon fire in his Danzhang acupoint has begun to transform in advance. Chen Daoxuan has a hunch that, as long as he provides sufficient blood and marrow, this group of demon fire will be able to transform into a higher level in an instant. Even at the current power level of this group of demon fire, it is not inferior to the infant fire of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Infant fire is a kind of spiritual fire secret technique specially practiced by nascent soul stage weapon refiners and alchemists, in order to refine magic tools and elixirs. The power of infant fire is not a big threat to nascent soul cultivators of the same level. But no matter what, it is also a spiritual fire secret technique that can only be mastered at the Yuanying level. Chen Daoxuan's demon god fire can be comparable to the spiritual fire secret technique of the Yuanying cultivator at the level of the blood drop realm, which shows how amazing the power of the Ziran true body he cultivated is. In the secret room, Chen Daoxuan tapped his chest lightly, and a dark grey flame with a pure black core slowly floated out from the Danzhang acupoint. It was the demon god fire he cultivated. Looking at the mysterious flame in front of him, Chen Daoxuan fell into deep thought. He had already tried the power of this demon god fire in the Qingqiu demon country. The Jiandan level demon king level monster can't resist its scorching. It only takes a moment to burn the opponent to ashes. You know, this is not a simple matter. The Demon King level monsters have bodies comparable to the body refining monks at the Blood Drop realm. In other words, even Chen Daoxuan, without any protection, could not stop the power of this group of demon fire. Although this group of demon fire is far from Chen Daoxuan's strongest fusion law attack, its potential is not bad at all. At the peak level of the Blood Drop realm alone, this group of demon fire can sweep the Demon King level. If it is further integrated with the immortal true meaning, wouldn't it be able to sweep the Demon Lord? This is not the most terrifying thing. According to the records in the Dushan Demon God True Body technique, each of the 12 kinds of Dushan Demon God True Body will have a chance to transform into a magical power when it is cultivated to the realm of the immortal true body. And it is this group of demon fire that transforms after condensing Zhu Rang's true body. These are all clearly recorded in the technique. In other words, once Chen Daoxuan can condense Zhu Rang's true body, his demon fire will usher in a thorough transformation. Before, the reason why Chen Daoxuan did not have the confidence to practice was because of the shortage of body refining resources. This Dushan Demon God True Body is good in every way, but it consumes too many resources for body refining. The conjoined resources in Chen Daoxuan's hand are enough for 100 body refining monks to practice from zero to the realm of integrating the immortal true meaning, but he has only practiced to the peak of the blood dropping realm. The gap between them is simply unimaginable. In the short term, 100 people's body refining resources are nothing, but what about in the future? Don't forget that the later the monks practice, the more exaggerated the consumption of resources. Moreover, the body refining resources consumed in the early stage are hundreds of times that of ordinary monks, and there may be more in the future. Faced with this kind of gold-eating beast technique, even Chen Daoxuan, who is rich and powerful, can't stand it. Fortunately, this time, secretly controlling the 4 demon countries and tapping the body refining resources of the 4 demon countries has made Chen Daoxuan a lot of money. According to Kinzan, Fei Chengsu sent all the body refining resources and King Mu steel excavated from the 4 demon countries during this period to Chen Daoxuan. Although there are still some remnants in the major mineral deposits of the 4 demon countries, Chen Daoxuan estimated that there might not be many remaining resources, perhaps less than 1/10 of what he has. It can be said that Fei Chengsu has been doing her best to support him to take the throne. Chen Daoxuan is not a fool. Of course he can feel this favor. Raising his hand, Chen Daoxuan looked at the gourd in his hand, stroking it gently with his left hand, as if there was still the residual warmth of Fei Chengsu on the gourd. Then, his eyes looked in the direction of Kainyuan Sword Sect. Wait for me, Chen Daoxuan said silently. Kainyuan Sword Sect. A majestic fairy palace stood above the clouds. Outside the fairy palace, the clouds were steaming, and there were groups of cranes flying by, which was really beautiful. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in the fairy palace. It was Kinzan. Have the things been delivered? In the fairy palace, Fei Chengsu was wearing a lavender dress, sitting in front of the table, holding a paintbrush in her hand, and was lightly drawing with ink. Looking at the painting on the rice paper, it was a picture of cranes in the sunset. Kinzan nodded. It's delivered. Yes. Fei Chengsu replied without raising her head, and then began to concentrate on painting again. At this time, Kinzan couldn't help it and said, "Senior sister, I admit that brother Chen is amazingly talented. Even you and I are far inferior to him, but you promised to let Kainyuan Sword Sect form an alliance with the Chen family and nominate him as the leader of the alliance. Isn't it too big a bet?" Hearing this, Fei Chengsu raised her head, looked at Kinzan, and sighed. "Junior brother, what do you think will happen once the demon court integrates the true demon realm? A war between the 2 realms?" Kinzan said decisively without hesitation. Fei Chengsu nodded. "Yes, a war between the 2 realms, junior brother. By then, where will my Kainyuan Sword Sect go?" This. Kinzan was choked for a moment. In terms of strength, my Kainyuan Sword Sect can only be regarded as a second-rate sect, and in terms of background, my Kainyuan Sword Sect has no background at all. Although my Kainyuan Sword Sect's inheritance is not weak, and it is also a true immortal inheritance, our true immortal inheritance is different from others. You should be very clear about this. Hearing this, Kinzan was silent. Indeed, it is different from those top sects and top families. Although everyone is a true immortal inheritance, there are also differences between true immortal inheritances. For example, the Jiang family was developed and strengthened bit by its ancestors. Before the ancestor of the Jiang family ascended to the upper realm, the Jiang family was already the top force in the Feng'an realm. In addition to the pile of trump cards left by the ancestor Jiang, the Jiang family can survive hundreds of thousands of years and still firmly occupy the seat of the top force in the Feng'an realm. But the Carnean Sword sect is different. Although from the perspective of Taoism, the Carnean Sword sect is also a true immortal Taoism. But it is a sect that was casually established by the Carnean true immortal before he ascended. In ancient times, a group of true immortals were reluctant to see their lineages cut off before ascending, so they left behind some magic tools and techniques before ascending, and established many sects. Carnean Sword sect was established during that period. In Feng'an realm, there are many sects like Carnean Sword sect that were established by Mahayana true immortals, but most of them have disappeared in the long river of history. Only a few can still persist until now. After all, hundreds of thousands of years are too long, so long that even the heavenly lord of crossing tribulation has lost countless people. It is a miracle that Carnean Sword sect can persist until now. Because in these hundreds of thousands of years, even the top forces have disappeared, not to mention the second-rate sects like Carnean Sword sect. After a while, Kinzan raised his head, so senior sister thinks that the vitality of our Carnean Sword sect lies in fellow Daoist Chen. Yes, Fei Chengsu nodded, and then looked out the window again. The troubled times are coming. Chuanghu Island. The clan leader's immortal residence. In the secret room. Chen Daoxuan has been in seclusion for 3 days. 3 days, for a Yuanian cultivator, is like a snap of the fingers. But for Chen Daoxuan, these 3 days are not simple. Fei Chengsu asked Kinzan to personally deliver the good Cave Heaven magic weapon, which is a new type of Cave Heaven magic weapon made by Carnean Sword sect. Its internal space is more than dozens of times larger than the small tower Cave Heaven that Chen Daoxuan obtained. This is the first time that Chen Daoxuan has seen such a large Cave Heaven magic weapon. This portable Cave Heaven magic weapon is different from the large transport ship of the Chen family. Although the large transport ship of the Chen family also has a Cave Heaven inside, the size of the transport ship itself is very large, and the Cave Heaven it contains is naturally very large. But the good in his hand is different. Chen Daoxuan can hold this good in one hand. It is not an easy task to embed such a large Cave Heaven inside. Of course, compared with the various resources contained in this Cave Heaven magic weapon, this good Cave Heaven magic weapon is nothing. These 3 days, Chen Daoxuan used this dark grey devil god fire to frantically refine the blood marrow in the good cave magic weapon. Because there was too much blood marrow in the good, Chen Daoxuan was too lazy to use his spiritual sense to count them. In the past 3 days, he had been repeating the same action, which was to take blood marrow, refine it, take blood marrow again, and refine it again. After 3 days of hard work, under this almost crazy refining, the devil god fire in Chen Daoxuan's Tanzhang acupoint finally had a new change. Compared with before, Chen Daoxuan's devil god fire has changed from dark grey to pure black. At first glance, this group of devil god fire is dark and a little scary. He opened his mouth and spit out the devil god fire from Chen Daoxuan's mouth, and then quietly floated in front of him. Chen Daoxuan stared at the pure black devil god fire and murmured, "I don't know if you can refine black crystals now." In the past 3 days, Chen Daoxuan used all the refined blood marrow to improve this group of devil god fire, instead of using it to improve his physical strength. Because Chen Daoxuan firmly believed that sharpening the knife would not delay the chopping of wood. Therefore, his physical cultivation was still the same as before, only at the peak of the blood drop realm. Now that the devil's fire had successfully transformed, he would of course further improve his physical cultivation in one fell swoop. Chapter 408, Extraterritorial Battlefield. In the quiet room, the pure black fire of the devil god was quietly suspended. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath, and took out a black crystal from the good cave magic weapon. It was the condensed body of the immortal true meaning, the black crystal. The surface of the black crystal was extremely hard. Even with Chen Daoxuan's body, it could not be shaken by pure strength. Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and slowly threw the black crystal into the pure black fire of the devil god. Swish! The black crystal melted instantly like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Then, an inexplicable breath rushed towards his body from the black fire of the devil god. Chen Daoxuan felt that the strength of his body, which had been stuck in a bottleneck, began to increase rapidly. Every moment, he felt the surging power constantly surging in his body. This power was very pure, completely different from the power of the law. It was just pure physical strength. Since there was no reference, Chen Daoxuan did not know what level of physical strength he had reached, but he knew that his physical body had definitely broken the boundary of the blood drop realm and entered a new realm. I didn't expect that the cultivation of Zhu Rang's true body was completely different from the traditional body refining method. It was not a rough way to integrate the immortal true meaning into the flesh and blood body, but it was refined by the devil's fire and then integrated into the body. Chen Daoxuan said silently. Chen Daoxuan knew the benefits of doing so very well. Although the immortal true meaning was a good body refining treasure, it had a disadvantage. That is, the body refining cultivator could not integrate too much immortal true meaning into the body at one time. If the cultivator did not control it well and integrated too much immortal true meaning at one time, it was possible that the cultivator's body would be completely assimilated by the immortal true meaning. As a result, the cultivator's body turned into a ball of invisible and intangible black mist. The cultivator who did not know the reason might think that the physical body turning into an invisible and intangible black mist was somewhat similar to the legendary immortal body. In fact, the two were completely different. The immortal body is a new body that is condensed by multiple forces after the cultivator successfully crosses the tribulation and breaks through to the Mahayana true immortal. It is also called the immortal body. The bodies of ordinary cultivators cannot be compared with it at all. Although from the outside, the flesh assimilated by the immortal true meaning will have some characteristics of the immortal body, but the moment the flesh is assimilated by the immortal true meaning, the cultivator's consciousness will completely turn into nothingness. At that time, the cultivator can no longer be called a cultivator, but a new immortal true meaning. Many powerful cultivators in the Fengyun realm and the true demon realm speculate that the immortal true meaning may come from the flesh and blood of some powerful creatures. However, Chen Daoxuan's Ziran true body has no such worries, because in essence, the improvement of his physical strength does not rely on the direct integration of the immortal true meaning into the physical body, but a special substance refined by the fire of the demon god. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how to call this substance, but his previous crazy improvement of body refining cultivation was all dependent on this special substance. The resources that were equivalent to improving his physical strength were chewed by the devil's fire, filtering out all harmful substances. Feeling the crazy improvement of his physical cultivation, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts drifted away. Physical cultivation can be improved crazily in this way, so what about ki cultivation? For a moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of a lot. Like physical resources, ki resources will also have many harmful substances, such as the most common elixir. Why can't you practice taking elixirs without restraint? It's because there is something called elixir poison in elixir. Even the most skilled alchemist can't completely eliminate the elixir poison in the elixir, and can only try to eliminate it. But in this way, cultivators will inevitably encounter many problems when practicing with elixir. For example, the efficiency of taking elixir to practice, such as not being able to take elixir in large quantities, etc. What if this group of devil's fire can also refine the harmful substances in the elixir? Doesn't this mean that his ki cultivation can also be like physical cultivation? As long as there are enough resources, he can improve unscrupulously. After a cultivator reaches a nascent soul stage, the first factor that hinders the cultivator from improving his cultivation is often no longer resources, but the realm of the Great Dao. But what Chen Daoxuan is least afraid of is improving his realm of the Great Dao. All along, due to the existence of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, the speed at which Chen Daoxuan's realm of the Great Dao has been improved has far exceeded the speed at which his cultivation has been improved. Even if Chen Daoxuan has taken treasures that can quickly improve his cultivation many times, he cannot catch up with the improvement of his realm of the Great Dao. It is estimated that in the entire Feng'an realm, Chen Daoxuan is the only one who is troubled by the rapid improvement of his realm of the Great Dao. Although it may seem to outsiders that his cultivation cannot keep up with his realm, it will create a false impression of sweeping across the same level and being invincible. But Chen Daoxuan does not need to sweep across the same level and be invincible. What he needs is strong strength. If his cultivation reaches the Yuanshan stage, his strength will be at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than it is now. Isn't this much more real than the title of being invincible at the same level? After all, on the battlefield, who will play a game of soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals with you? In the battlefield outside the two worlds, the fight between cultivators and world monsters only depends on one thing: strength. It is common for Yuanshan level world monsters to attack Yuanying stage cultivators in the battlefield outside the two world abyss. Similarly, high-level human cultivators often slaughter low-level world monsters. In the battlefield outside the domain, world monsters don't tell cultivators that they can't bully the weak. Even many high-level world monsters, for their own safety, specifically hunt human cultivators with lower cultivation than them in the battlefield outside the domain. Not only world monsters, but also human cultivators who have been in the battlefield outside the domain for a long time will become unscrupulous. Because there, no rules are more important than surviving. This is very different from the sect struggles within the Feng'an realm. Although a large-scale war broke out between Carneo Sword Sect and Zuan King Dao League, it was rare for high-level cultivators to massacre low-level cultivators. Even if there was, it was only a small-scale massacre, and Carneo Sword Sect would also try every means to cover it up. For example, Ji Zuhu, a cultivator of the Ji family who was killed by Chen Daoxuan, was an executioner who often slaughtered low-level cultivators on the battlefield of Chuan. His fate was to be ordered to be transferred back by Carneo Sword Sect, and he was not allowed to set foot on the battlefield of Chuan for life. Because the struggle between the sects of Feng'an realm is essentially a struggle for interests and resources. It is not that one side wants to completely kill all the people of the other side. Although Carneo Sword Sect has now incorporated Chuan into its rule, Carneo Sword Sect has not invaded the countless mortals and casual cultivators of Chuan. On the contrary, Carneo Sword Sect issued a decree to protect the safety of mortals and casual cultivators of Chuan as soon as it occupied Chuan, which quickly stabilized people's hearts and the situation. But the world monsters are different. In the battlefield outside the two worlds, there is no such thing as compromise between human cultivators and world monsters. As long as one side is sure that it can kill the other side, it will definitely kill it. Human cultivators sometimes hold back because they have a secret method similar to Soul Seal that can enslave world monsters. But world monsters rarely hold back. In the battlefield outside the two realms, once the human cultivators are defeated, the only outcome is to become the nourishment of the inner world of the world monster. Therefore, after entering the battlefield outside the domain, the first lesson that the cultivators need to learn is to throw away all mercy and use all means to the extreme. Only in this way can they survive in the battlefield outside the domain. Of course, not everyone needs to do this, such as some strong people with absolute strength. Nowadays, since the two sides have not erupted in a large-scale war in the battlefield outside the domain, the fighting between the two sides is limited to the Yuanshan period. Therefore, some top strong people in the Yuanshan period have become the existence that must not be provoked in the battlefield outside the domain. These knowledge are absolutely necessary for cultivators who go to the battlefield outside the domain for the first time. Because at a critical moment, this knowledge may save your life. Chen Daoxuan's strength is hard to find an opponent in the Wangxinghe, but in the battlefield outside the two realms, where the heroes of the two realms gather, he is not a strong man. Although the second level true lord of the world realm is not at the bottom of the battlefield outside the two realms, he is definitely not a top strong man. In the battlefield outside the domain, Yuanshan Daojian dare not say that he has absolute self-protection power. This is also the reason why many first-class sects in the Feng'an realm dare not send cultivators to the battlefield outside the domain. Because in the first-class sects, Yuanshan Daojian is the top power, and this level of power is just a consumable in the battlefield outside the domain. In the quiet room, As the devil god's fire transforms, it is effortless to refine the black crystal. Chen Daoxuan's physical strength is rapidly improving under the special substances fed back by the devil god's fire. This rocket-like cultivation speed is simply unstoppable for Chen Daoxuan. It is different from taking the Saint Yuan fruit. After all, that thing is too rare. Although the immortal true meaning is also very precious, compared with the Saint Yuan fruit that is unique in the entire Feng'an realm, there are many more channels to obtain it. Using only the devil god's fire to refine the immortal true meaning can be comparable to the cultivation speed of taking the Saint Yuan fruit. Who can resist it? In the good magic weapon, the mountain of black crystals is rapidly decreasing. Chen Daoxuan's body was upgraded to the threshold of refining an immortal body in less than a day. But at this time, his body refining skills were stuck again. To be precise, it was not his body refining skills that were stuck, but his devil fire was accumulating energy for promotion again. Chen Daoxuan found that compared with body refining, the core of Zhu Rang's body refining method seemed to be more on this group of devil fire. Because the resources consumed by upgrading this group of devil fire are much higher than simply improving the strength of the body. The cave magic weapon sent by Kinzan can contain more than 90% of the black crystals of the 4 demon countries. To put it bluntly, these black crystals are almost enough for all the Yuanian cultivators and the entire Wangxinghe to condense an immortal body. Fei Chengsu sent such a large amount of body refining resources directly, which shows how much support she has for Chen Daoxuan. It is no exaggeration to say that the resources in this good-shaped cave magic weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand are more than 10 times more precious than all the assets of the Chen family combined. This wealth, even for Carnean Sword Sect, is an astonishing fortune. But Fei Chengsu secretly ordered Kinzan to send it to Chen Daoxuan. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan said that he would never forget this favor. But gradually, Chen Daoxuan found that these resources were not enough for him to upgrade this group of demon fire. How could this happen? 4 months later, Chen Daoxuan was stunned. For a full 4 months, this group of demon fire maintained a high speed refining and devouring black crystals for 4 months, but there was no change at all. It cannot be said that there was no change at all. Chen Daoxuan felt that its color seemed to have become a little deeper. Apart from that, there was no change. As for the power of this group of demon fire, Chen Daoxuan was not very clear, but it seemed that it consumed so many resources, and the power would not be low. But Chen Daoxuan was not concerned about this. He needed this group of demon fire to be promoted, and then he had to condense Zhu Rang's true body. Because once Zhu Rang's true body was successfully condensed, his group of demon fire would usher in a complete transformation. By then, Chen Daoxuan estimated that, even if he did not break through to the Yuanshan stage, with this spiritual fire secret technique, he could still have a foothold in the outer battlefield. Although he had made mental preparations to go to the outer battlefield of Liangjiuan to find out. But it was different from Wangxinghe and Xianyantao after all. It was many times more dangerous than Feng'an realm. Although Chen Daoxuan did not go there to fight, he just wanted to ask someone to refine Xingyu and Dan. But without sufficient strength, how could he protect himself in the outer battlefield, where war could break out at any time? It was precisely because of this that Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate to spend a lot of resources to completely improve his cultivation to the extreme before going to the outer battlefield. Unfortunately, it was not as he wished. His idea of improving his body cultivation to the realm of condensing an immortal true body was destined to be impossible to achieve. Half a year later, the door and formation of the quiet room opened. Chen Daoxuan, exhausted, slowly walked out of the closed room. Chen Lang, outside the meditation room, Eluoli came up to Chen Daoxuan the first time she saw him, her eyes full of concern. Seeing Eluoli, Chen Daoxuan's exhaustion seemed to disappear. He gently opened his hands and embraced the beauty in his arms. He buried his head in her thick hair and took a deep breath. Then, Chen Daoxuan raised his head, looked at Eluoli's haggard eyes, and said gently, "Didn't I say it? I'm just improving my body training. You don't have to protect me." Eluoli shook her head and buried her head in Chen Daoxuan's arms without saying anything. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan quietly embraced her, enjoying the rare quietness of this moment. But soon, This quiet atmosphere was broken. Luoli seemed to notice something, and like a frightened rabbit, she broke away from Chen Daoxuan's arms. Chen Daoxuan let go of Luoli, looked at the light escaping from far to near in the sky, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Patriarch, you are out of retreat. As the light of escape fell, Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daoxuan, and showed a surprised expression. Then, Chen Daoxuan's face changed from surprise to joy, and he said happily, "Great, I was going to call you before I came. What's the matter? You are so happy. Patriarch, please take a look," Chen Daoxuan said, and immediately handed a storage ring to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the storage ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The speed of the refining hall is really fast. Chapter 409 Wuji Zanman. Cunning Sword Sect. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the sect's formation. "Stop." A voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's ears in the mountain protection formation. Then, a series of escape lights flew out of the formation quickly. When the patrolling disciples saw the person clearly, they were all shocked. "Master Chen. No, I pay my respects to Master Chen." The leading Cunning Sword Sect disciple hurriedly bowed to Chen Daoxuan. The patrolling disciples behind him also followed him, and saluted Chen Daoxuan together. Chen Daoxuan nodded, casually took out a few bottles of elixir from the storage ring, sent them out to everyone, and said directly, "I'm here to see Fei Chengsu." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Recently, there have been rumors in the sect that the sect master and Chen Daoxuan, the head of the Chen family, are about to become Taoist couples. Of course, these patrolling disciples have heard about it. Especially when they heard Chen Daoxuan's title for the sect master, they felt even more indignant. Why? Their Cunning Sword Sect is the ruler of Wangxinghe. Even if the head of the Chen family in front of him is extremely talented, it is impossible for him to replace the position of the leader of the Cunning Sword Sect. Seeing that the several patrolling disciples present neither accepted the elixir he sent, nor opened the mountain protection formation, Chen Daoxuan finally felt the hostility of the Cunning Sword Sect disciples towards him. Before, he heard Kinzan say that the disciples of the Cunning Sword Sect were very opposed to his marriage with concubine Chenzu, but he was not deeply touched. Now he finally felt deeply. "Why, don't you even want me to enter the sect?" Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly. Junior dare not. Although the leading patrolling disciple said that he dared not, he had no intention of opening the mountain protection formation for Chen Daoxuan. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a cold voice came into the ears of everyone. "How dare you? Who are you disciples? You are so ignorant of etiquette and dare to neglect this guest." Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized that this was the voice of concubine Chenzu. "Master, please forgive me." We. A group of patrolling disciples were trembling with fear, lowering their heads, unable to speak. "Go to the punishment hall to receive the punishment." "Yes." The leading patrolling disciple lowered his head like an eggplant hit by frost, not daring to argue. After Fei Chengsu taught the patrolling disciples a lesson, the mountain protection formation of Cunning Sword Sect slowly opened. Chen Daoxuan saw that without even looking at them. He stepped into the mountain protection formation and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. "Brother, what should we do now?" The other disciples looked at the leading patrolling disciple and asked. "Let's go to the punishment hall to receive the punishment." The leading patrolling disciple sighed. Beside him, a junior fellow student who was on good terms with him persuaded him, "Brother, you and I are only at the Purple Mansion stage. Why bother to wade into this muddy water?" Hearing this, the leading patrol disciple raised his head and said seriously, "Cunning Sword Sect is not the sect of the sect master alone, but the sect of all the disciples of Cunning Sword Sect. Even if the sect master is in front of me today, I, Zheng Hui, still have this attitude. Brother, no need to say more. Let's go and receive the punishment together." "Yes, what can we do, even if we don't agree with the sect master's decision?" Alas, Cunning Sword Sect. Cunning Sword Sect, haha. Some of the people sighed, and some were discouraged. But their attitudes were surprisingly consistent. That is, they did not agree with the marriage between Fei Chengsu and Chen Daoxuan, and they did not agree with the alliance between Cunning Sword Sect and the Chen family. Fei Chengsu's dojo. In front of a majestic fairy palace, a young monk, with a playful expression on his face, looked at Chen Daoxuan in front of him and said, "How is it? Are you frustrated?" Chen Daoxuan nodded and sighed. "You were too polite before. They don't disagree with the alliance between our two families. They are simply hostile." Kinzan shook his head. "You have to understand these disciples of the sect. In their eyes, Carnean Sword Sect is the ruler of Wangxinghe. But now, the Chen family not only wants to share the ruling power of our sect, but my senior sister also intends to nominate you as the leader of this alliance. How can they not be hostile to you? Your senior sister has suffered." After a long while, Chen Daoxuan managed to say this. "You still have some conscience." Kinzan pursed his lips. "I know you are amazingly talented and your future achievements limitless, but my senior sister is not someone who covets your future support. I know your senior sister's intentions." Chen Daoxuan nodded solemnly. Fei Chengsu was willing to marry him. Perhaps 90% of the reason was for the future of the sect, but there was also some attraction to him. Chen Daoxuan could feel this when he was getting along with her. "Go in, my sister is waiting for you inside. Goodbye." Chen Daoxuan bowed and walked into the Immortal Palace. Kinzan glanced at Chen Daoxuan's back, and his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Inside the Immortal Palace, a slender woman in a white fairy dress was facing away from him, looking at the sea of clouds outside the window. Chen Daoxuan walked to her side silently and watched the scenery outside the window with her. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage." Fei Chengsu turned her head and a sincere smile appeared on her pretty face. "Thank you." Chen Daoxuan paused. "Has the alliance between our two families brought you a lot of trouble?" Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan intently and said with a firm look, "Don't worry, I can handle this matter." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stopped talking. At this point, he had no choice but to trust the other party. "Compared to my affairs, your troubles may be bigger." Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan. "The Two Realms Abyss is not as simple as you think. Compared with the interior of the Fengai realm, the battlefield outside the Two Realms Abyss is much more dangerous. There, the most elite forces of the two realms are gathered. Even the world monsters have true immortals who sit in the Two Realms Abyss all year round." Fei Chengsu sighed. "In the battlefield outside the two realms, our human cultivators have always been at a disadvantage. For hundreds of thousands of years, we can only rely on the formations left by the true immortals who ascended to the upper realm to build a line of defense to resist the invasion of the world monsters. But as the process of the fusion of the two realms continues to advance, this line of defense has become precarious. Once this line of defense is breached, perhaps there is no need for the demon court to integrate the true monster realm, and countless world monsters will completely kill into my Fengai realm. At that time," looking at Fei Chengsu's worried look, Chen Daoxuan comforted her. "No matter what we need to do most is to improve our strength. Only in this way can we cope with all possible crises in the future." Fei Chengsu looked at him and nodded. "You're right." After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan suggested, "I have an idea." "Go ahead." Fei Chengsu said seriously. "You know my Chen family's magic weapon research institute, right?" Fei Chengsu nodded. "I've heard a little bit about it. You told me about it last time, but unfortunately I didn't get to visit it." In Fei Chengsu's mind, the Chen family's magic weapon research institute should be a functional department similar to the Carnean Sword Sect's weapon refining hall. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Fei Chengsu was thinking, and continued, "Although there are many obstacles in the alliance between our two families, we can first merge the Carnean Sword Sect's refining hall and my Chen family's magical instrument research institute in advance." "You mean, I want to use the talents of your refining hall and the model of the Chen family's magical instrument research institute to create a unique magical instrument research institute?" Hearing this, Fei Chengsu thought for a while. "Then who should be in charge of this newly established department?" "You will be in charge." Chen Daoxuan continued. "My cousin Chen Daoxuan will be responsible for establishing a new model of magical instrument research institute, and the Lord of the Huan Hall will be responsible for the deployment of refining talents." Chen Daoxuan's move can be said to be handing over the most core magical instrument research institute of the Chen family. But at the same time, he also gained countless refining geniuses from the Carnean Sword Sect. If these refining geniuses were to be cultivated by the Chen family, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. The refiners of the Carnelian sword sect have been selected and cultivated generation after generation to reach their current scale. It is impossible for the Chen family to catch up in a short time. One of the reasons why the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute can repeatedly produce major results is that Chen Daoxuan gave them a clear research goal. Another important reason is the great role played by the preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Without these two auxiliary factors, Chen Daoxuan and his team want to come up with a series of research results such as magic weapon machine tools and talisman photolithography machines, which is simply a fool's dream. The Carnelian sword sect's refining hall is different. The Carnelian sword sect can launch various innovative magic weapons one after another, all thanks to the terrifying talents of the refiners in the refining hall. There is no help from external forces. If these two are combined, and the preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra is added, Chen Daoxuan can't believe what kind of surprises this newly established magic weapon research department can give him in the future. Fei Chengsu couldn't help but smile when she heard that Chen Daoxuan handed over this most important magic weapon research department to her. Trust is built up bit by bit, and Fei Chengsu feels that her previous efforts have not been in vain. Okay. Fei Chengsu nodded and agreed. After finishing the business, Chen Daoxuan gently took the other's hand and said, "I'm here to say goodbye to you." "I know. Let's go." "Yeah." Chen Daoxuan looked at Fei Chengsu, smiled, and disappeared in front of her. The journey from Wangxinghe to Liangjiuan is extremely long, and it is necessary to use the space teleportation formation. There is only one space teleportation formation from Wangxinghe to Xianyantao, and that is the teleportation formation built by Carnelian sword sect. And there is no space teleportation formation from the border of Xianyantao to Liangjiuan. If Chen Daoxuan wants to rush to Liangjiuan, he must borrow the space teleportation formation of Xianyantao sect and teleport to the core area of Xianyantao Wuji Xianmen. Wuji Xianmen is the first class sect in Xianyantao. Except for the top cultivation forces sitting in Liangjiuan, Wuji Xianmen is the first sect in Xianyantao. The power of its sect is much stronger than that of a second-rate sect like Carnelian sword sect. Of course, no matter how strong the power of Wuji Xianmen is, it is only a first-rate sect, and there is no Xianzhen who can pass the tribulation in the sect. Otherwise, it would not be a first-rate sect, but a top-level sect. However, as the strongest first-rate sect in Xianyantao, Wuji Xianmen controls a giant space transmission array that connects Xianyantao and Liangjiuan. For hundreds of thousands of years, relying on this array, Wuji Xianmen has always stood firm. Its foundation is even stronger than many top-level cultivation forces sitting in Liangjiuan. In Wuji Xianmen, the number of Yuan Shandaogen is the largest in the entire Feng'an realm. But what is strange is that Wuji Xianmen does not have a Xianzhen who can pass the tribulation. This time, Chen Daoxuan wants to borrow the road from Xianyantao sect to go to Wuji Xianmen, and then take the giant space transmission array of Wuji Xianmen to go to Liangjiuan. This journey should be the longest journey Chen Daoxuan has ever taken. Although his strength was hard to find an opponent among Yuanian cultivators, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Swish. Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared again, already in Zenon Immortal City. Looking at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Zenon pass in front of him, Chen Daoxuan swept his spiritual sense and covered the entire Immortal City. This action immediately attracted the attention of a Jiandan cultivator who was guarding the space transmission formation. Who is so arrogant and dares? When the Jiandan cultivator saw Chen Daoxuan's figure, he immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Greetings to Master Chen." Yes. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Jiandan cultivator of Carnelian sword sect in front of him, and recognized him at a glance. This was one of the 6 Jiandan cultivators who went on the expedition with him to recapture Zenon Pass. If Chen Daoxuan remembered correctly, this person seemed to be surnamed Zhao. It's been a few years since we last met. How are you, brother Zhao? Alright. The cultivator surnamed Zhao said repeatedly. I didn't expect Master Zhenjin to still remember me. As he said this, the cultivator surnamed Zhao looked a little excited. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan's later achievements were simply like a myth. Especially the recent uproar in Kainiuan Sword Sect. He and the sect master are about to get married. Although he is also a disciple of Kainiuan Sword Sect, as a comrade in arms who has fought side by side with Chen Daoxuan, he does not reject the alliance between the Chen family and Kainiuan Sword Sect, let alone the marriage between Chen Daoxuan and his own sect master. Because as a cultivator with the same cultivation level as Chen Daoxuan back then, he knows too well how terrifying Chen Daoxuan's talent is. It has only been a few years since the recovery of Zenon Pass. The other party is already a Yuan Ying's engine. With this speed of cultivation, I'm afraid it won't take hundreds of years for the other party to become a Xianzhen who crosses the tribulation, right? How can such a talented cultivator not be worthy of his own sect master? It seems that Kainiuan Sword Sect has lost some of the ruling power of Wang Xinghe, but it has gained Chen Daoxuan, a future super strong man. This deal is worth it, no matter how you calculate it. Greetings with the cultivator surnamed Zhao. Chen Daoxuan asked casually, are you in charge of Zenon Fairy City now? Who knew that after hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Zhao showed a strange look on his face. True lord, don't you know? Don't you know what? Chen Daoxuan felt a little puzzled. After hesitating for a moment, the cultivator surnamed Zhao explained. Now this Zenon Fairy City is in charge of the young master, Kai Yao. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Kai Yao recaptured Zenon Pass in order to gain military merit, so that she could smoothly inherit the position of master in the future. But now not only Zenon Pass, but also the entire Chuan Kingdom is in the pocket of Kainiuan Sword Sect. Isn't it a waste of talent for her, the young master, to still sit in this fairy city? Chen Daoxuan looked puzzled. The cultivator surnamed Zhao said cautiously, ever since you and the sect master announced the marriage, the young sect master had a big fight with the sect master, and then came here out of spite. People in the sect are saying. Chen Daoxuan saw that he was hesitating, and showed an unhappy look on his face, and said, Zhao, just speak frankly. Yes, yes, yes. The cultivator surnamed Zhao hurriedly bowed. People in the sect are saying that it was you, the true lord, who took the young sect master's position as the sect master, so she ran away in anger. After saying this, the cultivator surnamed Zhao lowered his head and said nothing. Thank you, Zhao, for clearing up my doubts. I dare not, the true lord is too kind. The cultivator surnamed Zhao bowed repeatedly. Chapter 410 An Unexpected Surprise. Zenon Fairy City. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, a maiden green walked into the courtyard quickly with lotus steps. In the backyard, a woman in white was sitting under a laurel tree, plucking the strings of a zither. However, the sound of the zither was erratic under her plucking, and it was obvious that the person playing the zither was not thinking about the zither at all. Young sect master. The maiden green walked to Kai Yao and called softly. Kai Yao didn't even raise her head and asked softly, is he gone? The maiden green nodded. Yes, he is gone. Zeng. The strings of the zither suddenly broke, but Kai Yao didn't notice it. After a while, Kai Yao slowly stood up. She looked at the direction where Chen Daoxuan left, and finally made up her mind. I've made up my mind. I want to go to the Two Realms Abyss. Young sect master? The maiden green suddenly turned pale. She didn't understand why the young sect master would have such an absurd idea. The Two Realms Abyss has always been a taboo word for the cultivators of the Feng'an realm. Few cultivators from the Feng'an realm dare to take the initiative to go to the Two Realms Abyss. If it weren't for the Xianzhen city forcing the Feng'an realm's first class and above cultivation forces to send enough cultivators to the Two Realms Abyss every year to guard it, no one would want to go there. In the eyes of the higher level cultivators of the Feng'an realm, although the Two Realms Abyss has some opportunities, compared with these ethereal opportunities, the Two Realms Abyss is much more dangerous. Compared with the war that broke out in the Two Realms Abyss, the sect wars in the Feng'an realm can only be regarded as minor fights at best. For example, the war between the Kainiuan Sword Sect and the Zuan Qingdao League is already the most intense battle in the struggle between the sects in the Feng'an realm. But how many Yuan Ying cultivators died in this war from beginning to end? According to the statistics of the Cunning Sword sect, the number of Yuan engines who died in the war between the two sects that lasted for hundreds of years was only a few dozen, less than 100. Generally speaking, as long as the cultivators of one side are willing to surrender, the other side will choose to accept it, rather than killing them all. However, if the two sects' Yuaning's engine were placed in the battlefield outside the two realms abyss, it is estimated that they would not be enough to consume in a small-scale offensive and defensive battle. The two realms abyss is the real meat-grinding field for high-level cultivators. The high-level cultivators with power and status in the Fengai realm are just a kind of resource that can be consumed in the battlefield outside the two realms abyss. In this case, how many high-level cultivators in the Fengai realm dare to go to the two realms abyss? Except for the children of the top forces who have taken root in the two realms abyss, there are very few cultivators in the Fengai realm who are willing to take the initiative to guard the two realms abyss. As for giant cultivators like Kaiyao, it is even rarer to be willing to go to the two realms abyss. Giant cultivators can barely be called higher-level cultivators in the Fengai realm, but in the battlefield outside the two realms abyss, they can only be called cannon fodder. Facing the endless army of world monsters, ordinary giant cultivators may not even be able to make a wave. In the courtyard, Kaiyao glanced at her personal maid, then looked at the direction of Cunning Sword sect, and said sadly, "There is nothing here worth my nostalgia. It is better to do my last bit for this piece of land, where I was born and raised. Xiaolan, I have thought it through, no need to persuade me anymore." Seeing Kaiyao's resolute expression, the maid named Xiaolan opened her mouth, but in the end, she said nothing. Leaving Zenon Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan went eastward, constantly performing the teleportation technique in the direction of Xiaonan sect. After breaking through the nascent soul stage, the range of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness changed again, from the original more than 2,300 miles, to nearly 10 times, reaching more than 20,000 miles. This kind of spiritual consciousness strength has surpassed the average cultivator who has just broken through the nascent soul stage. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was the result of his practice of the Sea of Gods. If he had not practiced the Sea of Gods for a short time, his current spiritual consciousness strength would probably be comparable to that of ordinary Yuan Shendaogen. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan was in a heavy mood besides rushing on the road. Chen Daoxuan vaguely guessed the reason for the conflict between Kaiyao and Fei Chengsu. But facing this bad fate, as the person involved, he could neither persuade nor make any unrealistic promises to Kaiyao. So, he chose to escape, and ignored the old friend who was so close in Zenon Fairy City. But even though he escaped, the guilt in his heart could never be put down. Although his marriage with Fei Chengsu was mainly for the Chen family, but he did let down Aluoli and Kaiyao, who had always been deeply in love with him. Although he never made any promises to Kaiyao, it did not mean that he could hurt her like this. It can be imagined how much of a blow Chen Daoxuan's marriage with Fei Chengsu was to Kaiyao. Her most respected master robbed her most beloved man. This kind of blow, I'm afraid, no woman in the world can accept. Sorry. Chen Daoxuan muttered softly, and then his figure disappeared again. Xiaonan sect. As a second-rate sect on the border of Xiaonan Tao, Xiaonan sect has always been on good terms with Cunning Sword sect. Although Xiaonan sect, like the other two major sects, was desperately trying to hold Cunning Sword sect back during the last raid on Zuan King Daomeng, these actions were all carried out in secret. On the surface, the two sides have always maintained a very friendly relationship. Therefore, as soon as Chen Daoxuan set foot in the giant fairy city at the foot of Xiaonan sect, Qiansan city, he was received with the highest standards. The leader of Xiaonan sect personally led a group of Yuanying elders of Xiaonan sect to line up in the air to welcome him. Looking down from the sky, the buildings in Qiansan city are like a giant bagua formation, and this giant bagua formation can be divided into a full 1,000 formations. Therefore, this fairy city is also called Qiansan city. Although Qiansan city is very simple compared to the mountain protection formation of Xiaonan sect and Cunning Sword sect. But as far as the Immortal City is concerned, this is the Immortal City with the strongest array defense among all the Immortal Cities that Chen Daoxuan has seen. Even the Zenon immortal city that had defeated him before could not compare with the defensive array of Kyansin City. Master Zhao, how are you? Above Kyansin City, Chen Daoxuan's escape light stopped about 100 feet away from the master of Xiaonan sect, and then he bowed to the other party and thanked him. This time, Chen would like to thank Master Zhao for borrowing the array. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the surprise in the eyes of the master of Xiaonan sect flashed away. It has only been a few years, and the other party has actually broken through to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the Master Zhao of Xiaonan sect couldn't help but think of the warning words that Yi Xianqi said to their 3 major sects. This child is the biggest worry for each sect. It's a pity that this child has already become a talent. The Master of Xiaonan sect sighed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he showed a warm and hospitable look. Combined with his image of immortal style, he looked like a Taoist master. Dao Chen is too polite. Xiaonan sect leader bowed and said with a smile, last time we joined forces to break the ambition of Zhu and King Dao League. Speaking of it, we too can be regarded as comrades in arms. In addition, Carnean Sword sect has always been on good terms with Xiaonan sect. Dao must not be alienated from me. Master Zhao is right. It is Chen who is being polite. The two exchanged pleasantries and smiled at each other. As for the other party's betrayal of teammates in the battle, Chen Daoxuan pretended that it had never happened and never mentioned it. And the Xiaonan sect leader also acted as if the two of them really joined forces to defeat the enemy back then, and he almost put his arm around Chen Daoxuan's shoulders and rekindled their comradeship. In a fairy palace in Kyansin Fairy City, the host and the guest sat down. Chen Daoxuan didn't bother to greet each other and asked directly, Master Zhao, this trip to Wuji Fairy Gate is Chen's first time to go there. I wonder if there is anything worth noting. Hearing this, the leader of Xiaonan sect pondered for a moment and said, Wuji Xianmen is the first sect in Feng'an realm, occupying the most vast territory in Zhongzhou of Xian'anzhou. There are many fairy countries under its command, and there are countless high-level cultivators. If Wuji Xianmen did not have a Xianzhen who can pass the tribulation, I'm afraid it would also be one of the most powerful forces in Xianzhen City. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately showed a surprised expression. Originally in his mind, no matter how powerful Wuji Xianmen was, it was just a first-class sect in Feng'an realm. There must be a huge gap between it and the top forces in Liangjian. But according to the leader of Xiaonan sect, it seems that except for the lack of a Xianzhen, the strength of Wuji Xianmen is not inferior to any top forces. The reason why the other party was not classified as a top force is that it lacks a Xianzhen who can pass the tribulation. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's puzzled expression, the leader of Xiaonan sect continued, because Wuji Xianmen controls the only space transmission array in Feng'an realm that connects Feng'an realm and Liangjian. Therefore, the number of cultivators going to Wuji Xianmen every day is extremely large, and among these cultivators, the lowest cultivation level is probably not below the nascent soul stage. Chen Daoxuan had expected this. In Feng'an realm, those who dare to take the initiative to go to Liangjian must be at least at the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, they are likely to become cannon fodder in the battlefield outside the domain. Even ordinary nascent soul cultivators are just high-level cannon fodder in the battlefield outside the Liangjian domain. The space transmission array that connects our Xiaonan sect and Wuji Xianmen was actually built by one of our ancestors who went to Liangjian and established it with Wuji Xianmen. As if remembering something, Sect Master Zhao stroked his beard and smiled. When Carnean Sword sect rushed to Liangjian to help, they also used our Xiaonan sect's space transmission array. What a pity. The sect master of Xiaonan sect shook his head. Ahem. Seeing that the sect master of Xiaonan sect was trying to win his favor again, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but cough. Sect Master Zhao immediately reacted and laughed. Alas, when people get old, they like to reminisce about the past. After that, Sect Master Zhao continued, there is not much that fellow Daoist Chen needs to pay attention to when he goes to Wuji Xianmen. As a transit station connecting the two realms Abyss and Feng'an realm, Wuji Xianmen has to run countless cultivators every moment, traveling back and forth between Feng'an realm and the two realms Abyss. Therefore, Wuji Zionman's management of outside cultivators is very loose. As long as fellow Daoist Chen does not take the initiative to cause trouble, there will basically be no problems. After hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. He was worried that there were some taboos in Wuji Zionman. It was no joke to violate other people's taboos on other people's territory. Chen Daoxuan was not arrogant enough to dare to act wildly on the territory of the first sect in Feng'an realm. After talking about Wuji Zionman, the sect master of Xiaonan sect looked at Chen Daoxuan and said sincerely, "Fellow Daoist Chen, I have an unwelcome request. Please don't refuse." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan did not comment, but quietly waited for the next words from the leader of Xiaonan sect. Leader Zhao continued, "I know that after Kaiyuan Sword sect defeated Zuan King Dao League, it has become the largest sect in the area of tens of millions of miles. Now with the help of fellow Daoist Chen, it is just around the corner for Kaiyuan Sword sect to become a first-class sect in the future. I hope that, if Kaiyuan Sword sect can really become a first-class sect in the future, please give some support to Xiaonan sect for the sake of the friendship between our two sects." Chen Daoxuan did not expect that this time he just asked Xiaonan sect to borrow the way, but he accidentally got the surrender of Xiaonan sect. But think about it carefully, Xiaonan sect must have seen who will be the master of this borderland of Xiaonan Zhao in the future. I have written down the request of sect leader Zhao, but I cannot make the decision on the matter of Kaiyuan Sword sect for the time being. When I can make the decision one day, I will definitely fulfill the request of sect leader Zhao. As he said, Chen Daoxuan gave the other party a meaningful look. Seeing this look, the leader of Xiaonan sect immediately understood, and immediately stood up, and bowed to respond. "Then, I would like to thank Master Chen. Master Zhao, there is no need to be polite." Chen Daoxuan helped the other party, and then the two smiled at each other. Chen Daoxuan never expected that Xiaonan sect would surrender secretly. Maybe the leader of Xiaonan sect was stimulated by Chen Daoxuan's terrifying talent and wanted to learn from Fei Chengxiu to take a gamble. In short, Chen Daoxuan was very satisfied with this trip to Xiaonan sect. Although Xiaonan sect only surrendered secretly, as long as Chen Daoxuan continued to show this amazing talent. No, as long as Chen Daoxuan could break through to the Yuanshan period. Xiaonan sect's secret surrender at this time would become a swaggering surrender. It is not shameful for a second-rate sect to find a first-rate sect as a backer. The disciples of Xiaonan sect will not have any resistance. On the contrary, in the Feng'an realm, many first-rate sects simply look down on those second and third-rate cultivation forces. When others rush to join them, those first-rate sects don't even look at them. For example, in the Feng'an realm, there are countless second-rate sects who want to join the Wuji Immortal sect. Even many first-rate sects want to join the Wuji Immortal sect and become its affiliated forces. But the Wuji Immortal sect doesn't look at them at all. So far, the Wuji Immortal sect has explicitly recruited no more than 10 affiliated forces. This is too few for the most powerful first-rate sect in the Feng'an realm. Even the Kaiyuan Sword sect has the various monster races of the Huangxingxi as its affiliated forces. Although the Kaiyuan Sword sect's affiliated forces are somewhat insignificant, that is because the Kaiyuan Sword sect retreated to the Huangxingxi that year and has been sleeping on straw and tasting gold to accumulate strength. Now the Kaiyuan Sword sect has fought with the Zuan King Dao League and completely defeated the other side. If it weren't for the ban issued by Chens and City, Kaiyuan Sword sect would definitely destroy Zuan King Dao League in one fell swoop. By then, all the surrounding cultivation forces would rush to join Kaiyuan Sword sect. This is the way of survival in Feng'an realm. There is nothing shameful about it. Chapter 411 Zhu State. The Feng'an realm is vast and boundless, and Xiaonan Zhao is the largest of them all, and is the center of the world. Xiaonan Zhao is vast, with an area of hundreds of millions of miles. On Xiaonan continent, there are many sects and families. Among the countless cultivation forces, Wuji Zionman is the largest. Wuji Zionman sits on the fertile land of Zhangzhou in Xiaonan Zhao, with a vast territory and countless mortal kingdoms under its command. The surrounding forces, facing the behemoth of Wuji Zionman, all bow down to it. The sect headquarters of Wuji Zionman is established in a country called Zhuguo. Compared with Chuangou, which is located in the northwest corner, Zhuguo has many times more territory and population than the former. Compared with Zhuguo, Chuangou is just a small country, not worth mentioning. As for the more remote Wangxinghe, in the eyes of the Zhu people, it is even more of a wild place overseas, and it should be uninhabited. Kyoto, the capital of Zhuguo. A white figure suddenly appeared from a large space teleportation array. After walking out of the space teleportation formation, Chen Daoxuan waited for the dizziness in his head to gradually disappear. Chen Daoxuan could not hide his shock. How far did I teleport this time? Chen Daoxuan was secretly shocked. With his attainments in the laws of space, he actually felt dizzy after riding a space teleportation formation. It can be seen how exaggerated the distance of this space teleportation was. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, raised his head, and looked at the scene in front of him. Compared with the fairy cities he had seen before, this fairy city in front of him was not much different. The only thing that made Chen Daoxuan feel wrong was that he felt a sense of restraint all the time, oppressing him when he was here. Chen Daoxuan frowned, and then secretly activated the laws of space. What a powerful forbidden air formation! Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Generally speaking, it is understandable to set up a forbidden air formation in a fairy city, but the forbidden air formation in this fairy city not only prohibits cultivators from flying, but also prohibits cultivators from performing space teleportation. That is to say, in this fairy city, Chen Daoxuan could not only not fly, but also could not teleport. For a cultivator who was used to teleporting to travel and escape, this fairy city was simply a nightmare. No wonder he felt uncomfortable. Chen Daoxuan had just walked out of the range of the space teleportation array. A Taoist priest with a Taoist bun on his head and a jade hairpin in his hair ran towards Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan looked at him intently and was shocked. A giant and cultivator. The Taoist priest in front of him, whose Taoist age would never exceed 100, was actually a giant and Zenran. While Chen Daoxuan was shocked, the Taoist priest had already walked up to Chen Daoxuan, bowed respectfully to him, and said, "This true lord is polite. I'm a disciple of Wuji Zanman. I wonder what the true lord has to say." Chen Daoxuan suppressed his inner shock and said calmly, "Dao is polite." Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands. "This is my first time to set foot in Zhu country. I would like to trouble Dao to introduce me to the customs and people of Zhu country." Hearing this, the Taoist priest's face did not change at all. Obviously, for the Taoist priest who has been in charge of reception work in this teleportation array for many years, he has seen too many strange true lords. True lords like Chen Daoxuan who come to Zhu country for the first time are also endless every day. He is no longer surprised. "True lord, are you visiting Zhu country, or going to the Two Realms Abyss?" Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but frown. Is there any difference between the two? It's like this. If the true lord is just visiting Zhu country, he can find a restaurant or immortal palace to stay at. But if he is going to the Two Realms Abyss, he still needs to register and queue up at the city lord's mansion. Register and queue up. This is the first time that Chen Daoxuan has heard this familiar word since he started practicing in this life. In the previous life, registering and queuing was very common. But in this life, due to the existence of formations and magic tools, coupled with the powerful spiritual awareness of cultivators, things can be handled very quickly, and there is rarely a need to register and queue up. The little Taoist seemed to see the puzzlement on Chen Daoxuan's face, and continued, "There is only one space transmission formation from Zhu country to the Two Realms Abyss. Because each time it is activated, it consumes a huge amount of resources. Therefore, unless there are special circumstances, this transmission formation will only be activated once every 5 years. Now, this transmission formation has just been activated for 2 years." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why he had to make an appointment to ride a space transmission formation. According to the young Taoist priest, the space teleportation array is activated once every 5 years. If you don't make an appointment, Chen Daoxuan will definitely not be able to sit on it. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan calmly took out a storage ring and handed it to the young Taoist priest, saying, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, is there any saying about the registration and queuing?" The young Taoist priest took the storage ring handed over by Chen Daoxuan, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and suddenly a bright smile appeared on his originally indifferent face. "There is indeed some saying," the young Taoist priest said with a smile. "This space teleportation array from Zhou country to Liangjiuan is said to be a registration and queuing, but in fact, if fellow Taoist really goes to queue, I'm afraid you won't be able to queue in this lifetime." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows. The young Taoist priest continued, "If fellow Taoist trusts me, I can help introduce you to the elder who presides over this space teleportation array, but fellow Taoist must prepare a sum of money in advance." "I wonder how much I need to prepare?" Chen Daoxuan said calmly. The young Taoist priest quietly stretched out his hand, gestured with 3 fingers, and said, 300 fortune power. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This greedy dog deserves to be killed. This space teleportation formation of Zhou State is the only space teleportation formation connecting Fengaiu realm and Zinaiao realm. There are not many high-level cultivators from Fengaiu realm rushing to the two realms abyss. The people of Wuji Xianmen dared to embezzle and suck the marrow out of these cultivators who rush to the two realms abyss. Such behavior is really despicable. A small elder who is in charge of the space teleportation formation is so greedy. A glimpse of the leopard shows how corrupt and degenerate the Wuji Xianmen, which is known as the first sect in Fengaiu realm, is. However, although Chen Daoxuan despises it, he can't change anything. After a while, Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Taoist friend." "No problem." The little Taoist smiled brightly again. The capital of Zhou State, in a magnificent palace, a young monk with long black hair and wearing a loose Taoist robe was sitting at the table, holding a jade scroll in his hand and slowly reading it with his spiritual consciousness. Next to him, an old man with grey hair and vigorous spirit stood quietly. HMPH. With a cold snort, the bright light formation in the hall shook violently, as if it would dissipate at any time. The old man's face did not change, as if the one who just snorted was not his young master, but a stranger. "Old Wu, how come these untouchables of the new righteousness sect can't be killed?" The old man surnamed Wu finally spoke at this time, saying, "Young master has imposed heavy taxes on Kishu kingdom. It is also common sense that the new righteousness sect can take this opportunity to seduce the monks of Kishu kingdom." The old man surnamed Wu did not give the young master face at all and spoke concisely and directly to the pain point. "My taxes on those lowlifes are too heavy." Hearing the old man's words, the young cultivator became even more angry. Who do these lowlifes rely on to practice peacefully in Fengaian realm? It's the big sects like our Wuji Xianmen. If we hadn't been in charge of the two realms abyss, the monsters from the true monster realm would have been wreaking havoc in Fengaian realm long ago, and they would have no place to pay taxes. Hearing this, the old man shut up again. Glancing at the old man, the young cultivator closed the jade letter, rubbed his brows, and said, "Old Wu, how are the resources I prepared for this trip to the two realms abyss?" "About 145,000 less creation power and 43 points of spirituality than planned." Hearing this, the young cultivator stood up and murmured, "The gap is huge. It seems that I won't be able to go when the formation opens in 3 years. The old man surnamed Wu nodded and said, "The abyss of the two realms is extremely dangerous. If we are not prepared, even with the young master's strength, there is a risk of falling. It is the right choice to slow down." Hearing this, the young cultivator shook his head and said, "What a pity. If I could borrow a pure yang immortal artifact from the sect's treasure pavilion, it would be enough to unleash a strength comparable to that of a 5th level Taoist master in the world realm. By then, I wouldn't have to work so hard to collect resources and forge Taoist soldiers to protect me. Pure yang immortal artifact." Hearing about treasures of this level, the old man surnamed Wu shook his head and said, "Since the ancient Mahayana true immortals collectively ascended to the upper realm, the pure yang immortal artifacts left in this realm have basically been in a state of only decreasing and not increasing. If you want to borrow immortal artifacts from the Chuanbao pavilion, unless you can break through to the 5th level of the world realm, The 5th level of the world realm. The young cultivator shook his head after hearing this. If I can reach this level, I can directly become the first order successor of the sect master, so why would I need to borrow immortal artifacts? The old guys in the sect don't just give me immortal artifacts to protect the way. Hearing this, the old man surnamed Wu fell silent again. The 5th level of the world realm is a hurdle. After a cultivator's Dao realm breaks through to the world realm, he will encounter 2 thresholds. The first threshold is the 3rd level of the world realm. The second threshold is the 5th level of the world realm. Generally speaking, when a Yuan Ying cultivator breaks through to the Yuanshan period, basically the Dao realm is at the level of the 1st and 2nd levels of the world realm. This is also the Dao realm that ordinary Yuanshan Daojin can reach. As for the 3rd level of the world realm, even for a Yuanshan Daojin, it is not an easy thing to break through. Once a Yuanshan Daojin breaks through to the 3rd level of the world realm, he can instantly become the mainstay of the Yuanshan Daojin, or the elite. Yuanshan Daojins of the 1st and 2nd levels of the world realm usually lose in 3 or 5 moves when facing a Daojin of the 3rd level of the world realm. The gap between the two is huge. As for the 5th level of the world realm Daojin, his strength will take a big step forward. Without considering other external factors, the 3rd level of the world realm Daojin basically has no room for resistance. After encountering the 5th level of the world realm Daojin, it's all up to the opponent to capture or kill. In the hall, just as the young cultivator was talking to the old man surnamed Wu, a female cultivator of the nascent soul stage walked in quickly. Linga. Seeing the female cultivator of the nascent soul stage, the young cultivator stopped discussing with the old man Wu, looked at the newcomer with a smile on his face, and waved to her. The nascent soul female cultivator named Linga walked quickly to the young cultivator, and sat directly on his thigh, not caring about the presence of the old man next to him. The young cultivator put his arm around the nascent soul female cultivator's waist, greedily took a deep breath through her hair, and said, "Aren't you in seclusion? Why did you think of coming to see me?" Hearing this, the female cultivator named Linga had a charming look between her eyebrows. If Chen Daoxuan was present, he would immediately recognize that this female cultivator named Linga, like the fairy Ziling whom he had saved in Chuan country before, also had the body of 9 Yin Zuan K. With such a precious body, it is no wonder that this young Taoist is so fond of this Linga. "Young master, I have good news to tell you." "Good news?" The young cultivator gently put Linga down. "What good news?" Linga smiled, and without saying a word, she took out a dark and heavy piece of wood from the storage ring. 9 Nether Soul Nurturing Tree. The young cultivator and Elder Wu looked at each other, both showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. But soon, this hint of surprise was hidden by the young cultivator. He looked at the 9 Nether Soul Nurturing Tree floating in the air and said coldly, "Dao is lucky. He can actually live in the 9 Nether Soul Nurturing Tree with the cultivation of the nascent soul stage and escape the death of his body and the extinction of his Tao." After the words fell, a transparent figure suddenly appeared in the 9 Nether Soul Nurturing Tree. It was the leader of the Zuan King Dao League who abandoned Yu Yin and fled that day, Yi Xianqi. However, now the leader of the Zuan King Dao League looks a bit miserable. Not only did he lose his physical body and nascent soul, but even his soul was injured and difficult to repair. If he had not lived in the 9 Nether Soul Nurturing Tree, with his injuries, his soul would have been scattered long ago. Junior Zuan King Dao League leader Yi Xianqi pays homage to the senior. Yi Xianqi respectfully knelt down to the young cultivator. The young cultivator was not moved at all when he saw this. He had never even heard of this so-called Zuan King Dao League, but he thought that a force that could have a nascent soul cultivator as the leader was probably just a second-rate small force in some corner of Xianan continent. For the young cultivator, he could easily crush such a second-rate force with his men just by talking, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that the young cultivator was unmoved, Yi Xianqi made up his mind. "Senior, I'm here to give you a treasure." "Oh, a treasure?" The young cultivator chuckled. "Where is the treasure?" Yi Xianqi felt a chill in his heart, and said with a stiff upper lip, "The treasure is not with me, but I know where the treasure is. With your strength, it is easy to take the treasure." Hearing this, the young cultivator showed little interest, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He looked at Linga and said, "Is this the trash you introduced?" Hearing this, Linger immediately shook the young cultivator's arm and said coquettishly, "Young master, calm down." Linger saw that this man could actually travel through the battlefield outside the domain and return to the Fengyun realm, so I was curious and brought him here for you to identify. What? Unexpectedly, the young cultivator was stunned after hearing this. He turned his head abruptly and looked at Yi Xianqi. Is what she said true? You drove the world across the battlefield outside the domain, and you're not dead yet? Thinking of his miserable experiences during this period of time, Yi Xianqi nodded and said hatefully, yes, I was driving the world, passing through the battlefield outside the domain, and then taking the space teleportation array to return to the Fengyun realm. Awesome. The young cultivator immediately gave him a thumbs up. Si estas escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 412 Deo Soldiers. Boom. As the two were talking, a roar suddenly sounded in the capital of Zoo State, and the entire fairy city trembled. In the hall, the young monk frowned. A moment later, a monk wearing black armor and a black mask suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing the young monk in a golden robe, the black-armored monk immediately half knelt on the ground and bowed his head and said, "Young master, Zuanyi, what's going on?" "It's the people of the New Righteousness sect." The black-armored monk lowered his head. "It's this bunch of bastards again." When the young monk heard the three words New Righteousness sect, his emotions became a little excited. He waved his hand fiercely, "Find them, and then kill all these bastards." "Yes." After the black-armored monk finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared in the hall. On the side, Yi Xianqi watched the scene in front of him, and his heart suddenly became even hotter. A dignified Yuan Chen Daoxuan actually gave such a great gift to this young monk in the golden robe. It can be seen that the status of this young monk in Wuji Zhanmen is much higher than what Linger, the female cultivator who introduced him, said. Thinking of this, Yi Xianqi's eyes burst into an unprecedented light. Kaiyan Sword Sect. Fei Chengsu. You wait. Yi Xianqi roared wildly in his heart. The capital of Zoo State. After leaving a communication talisman with the giant and Dao of Wuji Zhanmen, Chen Daoxuan wandered around the fairy city alone. As the largest of the many countries under the jurisdiction of Wuji Zhanmen, Zoo State not only has a vast territory, but its internal atmosphere is much more open than Wangxinghe. Walking in the capital of Zoo State, Chen Daoxuan saw that the women's dress was much more open than Wangxinghe. Almost all women wore a layer of translucent gauze, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. When Chen Daoxuan walked on the street, there were even bold women who saw his handsome appearance and flirted with him. After walking around for about an hour, Chen Daoxuan finally found an inn responsible for renting caves under the recommendation of a purple mansion cultivator. Senior, this is Fenglayan, one of the three largest inns in the capital of Zoo State. The purple mansion cultivator who led the way suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "The owner of Fenglay Inn is the Situ family, a large family in Zoo State. The Situ family is powerful and absolutely trustworthy." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. He was born in Wangxinghe outside Zhanlianzhou. He had heard of Wuji Zhanmen, but he had never heard of the so-called Situ family. In fact, it was not surprising. Zhanlianzhou was extremely vast, let alone a Yuxin family, even a first-class sect. How many people had heard of it? Generally speaking, the so-called first-class forces only have a certain influence near its sphere of influence. Outside its sphere of influence, who knows who you are? Not to mention a small Yuxin family in Zoo State. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan looked a little indifferent, the purple mansion cultivator quickly whispered in Chen Daoxuan's ear, "Senior, the ancestor of the Situ family is a Yuan Chen Daoxuan of the 5th level of the world realm. Behind him, there is the great backer of the Wuji Immortal sect. Not to mention in Zoo country, no one dares to offend him in the entire Zhangzhou. Senior, please." These words were also heartfelt words from the purple mansion cultivator in front of him. It can be said that as a guide, this purple mansion cultivator is already very qualified. Chen Daoxuan is not an ungrateful person. The purple mansion cultivator in front of him was kind enough to remind him, naturally because he was afraid that Chen Daoxuan would not know the seriousness of the matter and offend the Situ family. You know, every year there are examples of cultivators from the outside world who come to Zoo country to travel and offend the dignitaries of Zoo country, and eventually their bodies are gone. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. Chen Daoxuan bowed to the purple mansion cultivator in front of him. It was probably the first time that the purple mansion cultivator was treated so politely by Yuan Ying's engine. He immediately blushed with excitement and kept bowing, saying, okay senior, you are too polite. As he spoke, the purple mansion cultivator turned sideways and stretched out his right hand to Chen Daoxuan senior, please. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The two of them walked into the inn one after the other. Although Feng Lane in the capital of Zhu State does not occupy a large area, when he entered the interior, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the interior of this inn was actually a cave world of considerable size. As soon as they entered the inn, a cultivator in lavender clothes flew towards Chen Daoxuan and the others. Obviously, this cultivator was the waiter of the inn. Senior, welcome to Feng Lane. The visitor stopped in front of Chen Daoxuan and then saluted Chen Daoxuan respectfully. Chen Daoxuan casually scanned the other party's spiritual sense and found that the other party's cultivation had reached the purple mansion stage. It was unimaginable for a purple mansion cultivator to work as a waiter in an inn. Although he was extremely surprised, Chen Daoxuan did not show any surprise on the surface. Senior, do you want to rent a cave, or? Chen Daoxuan said concisely, rent a cave. Hearing that Chen Daoxuan wanted to rent a cave, the look on the face of the Feng Lane waiter became even more flattering, and bowed and said, Senior, the caves in my Feng Lane inn are divided into 5 grades. The first grade is called Lingyuan Secret Realm. In this Lingyuan Secret Realm, in addition to abundant spiritual energy, there is also a spiritual well that can be used to temper Taoist soldiers. This spiritual well is incredible. It is rumored that every 100 years, a drop of spirituality can be born. It is indeed a rare treasure land. Hearing the waiter bragging about the Lingyuan Secret Realm, the Zifu guide who was taking Chen Daoxuan to find an inn couldn't stand it and interrupted on the spot. Dao, are you bullying my elders for coming to Zugo for the first time? Can the spiritual well in the Lingyuan Secret Realm give birth to spirituality? Do you really think we don't know? Ahem. The purple mansion stage clerk in front of him was embarrassed. He thought he had met 2 strangers who didn't know the market, but they turned out to be 2 familiar customers. Seeing that the 2 were familiar customers, the clerk immediately put away his attitude of overcharging customers and said, of course, although the Lingyuan Secret Realm is good, the rental price is also very high. The annual rent is as high as 100 drops of creation power. In addition, the second tier Zuanshu Secret Realm of my Feng Lane inn is more suitable for the cultivation of the Yuan Ying stage. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. He said calmly, can you tell my cultivation? Senior, you are joking. Of course, I can't tell your cultivation. The purple mansion stage clerk bowed, but the first time you set foot in my inn, Feng Ling told me your cultivation. Feng Ling. Chen Daoxuan secretly memorized this new term. As if seeing Chen Daoxuan's doubts, the guide of Zifu beside him hurriedly transmitted, Feng Ling is the Taoist soldier in Feng Lane. This was the second time Chen Daoxuan heard the word Taoist soldier, and his doubts became even more intense. But now he had just arrived and didn't know anything, so he planned to settle down first and then learn everything. What is the price of Zuanshu Secret Realm? Senior, the concentration of spiritual energy in Zuanshu Secret Realm is no less than that of Lingyuan Secret Realm. The only difference is that there is no spiritual well for tempering Taoist soldiers. Therefore, only 10 drops of good fortune are needed to rent for a year. 10 drops of good fortune. Even with Chen Daoxuan's wealth, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked by this price. This Feng Lane in the capital of Zhu State didn't even use spiritual stones to calculate the charges, but directly used good fortune. It was really arrogant. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't made preparations before going out, he might not be able to afford to stay in such an inn. Chen Daoxuan decisively took out a jade bottle from his storage ring, threw it over, and said, I'll rent it for 3 years. Here are 30 drops of the power of creation. Hearing this, the Purple Mansion period clerk in front of him knew that Chen Daoxuan's trip was to the two realms abyss. The expression on his face became more respectful. After taking the jade bottle, the Purple Mansion clerk handed Chen Daoxuan a jade token and said, "This is the Formation Jade Talisman that controls the Zuanshu secret realm. Please keep it well, senior." Chen Daoxuan took the jade talisman casually. The Purple Mansion clerk continued, "Senior, please follow me." After saying that, he led the way for Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan and the guide followed closely behind. Soon, the three of them came to a small cave. The clerk of Fenglan turned his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan and the others, saying, "This is a Zuanshu secret realm. Then I won't disturb you to rest." As he said that, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan and turned into a beam of light and left. Chen Daoxuan watched the other party leave, turned his head with a faint smile on his face, looked at the guide he had casually invited, and said, "Dao, are you willing to come in and have a chat?" Along the way, this Purple Mansion period guide worked hard for so long, just for Chen Daoxuan's words, and immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Junior is willing." Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded, manipulated the jade talisman to open the formation of the Zuanshu secret realm, and then took the lead to step in. The Purple Mansion period guide did not dare to delay, gritted his teeth, and followed closely behind him and walked in. Silently following behind Chen Daoxuan, the Purple Mansion period guide did not say a word. Chen Daoxuan did not speak either, but just looked at the layout of the Zuanshu secret realm. The internal space of the Zuanshu secret realm is quite large. Chen Daoxuan estimated that it was even larger than his fairy house in Shuanghu Island, covering an area of more than hundreds of thousands of square meters. More importantly, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Zuanshu secret realm is very abundant, although there is no spiritual vein here. But Chen Daoxuan could sense that there was always spiritual energy constantly replenishing it from the outside world, making the concentration of spiritual energy here almost comparable to the 5th level spiritual vein, which was completely sufficient for a Yuanian cultivator to practice. After visiting the Zuanshu secret realm, Chen Daoxuan found a palace in the secret realm and pushed the door open. The decoration inside the palace was complete and quite luxurious. However, Chen Daoxuan was not a person who valued enjoyment, and he turned a blind eye to all these things. He walked to a chair in the hall and sat down casually. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Purple Mansion cultivator standing in front of him, and this was the first time he took a serious look at him. The Purple Mansion cultivator in front of him was wearing a grey linen short shirt, revealing his muscular arms. Looking at his face, he looked like a young man in his 20s. However, cultivators cannot judge age by appearance, and Chen Daoxuan knew this. There are two possibilities for the young face of the Purple Mansion cultivator in front of him. One is that the other party built his foundation earlier and has the ability to maintain his appearance. The other is that the other party has taken elixirs such as the rejuvenating pill. But Chen Daoxuan was more inclined to the first one, because he had just used his spiritual sense to secretly check the other party's spiritual roots, and he found that the Purple Mansion cultivator in front of him was actually a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots. Although the cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots were slightly inferior to some cultivators with special spiritual bodies, they were also top-notch in terms of qualifications among all the cultivators. If a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots had sufficient resources, he would not dare to say that he could break through the nascent soul stage, but he would still have a certain chance of breaking through the golden core stage. As for the nascent soul stage and the primordial spirit stage in the future, it was basically not determined by the quality of the spiritual roots alone, but to a greater extent, it depended on the cultivator's chance, understanding, character and other factors. The spiritual roots could only help the cultivator reach the Purple Mansion stage at most. The further they went, the less influence the spiritual roots had on the cultivator. For Chen Daoxuan now, what impact would the speed of refining spiritual energy have on him? With Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm, if he did not consider the poison of the pill, he could even eat the elixir as a meal. With such cultivation conditions, what spiritual roots were still considered? Even Chen Daoxuan disliked the slow speed of ordinary elixirs in improving his cultivation. This time, he went to Liangyuan specifically to find an alchemist who could refine Xingyuan Dan to help him refine Xingyuan Dan. As long as he took Xingyuan Dan with his Dao realm, he could instantly improve his cultivation to the peak of Yuanying. For Chen Daoxuan, what was the meaning of the so-called good or bad spiritual roots? Being looked at by such a powerful Yuanying cultivator like Chen Daoxuan, the purple mansion cultivator in front of him was under great pressure. Unconsciously, sweat slid down his temples. For a long while, Chen Daoxuan finally said, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the young and strong purple mansion cultivator breathed a sigh of relief and bowed. "Senior, my surname is Wu, and my name is Mingxiu." "Wu Mingxiu," Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Tell me, you have reminded me many times on the way today, not just for the guide fee, right? Senior, please understand." The purple mansion cultivator named Wu Mingxiu immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Junior begs you to take me to the Two Realms Abyss." This time, Chen Daoxuan was completely shocked. "You want to go to the Two Realms Abyss?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. A place like the Two Realms Abyss is an extremely dangerous place even for him. The purple mansion cultivator in front of him is only in the middle stage of the purple mansion, and his strength is not even as good as Chen Fusheng. What's the difference between him going to the Two Realms Abyss and seeking his own death? Da. Chen Daoxuan tapped the table lightly and said slowly, "Give me a reason." "Save people." Wu Mingxiu raised his head. "Junior needs a treasure from the ruins of the true immortal world to save the life of my Taoist partner." Facing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, Wu Mingxiu looked at him without giving in. In this situation, anyone who saw it would give a thumbs up to this passionate man. But Chen Daoxuan didn't believe it at all. As for the reason, this man named Wu Mingxiu's current behavior was too reckless, but from his performance along the way, this man was a very delicate person. Such contradictory actions made Chen Daoxuan have to doubt. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan once again used his spiritual sense to scan the other party, and it was indeed the cultivation level of the middle stage of the purple mansion. Da. Chen Daoxuan tapped the table again and pondered. Chapter 413 The Second Heavenly Secret Talisman. "It's expensive to go to the Two Realms Abyss. Are you sure you can afford it?" Chen Daoxuan looked at the purple mansion cultivator named Wu Mingxiu in front of him and said slowly, "Senior." Wu Mingxiu opened his mouth and was about to speak. Suddenly, there was a tremor, and the Zuanshu secret realm trembled violently. "What's going on?" Chen Daoxuan stood up suddenly. He didn't care about Wu Mingxiu. He flashed and rushed out of the Zuanshu secret realm. As soon as he flew out of the Zuanshu secret realm, Chen Daoxuan found the purple mansion waiter who had entertained him before. The purple mansion waiter who was comforting the guests of Fenglei saw Chen Daoxuan and immediately came up to him. He bowed and said, "I'm sorry that our inn didn't entertain you well and frightened you." Chen Daoxuan didn't mean to blame the other party, but just asked, "What's going on? Is the capital of Zhu State still so unstable?" Although the explosion just now lasted only a moment, Chen Daoxuan clearly felt that it was a Yuan Shendaojin who took action. Normally, if the Yuan Shendaojin had taken action, he would have completely blown up an immortal city. The reason why the capital of Zhu State was so strong was due to the terrifying, forbidden air formation in this immortal city. This forbidden air formation not only limits the speed of the cultivator's flight and the ability to perform space teleportation, but also limits the cultivator's attack power. With the forbidden air formation arranged by the Wuji immortal sect, as long as the cultivator's attack power does not exceed the upper limit of this forbidden air formation, it will not cause devastating damage to the immortal city. Not to mention directly blowing up an immortal city like Chen Daoxuan's previous battle with the Yao Palace Master of the Zuan King Dao League. This kind of thing is almost impossible to happen in the capital of Zhu State. But no matter what, a Yuan Shendaojin directly took action in the capital of Zhu State, which was undoubtedly a great provocation to the Wuji immortal sect. Who has such courage? When the purple mansion waiter at Fenglei heard Chen Daoxuan's question, he quickly replied, "Senior, it was the rebels of the New Righteousness sect who were causing chaos in the city and disturbed you." New Righteousness sect? Seeing the confusion on Chen Daoxuan's face, the purple mansion waiter explained, "The New Righteousness sect is an evil organization spontaneously organized by independent cultivators within the jurisdiction of Wuji Zanmen. The purpose of this evil organization is to overthrow the rule of Wuji Xianmen and let independent cultivators from all over Zhongsao share the spiritual veins and resources of Wuji Xianmen. Isn't this crazy? As he spoke, a look of disdain appeared on the face of the Purple Mansion waiter. Rebels. Chen Daoxuan showed a look of understanding on his face. Although he had only been in the capital of Zhou State for less than a day, Chen Daoxuan could feel that the degree of oppression against independent cultivators here was even worse than that of Wang Xinghe. As a time traveler, when Chen Daoxuan didn't have the golden scripture plugin, he felt that the path of cultivation was dark. Not to mention other independent cultivators. Their situation would only be more difficult than Chen Daoxuan's. In this world, more than 90% of the cultivators are independent cultivators, which is the largest group among the cultivators. However, the resources owned by independent cultivators are the least. In the long run, conflicts broke out, and Chen Daoxuan was not surprised at all. However, in Chen Daoxuan's view, the possibility of this new doctrine being successful is infinitely close to zero. The reason is very simple. Fengyan realm is a world of immortal cultivation. In other words, it is a world where great power belongs to oneself. The more great power belongs to oneself, the more solidified the class of the world is, which is determined by human nature. In Fengyan realm, sects and families occupy most of the resources. And because they occupy most of the resources, sects and families can cultivate many more top-level masters than independent cultivators. Facing these top masters, what can independent cultivators use to fight against them? It is not to say that there are no masters among independent cultivators, but compared with sects and immortal cultivation families, the proportion of top masters born among independent cultivators is too low. And once a top master is born, he will be bought by some sects and families with positions such as guest elders. Without these top masters who came from the casual cultivation, to make decisions for the casual cultivators are like a pile of loose sand. No matter how many there are, they cannot pose any threat to the sects and the cultivation families. Seeing the Purple Mansion period clerk in front of him spitting and scolding the New Righteousness sect, Chen Daoxuan suddenly said, "Which generation of the Sitter family are you from?" Hearing this, the Purple Mansion period clerk's face suddenly froze, and then a touch of embarrassment appeared on his face. Junior is not a member of the Sitter family yet, but I'm now pursuing a lady from the Sitter family. I believe I will be able to enter the Sitter family soon. The Purple Mansion period clerk said confidently. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned his head away and stopped looking at him. The Purple Mansion period clerk seemed to feel that he was looked down upon. He bowed his head and bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said in a muffled voice, "Senior, I have something else to do, so I will leave first." After that, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Glancing at the back of this Purple Mansion period clerk whose name he didn't even know, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He suddenly remembered a sentence from his previous life. Whenever slaves stood up to resist slavery, the first to stand up to oppose was not the slave owner, but the slave. The riot came quickly and subsided quickly. Soon, the fairy city returned to peace, as if the attack just now was not initiated by Yuan Shendaogen, but a temporary idea of a thief. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the fate of this Yuan Shendaogen was, but he couldn't and shouldn't care about these things. Return to Zuanshu Secret Realm. Entering the main hall of the secret realm, Chen Daoxuan found that Wu Mingxiu was still kneeling in the main hall, as if the attack just now had nothing to do with him. Chen Daoxuan said thoughtfully, "You get up first." A trace of hesitation flashed across Wu Mingxiu's face with a high nose and a wide mouth, but soon, he stood up. But his attitude was still firm, as if he would not leave, unless Chen Daoxuan agreed. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan laughed and said, "You are really brave. You dare to use this attitude to force a Yuan Yingzhenjin who is 2 realms higher than you. Aren't you afraid of death?" Who knows that Wu Mingxiu raised his head and said, "If I can't go to the 2 realms abyss and find the treasure to save my Taoist partner's life, what's the point of living alone? You are infatuated." Chen Daoxuan shook his head, "But I also said before that it costs a lot to go to the 2 realms abyss. You can't afford this fee. You can't expect me to pay for you, right?" Hearing this, Wu Mingxiu gritted his teeth, made up his mind, took out a jade talisman from the storage ring, and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. Senior, please look, this is a treasure I got by chance, called the Xianji talisman, which is... Who knows? Before the other party finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan took the talisman in his hand. It's the Xianji talisman again. Chen Daoxuan already had a heavenly secret talisman in his hand, but that one was originally damaged, and he used a lot of his power to repair it. Now, he actually found a second heavenly secret talisman. According to the information revealed by the heavenly secret talisman, this is one of the components of a 7th level magic weapon. Chen Daoxuan didn't even know how many complete 7th level magic weapons there were. He only knew that this 7th level magic weapon was left by the heavenly secret venerable of the Taiyan sect and was very precious. Chen Daoxuan looked at the heavenly secret talisman in his hand, his eyes flickering. After a long time, he slowly nodded to the cultivator named Wu Xiuming and said, "Okay, deal. Thank you, senior." Wu Xiuming immediately showed an ecstatic expression. For the next 3 years, you will practice in the side hall, and you are not allowed to go out without reason. Also, I hate outsiders disturbing me when I'm practicing. If there is nothing important, you must not disturb my quiet practice. Junior will obey the order of the senior. Wu Xiuming nodded repeatedly. He waved his hand and asked the other party to leave. Chen Daoxuan was the only one left in the hall. Gently rubbing the Xianji talisman in his hand, Chen Daoxuan dared to conclude that there was definitely something wrong with this cultivator named Wu Xiuming. Before that, Chen Daoxuan casually looked for a guide, and it was also the other party who took the initiative to approach him. Perhaps, the moment Chen Daoxuan stepped into the capital of Zhu State, he had been targeted by the other party. But why did the other party target him? Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan set his eyes on this Xianji talisman again, and gradually got the answer in his heart. Interesting. Chen Daoxuan's mouth curled up a smile. I'm going out for a while, you can practice here for the time being. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan ignored Wu Xiuming's reaction, and flew out of the Zuanshu secret realm with a flash of light. Walking out of the secret realm, Chen Daoxuan found the Purple Mansion period clerk who was responsible for receiving him. Perhaps he was despised by Chen Daoxuan before, and when he saw Chen Daoxuan again, the face of this Purple Mansion period clerk was not very good. However, due to Chen Daoxuan's cultivation, the Purple Mansion period clerk did not dare to get angry. He bowed and said sullenly, "Hello, senior." Chen Daoxuan did not care about the other party's expression and asked, "Let me ask you, is there a place in this city that sells books and jade slips?" "Books?" The Purple Mansion period clerk was slightly stunned. "Senior, do you want to buy a method? If you want to buy a method, there is a largest shop in the city called Chuanbao Pavilion. Senior, you can go there to have a look." "Thank you." After Chen Daoxuan said this, he threw a bottle of elixir and then left Fenglayan with the other party's thousands of thanks. After leaving Fenglayan, Chen Daoxuan walked towards the direction of Chuanbao Pavilion mentioned by the clerk. The capital of Zhu State covers a very large area. Due to the restrictions of the Forbidden Air Formation, flying is not allowed in the city. All cultivators have to rely on a magic weapon called Dunkang Shuttle to travel. According to the instructions of the clerk of Fenglain before leaving, Chen Daoxuan held the formation jade talisman of Zuanshu secret realm and summoned a Dunkang Shuttle. Less than half a cup of tea, a sky shuttle appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. From the outside, it seemed that this sky shuttle could only accommodate one person. But as Chen Daoxuan opened the hatch of the sky shuttle and stepped into it, he found that the space inside was very spacious. Not to mention accommodating one person, it was more than enough to accommodate 100 people. Chen Daoxuan was not surprised by the use of space magic. This level of magic weapon, let alone Wu Zhanmen, even if the Chen family's magic weapon research institute wanted to develop a similar one, it would only take a few minutes. The only thing that shocked Chen Daoxuan was that after the sky shuttle flew over the capital of Zhu State, he looked around and saw countless sky shuttles flying over the capital of Zhu State. But the strange thing was that with so many flying magic weapons crowded in the sky over the capital of Zhu State, no collision occurred. No wonder the capital of Zhu State has to set up a forbidden air formation. if it doesn't set up a forbidden air formation. So many cultivators squeezed together to fly in the sky, and I don't know how many collisions will occur every day. Chen Daoxuan sat in the sky shuttle and murmured, "Don't think that, just because a cultivator has divine consciousness, there won't be an air crash." There were some immortal cities in Wangxinghe that didn't have a no-fly formation, and as a result, a large-scale battle was triggered because of a collision between cultivators flying. In the end, that immortal city was reduced to ruins. Since then, all the major immortal cities in Wangxinghe basically have no-fly formations, and the only difference is the strength of the no-fly formations. However, Chen Daoxuan has never seen a no-fly formation like the one in the capital of Zhu State that prohibits all cultivators from flying. Generally speaking, the no-fly formations in the immortal cities prohibit low-level cultivators from flying, but turn a blind eye to the escape light of high-level cultivators. In this regard, Zhu State is equal. Moreover, in Wangxinghe, after the cultivators were prohibited from flying, most immortal cities would use the stepping cloud beast for transportation. The stepping cloud beast is a first-level monster beast raised by cultivators. It has a gentle personality and strong endurance. It is extremely stable when it carries a vehicle. Therefore, it is widely praised by the cultivators in Wangxinghe. But in the capital of Zhu State, Chen Daoxuan did not even see the shadow of a treading cloud beast car. Previously, he could only see dense pedestrians and a dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street in this city. As for transportation, Chen Daoxuan did not see any. However, now he saw it. The flying shuttles flying high in the sky of the capital of Zhu State will hide their bodies after taking off, so that the pedestrians below will not feel any oppression. While Chen Daoxuan was flying in the sky on the flying shuttle, he could see countless flying shuttles flying along the dense and empty routes. Seeing this scene, if you ignore the classical architectural style of the capital of Zhu State and the simple appearance of the flying shuttles, Chen Daoxuan would suspect that he had come to a science fiction city. One flying shuttle is not worth mentioning, but so many flying shuttles can safely shuttle over the fairy city and send each cultivator to the designated location. This is the strength of refining equipment. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He knew that, even if the Chen family's Magical Instrument Research Institute and Carnean Sword Sect's Instrument Refining Hall joined forces, it would still be far from being able to do it. If we use science fiction as an example, the scene in front of us is completely intelligent. But Chen Daoxuan is in a world of cultivation, so he doesn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. With his thoughts surging, the shuttle quickly brought Chen Daoxuan to his destination, Chuanbao Pavilion. Rumor has it that the Chuanbao Pavilion in the capital of Zhu State was opened by the Wuji Immortal Sect. There are countless treasures in it, and even the legendary Pure Yang Immortal Instrument can be bought in the Chuanbao Pavilion, as long as you can afford the price. Chen Daoxuan sneered at this. In his opinion, no matter how much the Chuanbao Pavilion was a spendthrift, it would not sell the Pure Yang Immortal Instrument. You know, the Pure Yang Immortal Instruments that exist in the Feng'an realm are all left by the Mahayana true immortals who ascended to the upper realm in ancient times. These immortal instruments will only decrease, not increase, and it can be said that one less is one less. How could Chuanbao Pavilion be willing to sell such a precious treasure? It was just a gimmick. Chapter 414, Intelligence of Terrifying Value. Stepping down from the shuttle, Chen Daoxuan looked at the building in front of him, the Chuanbao Pavilion, which only covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters. From the outside, the building was only 3 stories high, but Chen Daoxuan knew that its interior must be like the Feng'an, with a different world inside. In fact, in the capital of Zhu State, every slightly larger shop has a small cave inside. As the place closest to the 2 worlds in the Feng'an realm, the world source beads that are rarely seen in the outside world are almost overflowing here. Things like the cave world are naturally not worth mentioning. Chen Daoxuan didn't think much and strode into the Chuanbao Pavilion. Entering the Chuanbao Pavilion, as he expected, there was a huge cave inside. Chen Daoxuan tried his best to see, but he couldn't see the edge of this cave. Unlike the interior of the Feng'an, the receptionists in the Chuanbao Pavilion seemed quite lazy. Chen Daoxuan had been in for a long time, but he hardly saw anyone coming to greet him. If the old man sleeping soundly on the desk was a receptionist. Looking around, Chen Daoxuan was sure that the old man was the only one nearby. He walked towards him helplessly. Ahem. Chen Daoxuan walked in front of the old man and coughed hard. Ah. The old man was awakened by Chen Daoxuan's cough, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and said, "Who is it?" Immediately, the old man saw Chen Daoxuan's appearance clearly, and threw a sign to him, "Go to the second floor by yourself." After that, the old man fell asleep on the table again. Chen Daoxuan took the rough wooden sign, and immersed his consciousness. The next moment, a large amount of information poured into his sea of consciousness. It turned out that all matters in this treasure pavilion were handled by the Taoist soldiers here. The old man sitting in front of the gate was the only human cultivator in this treasure pavilion, and his cultivation was not high. Like Chen Daoxuan, he was only in the nascent soul stage. Tao soldiers. Chen Daoxuan heard this name again. In Wangxinghe, he had never heard of Taoist soldiers, but only puppets. I just don't know what the difference is between the two. After thinking about it, Chen Daoxuan immediately issued an order according to the prompt on the wooden sign. As the order was issued, soon, a fairy in colorful clothes, riding a fairy cloud, flew towards him. Flying on clouds and mist, Chen Daoxuan looked at the female cultivator flying towards him, and his spiritual sense swept slightly, then shook his head. It turned out to be a cloud-shaped magic weapon. However, the appearance of this female cultivator in colorful clothes instantly raised the level of Chuanbao Pavilion. The female cultivator in colorful clothes flew in front of Chen Daoxuan, and the cloud under her feet dissipated in an instant. Then, she bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist." Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately bowed to it and said, "Fairy is polite. I wonder what you need in my Chuanbao Pavilion." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's mind moved slightly. "I've heard of the name of Zhuguo Chuanbao Pavilion. I wonder what treasures your pavilion has for sale?" Upon hearing this, Fairy Nishan smiled slightly. "Is this your first time to visit my Chuanbao Pavilion?" Chen Daoxuan didn't shy away and nodded directly. "Daoists who have visited my Chuanbao Pavilion know that there is no business in the world that my Chuanbao Pavilion doesn't do." Oh. It was the first time that Chen Daoxuan heard someone speak so arrogantly. Could it be that there is a top force behind this Chuanbao Pavilion? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan asked tentatively, "Do you have any information about the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation?" "Yes." The female cultivator Nishan nodded and said with a smile, "Don't mention the information about the Heavenly Lord of Crossing Tribulation, even the information about the Demon Court, as long as you can afford the price. My Chuanbao Pavilion can get it for you." Hiss. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately took a breath of cold air. For the first time, he discovered that perhaps the Phoenix Falling realm was not as vulnerable to the true demon realm as he imagined. That's right. If the Fengai realm was really vulnerable, the monsters would have been wreaking havoc in the Fengai realm long ago. How could the Fengai realm be so peaceful? Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan thought of something. "Can your Chuanbao Pavilion ask a high-level alchemist to help refine a pill?" "Of course." Fairy Nishan nodded. "I wonder if you want to provide the medicinal materials yourself, or if I, Chuanbao Pavilion, will provide them." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was surprised and said, "Fairy, don't you ask what kind of pill I want to refine? No matter what kind of pill it is, as long as it is available in the Fengai realm and you can afford it, my Chuanbao Pavilion can refine it for you." Fairy Nishan still had a faint smile on her face. Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate, and immediately took out a green and a red Xingyuan fruit from the storage ring, handed them to the other party, and said, "I want to refine Xingyuan Dan. I wonder how much your pavilion wants." Fairy Nishan took the two Xingyuan fruits, looked at them, and said, "Although these two Xingyuan fruits are well preserved, they should be quite old, at least 1,000 years old. If you want to refine Xingyuan Dan, both the efficacy and the quantity may not be satisfactory, so fellow Taoists should be prepared." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "I know, the fairy just needs to find someone to refine it." "Okay." Fairy Nishan nodded and said, to refine this 30-year-old Xingyuan fruit into a 4th level Xingyuan Dan, 17 kinds of auxiliary spiritual medicines are needed, plus the cost of the alchemist, and fellow Taoist needs to pay me 300 drops of fortune. As for this red Xingyuan fruit, the expression on Fairy Nishan's face became more solemn. The 300-year-old Xingyuan fruit is already a relatively precious treasure. In terms of value alone, it is almost comparable to a 6th level top grade magic weapon. To refine it into Xingyuan pill, you need to prepare 23 kinds of auxiliary spiritual medicines, plus the alchemist's fee. You have to pay 1,000 drops of creation power. So expensive? Chen Daoxuan was secretly shocked. 1,300 drops of creation power are completely enough to upgrade a magic weapon from the 5th level to the 6th level, and even more than enough. In other words, to refine Xingyuan pill, Chen Daoxuan has to invest in a 6th level magic weapon on the premise of Xingyuan fruit. Chen Daoxuan has only a few 6th level magic weapons. How can he not feel distressed to pay for just one? But thinking of the treasures in his own cave magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan's aching heart felt a little better. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan thought it was too expensive, Fairy Nishan did not argue, but smiled and said, Dao, have you considered it? Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded. However, I can't take out so much good fortune for the time being. Can you give me some time? Okay, it will take some time to refine the Xingyuan pill. Dao can pay the deposit first, and it won't be too late to take the Xingyuan pill after you have collected the balance. Hearing such a thoughtful arrangement, Chen Daoxuan didn't know what to say. On the day the pill is made, I need to watch it on the spot. Of course. Fairy Nishan agreed happily. After all, refining the Xingyuan pill is not a trivial matter. Although Chuanbao Pavilion is very famous, Chen Daoxuan also has to guard against the phenomenon of alchemists embezzling money. Discuss the details of the cooperation. Chen Daoxuan took out 650 drops of good fortune from the storage ring with a heartache as a deposit. After dealing with the matter of refining the Xingyuan pill, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt enlightened. Originally, he planned to go to Liangjiuan to find an alchemist to refine Xingyuan, but he didn't need to go to Liangjiuan. There was a force that could refine Xingyuan in the capital of Zhuguo. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel relieved. If it wasn't for the last resort, Chen Daoxuan didn't want to go to the battlefield outside Liangjiuan now. Because compared with the peaceful Feng'an realm, the battlefield outside Liangjiuan is a meat grinder for cultivators. There, every moment, there are a large number of cultivators fighting for life and death in the battlefield outside the domain. It can be said that cultivators who can survive in the battlefield outside the domain for many years are often much stronger than cultivators of the same level. After talking about Xingyuan, Chen Daoxuan continued, I also want a piece of information about the Xianji talisman. Hearing this, Fairy Nishan took out a magic weapon to check. It took about half a cup of tea. Fairy Nishan raised her head and said, the heavenly secret talisman is the relic of the venerable Xianji of the Taiyin sect. This treasure is related to the ruins of a true immortal world, so the price is more expensive. More expensive. Chen Daoxuan had a headache when he heard the word more expensive. How much? Fairy Nishan stretched out 5 white fingers. 100,000 drops of the power of creation. What? Chen Daoxuan was shocked. Why don't you go and rob it? Fairy Nishan was not angry at all, and she always kept a faint smile on her face. Chen Daoxuan looked at her expression and rarely felt that he was a little poor. For a long time, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. Let's put aside the matter of the heavenly secret talisman for now. I want some information about the Taoist soldiers and the method of refining them. Who knew that? After hearing this, Fairy Nishan said generously, the information and refining methods of the Taoist soldiers can be given to you for free in my Chuanbao Pavilion. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was suspicious and said, are you kidding, Fairy? Fairy Nishan shook her head. As you can see, I'm a Taoist soldier. Boom. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was suddenly overwhelmed. The other party was actually a Taoist soldier. In Chen Daoxuan's mind, Taoist soldiers should be the same as puppets, at most a more advanced puppet, but the Fairy Nishan in front of him said that she was also a Taoist soldier. Chen Daoxuan didn't care about being rude and immediately scanned the other party with his spiritual sense. But then, his face became even gloomier. The other party was definitely a human. He couldn't sense it wrong. Chen Daoxuan knew that his weapon refining skills were not ranked in the Feng'an realm, but he would never believe that anyone in this world could refine such a perfect life, unless the other party was not refined. With a vague grasp of the key point in his heart, Chen Daoxuan had his own guess about the origin of the Taoist soldiers. With deep doubts, Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip handed over by Fairy Nishing, then bowed to her, and left the Chuanbao pavilion. After leaving the Chuanbao pavilion, Chen Daoxuan took the Dunkan shuttle again, and returned to the Fenglei Inn. This time he went out for less than a day. But when Chen Daoxuan returned to the Zuanshu secret realm, the expression on his face changed slightly. Someone has been here. Chen Daoxuan immediately took out the array plate of the Zuayu 9 Palace's array. He saw him pinch the spiritual formula with his hand and tap lightly on the array plate. The next moment, the array flags arranged throughout the Zuanshu secret realm suddenly appeared and flew towards him quickly. Looking at the array flags floating around the array plate, Chen Daoxuan returned to the hall with a gloomy face. A sweep of his spiritual consciousness. In the side hall, Wu Mingxiu was sitting on a cushion and meditating quietly, as if nothing had happened. Chen Daoxuan did not find any trace of anyone except him. "Are you playing hide and seek with me?" Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly. Immediately, he set up the Zuayu Jiagang formation in the hall, took out a gourd-shaped cave heaven magic weapon, and then flashed into the cave heaven of the gourd. Entering the gourd cave heaven, Chen Daoxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of the Zuayu Jiagang formation, a 7th level formation disc, even if Yuan Shendaogen attacks, it can withstand for a while. What Chen Daoxuan is concerned about now is not what tricks Wu Mingxiu, a small shrimp, is playing. He is concerned about how to solve the problem of the power of creation. Before leaving, Chen Daoxuan asked Chen Daochu to find the refining hall of Kanyu and Sword Sect to help refine 5 King Muding. But now it seems that the number of King Muding is far from enough. 5 greenwood tripods, if 1 drop of the power of creation is produced every day, can produce 1825 drops of the power of creation in a year. This sounds like a lot. But the power of creation he needs next is not 1 or 2 drops, nor a few thousand drops, but a full 100,000 drops. When Chen Daoxuan accidentally got the heavenly secret talisman, he only thought it was one of the components of a 7th level magic weapon, and did not pay too much attention to it. Although this treasure has the function of predicting good and bad luck, the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the stronger the ability of the mind to warn. The so-called prediction of good and bad luck by the heavenly secret talisman is not of great significance to high-level cultivators. But this time, Chen Daoxuan was actively approached by someone, and the other party also sent the heavenly secret talisman to him, which made him pay attention to this thing all of a sudden. As for coincidence, Chen Daoxuan did not believe it at all. He believed that this was a premeditated calculation. In any case, he had to get the information of the heavenly secret talisman to know what the calculation behind it was. Otherwise, he would get nothing by daydreaming here. However, the information of the heavenly secret talisman, Chuanbao Pavilion, asked for 100,000 drops of the power of creation. Why don't they go and rob it? Exclamation mark. Chen Daoxuan felt a headache when he thought of this. That's 100,000 drops of good fortune. Even a 7th grade magic weapon is not so precious. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how much good fortune Jiang Taoan spent to refine the Zuayu Jiagang formation. But that was the result of the Jiang family's accumulation of countless years with the King Muding. Moreover, the King Muding before the Jiang family was not complete, and the good fortune power it could produce in a year was far less than 365 drops. In addition, the King Muding produced good fortune power, which consumed 10 times more than the refining of the Yuan Ying's engine. Even if the Jiang family wanted to refine 100,000 drops of good fortune power, they couldn't afford the spirit stones. Therefore, the value of 100,000 drops of good fortune power must be above the 7th grade magic weapon, at least above the value of the Zuayu Jiagang formation. What kind of information is so valuable? Chen Daoxuan frowned deeply. Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's take a look at the information about the Taoist soldiers first. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade slip from the storage ring. It was the Daoist soldier intelligence and refining method that Chuan Bao Pavilion gave him for free. Sure enough, it's just as I guessed. After simply reading the contents of the jade slip, Chen Daoxuan knew why Chuan Bao Pavilion did not charge for the Daoist soldier intelligence and refining method. Chapter 415 King Mooding Production Line. Spirituality. The key to refining Dao soldiers is not the refining technology, but spirituality. Generally speaking, spirituality can only be created by the world by the cultivators of the creation realm. The world monsters devour living beings in order to absorb the spirituality of living beings. It is really a luxury to cultivate Dao soldiers with spirituality. Chen Daoxuan murmured. No wonder there are no Dao soldiers in Wangxinghe. Which force in the entire Wangxinghe, or even the entire northwest border of Xianliantao, can produce spirituality? This thing can only be created by cultivators of the creation realm. The Dao realm of the cultivator can reach the creation realm, at least it is the late stage of the Yuanshan, and some are even directly the Xianzhen of the crossing tribulation. This level of cultivator, let alone Wangxinghe, looking at the northwest border of Xianliantao, no force has it. The thousand machine hall is known to be proficient in the art of puppets, but in front of Dao soldiers, this kind of puppet is nothing. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. It's not that Chen Daoxuan has never seen the product of refining such as puppets, but because he had seen it, he knew that puppets were dull. This kind of artifact was fine for attacking dead objects like immortal cities and sacred mountains. It was impossible for it to play a role in the battles between cultivators. This was especially true for the battles between high-level cultivators. After reaching the nascent soul stage, many cultivators comprehended the laws of space and mastered the art of teleportation. Not to mention how powerful the cultivators who mastered teleportation were. Their mobility alone was far beyond the reach of puppets. Even if the cultivators increased the attack power of the puppets to an exaggerated degree, it would be in vain if they could not hit the enemy. But the Dao soldiers were different. Because in essence, Dao soldiers should be considered a different kind of creature. The difference between them and human cultivators is that they were not born alive, but were transformed by human cultivators using their spirituality to create puppets and other creatures. Creation realm. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. Although he was still far from the creation realm, this did not prevent him from having some of his own understanding of this realm. Suddenly thought of something. Chen Daoxuan's mind moved. This Chuan Bao Pavilion has a great origin. I wonder if they have any spirituality for sale? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart suddenly became hot. High-level puppets are nothing to cultivators, but the Taoist soldiers transformed by high-level puppets are very different. Just like the colorful fairy that Chen Daoxuan met in the Chuan Bao Pavilion, if the other party had not taken the initiative to speak, Chen Daoxuan would not have realized that the other party was not a human, but a Taoist soldier. From this, it can be seen that once a high-level puppet is transformed into a Taoist soldier, it will have the strength of a cultivator of the same level. The more he thought about this, the hotter Chen Daoxuan's heart became. What is missing from Wangxinghe? It lacks strong people. It lacks strong people in the Yuanshan period or even the crossing tribulation period. If Wangxinghe now has several Yuanshan Daojins sitting in, it can sweep across the northwest border of Xianliantao in an instant. What Zuanqing Dao League, Lingchang Valley, and Qianji Palace are all out of the question. No matter how these sects form alliances, they can't make any waves in the face of absolute strength. Although Xianzhen City has issued an order that no large-scale internal fighting should occur between the sects in Feng'an realm. But as the saying goes, there are countermeasures for every policy. Not allowing open wars and internal fighting, but secretly controlling some second-rate forces. Is that a problem for first-rate forces? For example, Wu Ji's Ironman now wants to secretly control Kainiuan Sword Sect. What power can Kainiuan Sword Sect resist? The other party can easily control all the top leaders of Kainiuan Sword Sect by sending a few Yuanshan Daojin. If the top leaders are all controlled, is there still a need for a large-scale invasion? Chen Daoxuan continued to check the contents of the jade slip. The more he checked, the more excited the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face became. If we compare puppets to cultivators, first order puppets can match cultivators in the key refining stage. Second order puppets can match cultivators in the foundation building stage. Fourth order puppets can match cultivators in the golden core stage. Fifth order puppets can match cultivators in the nascent soul stage. And sixth order puppets. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. It's the soul stage. The 6th order puppets, in terms of value, are even higher than ordinary 6th order magic tools. But this is not the key point. The key point is that the spiritual power required to turn a 6th order puppet into a Taoist soldier is the biggest expense. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly woke up. No wonder only the strength of the Heavenly Lord of Tribulation can be called a top force. Not to mention the extremely powerful strength of the Heavenly Lord of Tribulation, just by virtue of his ability to turn Taoist soldiers into Taoist soldiers. Other forces can hardly compare with him. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan thought of the Wuji Immortal sect again. It has been rumored that the Wuji Immortal sect, except for the lack of the Heavenly Lord, is not inferior to the top forces in the two realms in terms of strength and foundation. From this point of view, Wuji's Ironman must have a cultivator in the creation realm, and there is a high possibility that there is more than one. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan really got a glimpse of the power of Wuji's Ironman. Although Wuji's Ironman is also a first-rate force, first-rate forces and second-rate forces are obviously different. A force ruled by a Daojin of the first level of the world realm can barely be called a first-rate force. But can this first-rate force be compared with Wuji's Ironman? After the Chen family and Kainiuan sword sect joined forces, they were not afraid of this first-rate force, let alone Wuji's Ironman. In the eyes of Wuji's Ironman, this first-rate force is no different from second and third-rate sects and families, and they can be crushed at will. In the Hulu Cave Heaven, Chen Daoxuan's mind suddenly became active. The plan to go to Liangjiuan has been completely cancelled by him. The reason why he wanted to go to Liangjiuan was to find an alchemist who could refine Xingyu and Dan, but now Chuanbao Pavilion can solve this problem, so Chen Daoxuan naturally doesn't have to go far away. In addition, Chen Daoxuan always felt that the cultivator named Wu Mingxiu who was in the Zuanshu secret realm with him was plotting against him. The other party definitely had no good intentions when he gave him the heavenly secret talisman. The only thing Chen Daoxuan could be sure of now was that the other party needed to go to the Two Realms Abyss, and it was not so easy for the other party to go to the Two Realms Abyss. It was not just like what the other party said, that he lacked the cost of taking the space teleportation array. Could it be that New Righteousness sect? This force suddenly emerged in Chen Daoxuan's mind. New Righteousness sect was the biggest threat to Wuji's Ironman. Although Wuji's Ironman was much stronger than this New Righteousness sect, it was not as good as the New Righteousness sect hiding in the dark, causing damage to Wuji's Ironman from time to time. Just like the real Shenju who was burning the Sea of Stars back then. That makes sense. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Only people from the New Righteous sect can't take the space teleportation array controlled by the Wuji Immortal sect. The other party found me, firstly to use me to leave the capital of Zhu State, and secondly, for my Xianji talisman. So, the other party must have another core component of the Xianji talisman in his hand, which can sense other Xianji talismans. So he was so confident, and handed the Xianji talisman directly to me. In an instant, Chen Daoxuan's thoughts were opened, and he guessed Wu Mingxiu's origins. The only thing that puzzled him was that Wu Mingxiu was so bold. A mere purple mansion mid-stage cultivator dared to plot against him, a Yuanying cultivator. Even if Wu Mingxiu was backed by the New Righteous sect, Wu Mingxiu's cultivation in the purple mansion mid-stage was real. Wasn't the other party afraid that he would kill him? If Chen Daoxuan was tempted by the money and killed Wu Mingxiu, even if the New Righteousness sect behind the other party retaliated against Chen Daoxuan afterwards, it would be meaningless to Wu Mingxiu himself. Because he had put his life on the line. The New Righteousness sect is really a group of lunatics. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Chen Daoxuan believed that he had always been quite courageous, but he really didn't have the courage to plot against Yuanying's engine when he was in the Purple Mansion stage, and he was a Yuanying's engine of the second level of the world realm like him. However, Chen Daoxuan didn't care about Wu Mingxiu's matter. Anyway, he had made up his mind not to go to the two realms abyss this time. Even if the other party had more conspiracies and tricks, when they took the space teleportation array, Chen Daoxuan would just leave. Would the other party go to the two realms abyss or not? Even if the other party changed his mind temporarily and didn't go to the two realms abyss, Chen Daoxuan would have a way to force the other party to leave. What Chen Daoxuan was most concerned about now was whether the Chuanbao Pavilion could buy spirituality. If it could buy spirituality, what would the specific price be? However, regardless of whether the Chuanbao Pavilion has spirituality to sell, the currency used by the other party for settlement is definitely not spiritual stones, but most likely the power of creation. Because treasures such as the power of creation can not only help cultivators upgrade the level of spiritual objects such as magic tools, but also help cultivators upgrade the realm of the world. This is a treasure that has a huge effect on cultivators in the Yuanshan period and even the crossing tribulation period. After the cultivator breaks through the world realm and opens up his own world, if he wants to upgrade the scope of the world, he generally has to meet two conditions. One is to continue to improve the laws of the Great Way in the world. This belongs to enlightenment. Although there are some auxiliary methods, it depends more on the understanding of the cultivator. The second condition is to use the power of creation to irrigate the world, expand the scope of the world, and enhance the power of the world. In this regard, the world opened up by the human cultivators is very similar to the source world of the boundary monster. The same is true for the source world of the boundary monster. After expanding to a certain extent, the laws of the Great Way must be improved in order to continue to expand, otherwise the world will be in danger of collapse. The laws of the Great Way and the scope of the world complement each other. If there is a shortcoming in either of them, the level of the world cannot be improved. After reaching the third level of the world realm, many cultivators are unable to earn the power of good fortune to expand the world, so they can only take a stupid approach. Draw a trace of good fortune from the endless void. Although this method does not consume any resources, it takes a lot of time for the cultivator. Although the lifespan of Yuan Shandaogen is long, if all his time is spent on absorbing the power of good fortune from the endless void, his path will basically come to an end. Therefore, there is a saying that the higher the cultivation of the cultivator, the greater the demand for resources. The Jiang family has been able to stand in the two-world abyss for hundreds of thousands of years, relying not only on the Jiang family's tribulation heavenly venerable, but also on the King Muding left by the ancestor of the Jiang family. It is precisely because of the King Muding that the Jiang family has continuously provided the power of good fortune that the Jiang family has reached its current prosperity. Chen Daoxuan is now like a person holding the key to the vault, coming to a city with abundant supplies. He wanted to use the money in the vault to buy these supplies, but found that he could not take out the money in the vault for the time being. This feeling of anxiety tortured Chen Daoxuan very much. He looked at the 5 King Mudings in front of him and calculated secretly. This time he brought a whole large spiritual mine of spiritual stones. The spiritual stones of this large spiritual mine were all earned by the Chen family in these years of business. In fact, the spiritual stones earned by the Chen family in these years are far more than that of a spiritual mine. Chen Daoxuan, the patriarch, didn't know exactly how many there were. He only knew that the Chen family was definitely not short of spiritual stones. According to the standard, a large spiritual stone mine must have a reserve of more than 1 billion tons. And a standard spiritual stone weighs about 500 grams. In other words, if all the spiritual stones of a large spiritual stone mine are mined, there will be at least 2 trillion. In the Huangxing Sea, there are many forces that can control a large spiritual mine, but all of them have extremely strong backgrounds. If 2 trillion spiritual stones are refined into the power of creation by the King Muding, a total of 200,000 drops of the power of creation can be refined. 200,000 drops of the power of creation. This is a terrifying wealth. Even a Yuan Shandaogen of the 5th level of the ordinary world realm may not be able to come up with such wealth. But Chen Daoxuan can have this terrifying wealth, as long as he uses the King Muding to refine it. However, according to the speed of 5 King Mudings refining 1825 drops of the power of creation in a year, Chen Daoxuan needs to refine for more than 100 years. to barely refine all the spiritual stones in the good cave into the power of creation. More than 100 years may not be a big deal for other Yuanian cultivators. But you have to know that Chen Daoxuan has not had so much time to practice so far, and he certainly can't wait. Besides, with the development of the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect in the true demon realm and the control of the northwest border of Xian'an, Chen Daoxuan will control how many spiritual stone mines in the future. One large spiritual stone mine takes him more than 100 years to refine. What about 100? Or 1000? There are also giant spiritual stone mines with more reserves than large spiritual stone mines. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan must make more King Mudings. Chen Daoxuan already had a plan for the production method of King Muding, which was to build a King Muding production line and industrialize the production of King Muding. If it weren't for the magic weapon machine tool developed by Chen Daoxuan and others, Chen Daoxuan would not have come up with this idea in the short term. Instead, he would choose to find a group of reliable 4th level refiners to slowly refine the King Muding. But the problem is that 4th level refiners are rare, and secondly, the more people who master the refining method of King Muding, the more the refining method of King Muding will be exposed. This is not a small matter. If a few people master the refining method of King Muding, Chen Daoxuan can still control it. But if a large number of 4th level refiners master it, there will be more variables. Once the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect master the refining method of King Muding, the Jiang family will never let them go. At that time, not only the Jiang family, but other first-class forces and even top forces will all come to the door. That would really be the enemy of the world. The Jiang family can master the refining method of King Muding, but it does not mean that other forces can also master it. This involves the issue of strength. If you are not strong enough, you will be guilty of possessing a treasure. Therefore, for the manufacture of King Muding, Chen Daoxuan is not inclined to let a large number of refiners to refine it, but to let the magic weapon machine tools to produce it. However, building a 4th level magic weapon production line is also a big challenge for Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 416, Wealthy. The family's magic tool machine tool has only been developed to the 2nd generation, and there is still a gap of 2 generations before it can be mass produced into the 4th order magic tool. Chen Daoxuan said silently. Fortunately, he now has a large amount of enlightenment stardust. In the past, enlightenment stardust was limited, and Chen Daoxuan did not dare to invest too much enlightenment stardust in creating magic tools. He mostly used the preaching function to let the people in the family's magic tool research institute develop various magic tools on his behalf. The benefit of doing so is that, on the one hand, it has cultivated a large number of magic tool research talents for the family. On the other hand, it also saves a lot of enlightenment stardust for Chen Daoxuan himself. Over the years, the Chen family has developed countless new magic tools, from various soul melting furnaces to magic tool machine tools. If it were all up to Chen Daoxuan alone, I don't know how much enlightenment stardust would be consumed to do it. However, the Magic Tool Research Institute system created by Chen Daoxuan perfectly solved this problem. After all, Chen Daoxuan is very clear about the principle that one person's wisdom is short. In addition, with the development of the Chen family, the demand for various new magic tools will certainly increase. Chen Daoxuan can't do nothing all day and just stay there to develop various magic tools for the Chen family. This is obviously unrealistic. Therefore, the Magic Tool Research Institute system came into being. But now, facing the various treasures of the Chuanbao Pavilion, Chen Daoxuan can't wait for the research of the Chen Family Magic Tool Research Institute. Because before Chen Daoxuan set off, he had asked the Chen family's Magic Tool Research Institute and the Guanyuan Sword Sect's refining hall to merge and reorganize, and now should be the chaotic period of the 2 running in. Chen Daoxuan estimated that it was hard to say how much research and development capabilities they could exert. In addition, he couldn't preach to the people in the Magic Tool Research Institute all the time, and their research efficiency would inevitably be further reduced. For various reasons, Chen Daoxuan decided to go into battle himself. Speaking of which, this should be the 2nd time that Chen Daoxuan has been so urgent to develop a new magic tool after developing the Wrangling Furnace. The 4th level magic tool machine tool used to produce the King Muding is at least the 4th level. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan first took out a jade slip and read it carefully. The jade slip in his hand recorded all the contents of the second level magic tool machine tool developed by the Chen Family Magic Tool Research Institute. It not only includes the refining method of the second level magic tool machine tool, but also the research and development ideas for developing it. The research and development ideas are what Chen Daoxuan values more, because he has to follow this idea to further develop the third level or even fourth level magic tool machine tool in one fell swoop. Chen Daoxuan's refiner rank is only 4th level, which is not very high, but his formation master rank is as high as 6th level, so reading the various formations recorded in this jade slip is like a college student reading elementary and junior high school mathematics knowledge, which is very easy. About 3 or 4 hours later, Chen Daoxuan finally read the ideas of Chen Daoxuan and his team in developing the magic tool machine tool. His first reaction after reading this jade slip was that Chen Daoxuan and his team's ideas for developing the magic tool machine tool were more mature and stable than when he developed the wrangling furnace. When Chen Daoxuan developed the wrangling furnace, he was imaginative and tried whatever he thought of. However, when Chen Daoxuan and his team developed the magic instrument machine tool, they used the method of elimination, choosing a research direction and then trying it regularly. If they exhausted all methods and found that this research direction did not work, they would switch to another research direction. According to Chen Daoxuan and his team's method to develop a new type of magic instrument, the result is that they will inevitably succeed in developing this magic instrument. The only difference is how much time and cost it takes. If they don't hesitate to pay any price, there is no magic instrument they can't develop in theory. After reading the real record of Chen Daoxuan and his team's development of the magic instrument machine tool, Chen Daoxuan was greatly inspired. I didn't expect that the Chen family has come so far in the research of magic instruments in recent years. Chen Daoxuan sighed. He is not the only one in the world who is making progress. The Chen family members are also making progress. Although their progress may be slower than Chen Daoxuan's, the Chen family members have never given up progress, which is the most valuable. If it were any other family member, they would have stopped making progress and indulged themselves in extravagance after seeing how powerful their family was. However, the Chen family, from the cultivators to the ordinary mortals, had no such idea. It can be seen that the Chen family has done an extremely successful job in family education. It is not in vain that Chen Daoxuan has elevated family education to a strategic position that is as important as the family population. In the Hulu Cave Heaven, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged, and in his sea of consciousness, a huge star of enlightenment slowly rotated. With each rotation of the star of enlightenment, countless stardust of enlightenment was consumed. Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment also began to soar. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 100 times. With 100 times of enlightenment, his thinking was clearer than ever before, and inspiration kept coming to him like a tide. You can choose this direction. Chen Daoxuan suddenly grabbed the inspiration in his mind and followed the original second order magic machine tool research and development ideas and chose a similar research direction. A ball of pure black flame floated out of the Tanzhang acupoint. A large amount of spiritual ore floated in front of this pure black flame, and it easily refined the impurities, leaving only a bunch of spiritual liquid. This demon fire is much more convenient to use for refining than the general spiritual fire secret technique, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. Although there was no melting furnace under the refinement of this demon fire, Chen Daoxuan's refining effect still soared nearly tenfold. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. I saw a huge magic weapon machine tool appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Judging from its spiritual charm, the magic weapon machine tool in front of Chen Daoxuan was a 4th level high quality magic weapon. It's done. After a month of attempts, 100 times the enlightenment blessing, and the foundation laid by Chen Daoxuan and others, Chen Daoxuan finally refined this 4th generation magic weapon machine tool. Although there is only one magic weapon machine tool, but its refining efficiency is enough to compete with dozens of 4th level refiners. Generally speaking, it takes at least several years for a 4th level refiner to refine a king mooding. And with this 4th level magic tool machine, it only takes 1 month at most to produce a king mooding. I have the devil's fire. With my speed, it won't take me more than a few days to refine a 4th level magic tool machine, but the magic tool machine also needs someone to operate it. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan had a flash of inspiration. Let the Taoist soldiers operate it? But, wouldn't that be too extravagant? Although he didn't know the value of a little spirituality, Chen Daoxuan felt that things that could only be created by a cultivator in the creation realm would definitely not be cheap. However, with the spiritual stones I carry now, it would take about 500 king moodings to refine them within a year. A 4th level magic tool machine can produce 1 king mooding per month. I need to refine 50 machines within a year, and I can use these 50 magic tool machines to produce 600 king moodings within a year. After a simple calculation, Chen Daoxuan found that the plan was completely feasible. 3 years was enough for him to refine all the spiritual stones. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan even had about a year of free time to improve his cultivation. As for operating the magic tool machine, Chen Daoxuan also figured it out and temporarily operated it himself. It was very convenient to operate the magic tool machine to produce the king mooding. Even ordinary people could do it. With his cultivation, operating 50 magic tool machines at the same time was just a piece of cake. Using Taoist soldiers to operate the magic tool machine was too extravagant, so Chen Daoxuan did not consider this for the time being. After thinking everything through, Chen Daoxuan implemented it according to his idea. Time passed slowly. During this period, Chen Daoxuan went out again and purchased a large amount of spiritual ore for refining magic tool machines. Fortunately, he had prepared enough spiritual ore for refining the king mooding. Not to mention refining more than 500 statues. Even refining 1000 or 10,000 statues was more than enough. 1 year later, in the Hulu Cave Heaven, the last 4th level magic tool machine slowly took shape in his hands. Chen Daoxuan was surrounded by huge metal beasts. Since there was no spiritual line network of the Chen family, the magic tool machines in front of him were powered by spiritual stones and formations. 50 machines, finally finished. Even with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation, it took a lot of effort to refine the magic tool machine tools for a year without sleep. Fortunately, the 50 magic tool machine tools were finally refined within the budgeted time. Next, it was to use these 50 magic tool machine tools to produce king mooding. Chen Daoxuan lined up the 50 magic tool machine tools and combined them with the 4th level soul melting furnace he brought with him to form a series of king mooding production lines. Finally, the 50 king mooding production lines were completed under Chen Daoxuan's installation. Looking at the king mooding production line in front of him, which was still simple compared to the Chen family magic tool factory, Chen Daoxuan exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly said, "Let's start." Under his distracted operation, the 50 production lines were fully open to produce king mooding. A month later, 50 king mooding were produced. Chen Daoxuan put enough spirit stones into each of the 50 king moodings, and then he stopped caring about them and continued to produce other king moodings. 1 year later, 600 king moodings were placed in the good cave heaven. Not only that, the first king mooding produced in this year has already refined nearly half of the spiritual stones he brought with him. His left hand trembled slightly, and he gently stroked the storage ring on his right index finger, because it contained more than 100,000 drops of creation power. This was the most terrifying wealth that Chen Daoxuan had mastered since he started practicing. Chen Daoxuan was not going to intervene in the refining of the remaining spiritual stones. There was a small space inside the king mooding, which contained all his remaining spiritual stones. When the 600 king moodings finished refining these spiritual stones, he would get more than 100,000 drops of creation power, a total of 200,000 drops of creation power. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how much spirituality these 200,000 drops of creation power could buy, he knew that the money he had to buy the information about the heavenly secret talisman was enough. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't delay and flew out of the good cave heaven directly. Then he put away the good, flashed, and flew out of the Zuanshu secret realm. In the side hall, sensing that Chen Daoxuan had left again, Wu Mingxiu's eyes slightly opened, and then slowly closed again. Chuanbao Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan came here for the 3rd time with ease. The last time he came here, He was looking for some spiritual ores for refining 4th order magic tools. Although these spiritual ores are 4th order, it is considered shabby to buy some 4th order spiritual ores with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation. There is nothing worthy of others' attention. Although the things he is going to buy next will attract the attention of those who are interested, once these things are successfully purchased, the strength that Chen Daoxuan possesses will completely skyrocket. He is not worried about others paying attention to him at all. When he stepped into the Chuanbao Pavilion, he was greeted by the colorful fairy again. Dao Chen. Fairy Nishan took the initiative to greet Chen Daoxuan when she saw him. I was just about to tell you that the Xingyuan pearl you were going to refine will be ready in a few days. Upon hearing the good news, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up. Thank you, fairy. Dao Chen, you don't have to be polite. I should thank you for taking care of my Chuanbao Pavilion's business. The two exchanged pleasantries. Chen Daoxuan continued, I came here this time to ask your pavilion for information on the Xianji talisman. Upon hearing this, Fairy Nishan's pretty face flashed with a hint of surprise. Dao Chen, have you prepared the power of creation? Our Chuanbao Pavilion does not accept the use of spirit stones to offset the power of creation. Chen Daoxuan bowed his hands. Of course. 10,000 drops of the power of creation, let alone the world realm true lord. Even an ordinary Yuanshan period cultivator would find it quite difficult to come up with such a large amount of power of creation. Didn't you see that Kinzan took out all his old tricks and only took out 2,300 drops of the power of creation? Although Yuan Shandaogen is richer than Kinzan, it is not an easy task to take out 10,000 drops of the power of creation at one time. It is enough to make many Yuan Shandaogens go bankrupt. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was not lying, the expression on Fairy Nishan's pretty face suddenly became enthusiastic. Fellow Daoist Chen, please wait a moment. I will get the information about the heavenly secret talisman for you. Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Fairy Nishan asked Chen Daoxuan to sit in the hall and wait, and she went to get something. Compared with Fenglayan, Chuanbao Pavilion reveals danger everywhere. It seems that every place is like a terrifying mental warning from Chen Daoxuan. Here, Chen Daoxuan dare not be presumptuous at all, let alone use his spiritual sense to investigate, and even dare not glance around. Chen Daoxuan entered Chuanbao Pavilion several times, and although he didn't see anyone, he couldn't help the huge pressure brought to him here. He dared to be 100% sure that there was not only a Yuan Shandaogen sitting here, but also far more than one. About an incense stick of time, Fairy Nishan returned on a fairy cloud. Fellow Daoist Chen, I've been waiting for a long time. As soon as she entered the hall, Fairy Nishan apologized to Chen Daoxuan. Fairy, you are too polite. Chen Daoxuan bowed, and then changed the subject. I don't know the information about the heavenly secret talisman. Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a look. Fairy Nishan raised her hand, and took out a metal box as black as ink. Chen Daoxuan probed it with his spiritual sense, but it disappeared in an instant like mud entering a river. This is made of meteorite iron from outside the domain. It can absorb the spiritual sense of cultivators. Its material itself is comparable to the 7th grade spiritual law, and is extremely hard. After saying that, Fairy Nishan pinched the spiritual formula with her hand, and the metal box slowly opened. A jade slip lay quietly in the jade box. Seeing this jade slip, Chen Daoxuan slowly stretched out his hand, and took it out of the metal box. Sure enough, there is a ban. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. I want this jade slip. Okay. Fairy Nishan smiled like a flower. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Daoxuan continued, do you have any spiritual power for sale, fairy? Spiritual power? Fairy Nishan frowned. Fellow Daoist, do you want to buy spiritual power? Spiritual power is not cheap. I wonder if you want to buy it to refine Dao soldiers or... Chen Daoxuan did not hide it and said bluntly, it is to enlighten Dao soldiers, to be used as Dao guards in the battlefield outside the domain. Hearing this, Fairy Nishan guessed that Chen Daoxuan must be the nephew or disciple of some big boss. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the other party's world realm, it is impossible for him to come up with so much fortune power. Thinking of this, Fairy Nishing smiled and said, if fellow Daoist is just for Dao soldiers, there is no need to buy spiritual power, because it is really not cost effective. Oh, what do you mean, Fairy? Chapter 417 Cheyenne Her Jade Dew. Dao Ao can buy the Dao soldiers eliminated from the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned. Second-hand goods. Did she despise him for not having money? Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't say anything, Fairy Nishan knew that he must have misunderstood and hurriedly explained. Dao Ao, don't look at these Dao soldiers eliminated from the battlefield outside the domain, but they have been reassembled by my Chuan Bao Pavilion, and their strength is not much weaker than before. What's more, they are stronger than the newly enlightened Dao soldiers. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face relaxed slightly. Although most of the Dao soldiers are enlightened by puppets, their spirituality is enough to compete with cultivators, but even cultivators have their strengths and weaknesses. For example, some cultivators are good at attacking, some are good at escaping, and some are good at defense. The same is true for Dao soldiers. In order to maximize the role of Dao soldiers in protecting the Dao, many children of major forces often choose a complete team instead of just one when choosing Dao soldiers. The Taoist soldiers in this complete team include those who assist in defense, those who are responsible for trapping the enemy, and those who are responsible for attacking and escaping. If the strength of the 6th level low-grade Taoist soldiers is enough to compete with the Yuanshan Taoist lord of the 1st and 2nd levels of the world realm, then the strength of the team composed of a pair of 6th level low-grade Taoist soldiers can be comparable to the Yuanshan Taoist lord of the 3rd level of the world realm. You must know that there is a huge gap in strength between the 2nd level of the world realm and the 3rd level of the world realm. If the two fight normally, the 2nd level of the world realm Taoist lord will be defeated within 10 rounds. But the Taoist soldier team can compete with the 3rd level of the world realm Taoist lord with a weaker strength, which shows that their ability to cooperate in combat is far superior to that of human cultivators. Chen Daoxuan also learned some of this information from the jade slips given by Fairy Nishan. He knew even more clearly that the reason why the Taoist soldier team could exert the strength of 1+1 greater than 2 was due to the combination of formations constructed by the cultivators when they enlightened the Taoist soldiers. Each Taoist soldier in the team is equivalent to a formation base of the formation. Theoretically, this formation can be infinitely superimposed. In other words, the more Dao soldiers there are, the stronger their strength will be. Compared with human cultivators, there is no problem of poor coordination between Dao soldiers, because in essence, they belong to puppet life. Its rigor is just like the intelligent robots in the previous life. For this kind of existence, the superimposed formation is simply tailor-made for them. But this kind of Dao soldier team also has a disadvantage. That is, once one of the Dao soldiers is destroyed, the formation of the entire Dao soldier team will collapse. Even if the remaining Dao soldiers are still very powerful, they cannot fight against higher levels. Chen Daoxuan knew the ins and outs of this, so he was a little dissatisfied when he heard that Fairy Nishan wanted to sell him second-hand goods. What he wanted was a Dao protecting soldier who could truly guard the family and Guarnian sword sect, not a discarded product on the battlefield. Seeing the non-committal expression on Chen Daoxuan's face, Fairy Nishan struck while the iron was hot and said, Dao Ao, please wait a moment. As she said that, Fairy Nishan disappeared in the hall again. Less than an incense stick of time. Behind Fairy Nishan, a team of 5 Taoist soldiers followed closely and strode into the hall. Compared with Fairy Nishan, these 5 Taoist soldiers were much more taciturn. Since entering the hall, they have not made any sound. But Chen Daoxuan knew that they were no different from Fairy Nishan standing in front of him. They were all puppet lives with intelligence. Because they were lives, Taoist soldiers had emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness just like human cultivators. However, the moment they were enlightened to become Taoist soldiers, the command to be loyal to the master was implanted in their deep consciousness. It was just like the soul seal that Chen Daoxuan cast on the monsters. In the hall, Fairy Nishan smiled and said, Dao Ao, look, these are the Taoist soldiers that my Chuan Bao Pavilion has collected from the battlefield outside the domain, and then rebuilt into a Taoist soldier team by the Master of Refining. I dare not say that they are stronger than all Taoist soldiers of the same level, but they are definitely not weaker than the average level of Taoist soldiers of the same level. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan walked forward and looked at the Taoist soldiers in front of him one by one. This Taoist soldier team was a defensive team, because in the team, only one Taoist soldier was responsible for attacking, but 2 were responsible for defense. The remaining 2 Taoist soldiers, one was responsible for using the domain to suppress the enemy, and the other was responsible for leading everyone to escape at the critical moment. Compared with the ordinary 4-person Taoist soldier team, this Taoist soldier team had one more. Perhaps the master of refining equipment in Chuanbao Pavilion found the shortcomings when he rebuilt the formation of the Taoist soldier team, so he added a Taoist soldier, turning the 4-person Taoist soldier team into a 5-person Taoist soldier team. Are these all low-grade 6th rank Dao soldiers? Of course. Fairy Nishing smiled. We have middle grade and even high grade 6th rank Dao soldiers in Chuanbao Pavilion, but they are not the ones eliminated from the battlefield outside the domain, so the price is. Chen Daoxuan nodded. How much is the price of this Dao soldier team? Fairy Nishing held up 3 fingers. 300,000 drops of fortune power. Ahem. Chen Daoxuan just drank a sip of spiritual tea and suddenly coughed. He looked up in disbelief and frowned. How much? 300,000? Chen Daoxuan stood up and was about to leave when he heard this. Seeing this, Fairy Nishing hurried forward and said, fellow Daoist Chen, don't be angry, you haven't taken your elixir yet. As she said this, Fairy Nishing looked aggrieved. Chen Daoxuan had no interest in being spoiled by a puppet life. He said in a deep voice, a brand new team of 4 Taoist soldiers is only sold for 400,000 drops of good fortune. And your Taoist soldiers are all eliminated from the battlefield outside the domain. Not to mention that they are not as strong as the 4-man Taoist soldier team, their potential is far less than that. If I want to continue to add soldiers to the Taoist soldier team in the future, the difficulty of superimposing the formation will be greater than that of the 4-man Taoist soldier team. You actually gave me 100,000 drops of good fortune for all kinds of defects. Am I rag collector? Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Fairy Nishing regretted secretly that she had given the information and refining methods of the Taoist soldiers to the other party for free. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would never have understood the defects of the Taoist soldier so clearly. Seeing that Fairy Nishing did not speak, Chen Daoxuan knew that he had hit the point, and he was more certain in his heart that the value of these 5 Taoist soldiers was definitely not worth 300,000 drops of good fortune. Although Chuanbao Pavilion is a big family, it is the nature of all businessmen to sell goods at a premium to obtain more profits, and Chuanbao Pavilion is no exception. After a moment of hesitation, Fairy Nishing said solemnly, it seems that fellow Daoist Chen has carefully read the method of refining the Dao soldiers given by my pavilion. Yes, the price of 300,000 drops of good fortune is indeed a bit high. However, this eliminated Dao soldier team is hard to come by. The price is lower than that of a brand new Dao soldier team, and the strength is almost the same. The only shortcoming may be that the potential is a little worse. But as a Daoist fellow, it is absolutely suitable for protecting the Dao at present. The Dao soldier team in front of him is enough to exert the strength of a 3rd level Dao lord in the world realm. It is more than enough to protect Chen Daoxuan now. 200,000 drops of good fortune. Chen Daoxuan stretched out 2 fingers. 200,000? Fairy Nishing frowned. Chen Daoxuan cut off 1/3 of the price of this Dao soldier team in one go, which can be said to be quite ruthless. Compared with a brand new 4-person Dao soldier team, the price is only half. If 5 Dao soldiers are to be enlightened by spiritual power, they need to consume a full 50 points of spiritual power, and their value has reached 500,000 drops of good fortune. From the perspective of spiritual energy consumption, these Taoist soldiers can't even recover their costs. But the reality is so cruel. A damaged Taoist soldier team is like a damaged magic weapon. Even if it is repaired, the price will definitely be far less than a new one. For a long time, Fairy Nishing nodded with difficulty. Okay, 200,000 drops of good fortune power is 200,000 drops, but fellow Daoist Chen must pay all the good fortune power at once. Of course, Chen Daoxuan nodded, but 200,000 drops of good fortune power are too much. I need to go back and prepare. No problem. Fairy Nishing agreed happily. The two of them negotiated this big deal, and their relationship instantly became much closer. Although Fairy Nishing is also a Taoist soldier, she was trained to be a Taoist soldier responsible for selling goods, which is very different from the Taoist soldier team responsible for protecting the Tao. The negotiation is over. Fairy Nishing invited, fellow Daoist Chen, please follow me. Your Xingyuan pill will be refined in the next few days. Please check it yourself. No problem. Chen Daoxuan bowed and followed Fairy Nishing, flying towards a sacred mountain in the cave. In the spiritual vein, a verdant mountain peak came in a blink of an eye. The two of them descended their escape light towards the mountain peak. On the mountain peak, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. In front of him, an alchemy furnace was rotating non-stop. Chen Daoxuan swept his spiritual sense. He saw a ball of orange-red flame inside the alchemy furnace, slowly roasting 5 balls of spiritual pill liquid. Chen Daoxuan recognized at a glance that this ball of orange-red flame was the common spiritual fire secret method among Yuanian cultivators, infant fire. This is Master Ni. Fairy Nishing pointed at the white-haired old man and introduced him. Master Ni is a 5th level top-grade alchemist and is more than capable of refining Xingyuan pills. Although Chen Daoxuan was not very proficient in alchemy, he could tell from the aura of the 5 elixirs in the alchemy furnace that 3 of them were 4th level Xingyuan pills and 2 were 5th level Xingyuan pills. 4th level Xingyuan pills were mainly used to improve the cultivation of giant cultivators. And 5th level Xingyuan pills were the perfect treasures for improving the cultivation of Yuanying cultivators. What Chen Daoxuan needed were these 2 5th level Xingyuan pills. Unfortunately, there were only 2 5th level Xingyuan pills. Although the white-haired old man did not respond when Fairy Nishing introduced them, he could not help but say when he saw Chen Daoxuan's gloomy face, this 5th level Xingyuan fruit you sent has probably been stored for thousands of years. You are just lucky to have met me. Otherwise, if it were another alchemist, I'm afraid he could only refine a 5th level Xingyuan pill for you. After hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan finally felt better. He knew in his heart that every word said by the old man surnamed Ni was true. This 5th level Xingyuan fruit was the reward obtained by Yuan Sword sect after the whole sect rushed to help Liang Jian. Counting it, it has been thousands of years. Thank you for your trouble, old Ni. Chen Daoxuan bowed. Hearing this, Elder Ni's face relaxed, and he turned to look at Fairy Nishing and said, Miss Qi, after refining this furnace of elixir, the merits I have accumulated are enough for me to exchange for a drop of Xianhe rain dew, right? Hearing this, Fairy Nishing said, Old Ni, please wait a moment, I will check it first. After that, she took out a disc-shaped magic weapon and quickly checked it. Soon, Fairy Nishing raised her head and smiled. Old Ni, the merits you have accumulated over the years are enough to exchange for a drop of Xianhe rain dew. It seems that my Xianian continent will have another Yuan Daogen. Hearing this, Elder Ni's body trembled slightly. Obviously, he was very excited. Chen Daoxuan could see that, although the old man surnamed Ni in front of him had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, his lifespan was not much. Otherwise, he would not have this white hair and beard. When a cultivator's cultivation reaches a nascent soul stage, unless he deliberately dresses up as an old man, he will look very young. If a Yuanying stage cultivator has an old man's image, it can only prove that his lifespan is not much. Breaking through from the Yuanying stage to the Yuanshan stage, not only does it require the Dao realm and physical strength to meet the standards, but the cultivator's soul must also be completely transformed. The old man named Ni in front of him, the Dao realm and physical body all meet the conditions for breaking through the Yuanshan stage. The only thing he lacks is a soul. Xianhe Yulu. Chuanbao Pavilion actually has this kind of treasure. Chen Daoxuan thought secretly. Xianhe Yulu is the same as Tai divine water. It is also a treasure for tempering the soul. If a Yuanying stage cultivator has it, the chance of breaking through to the Yuanshan stage is even greater than Tai divine water. In other words, as long as the cultivator is not extremely stupid, he can basically be promoted from the Yuanying stage to the Yuanshan stage smoothly. This is a roll of resources. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was also secretly moved. Since Chuanbao Pavilion has Xian Yulu, can he buy it? After all, Chuanbao Pavilion is known to sell even immortal tools. No matter how precious the Xian Jade Dew is, it can't compare to the pure Yang immortal weapon, right? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart. His current cultivation has been promoted to the early stage of the nascent soul. After taking 2 5th level Xingyuan pills, his cultivation will most likely be promoted to the peak of the nascent soul. The only thing left is the 2 levels of the physical body and the soul. The physical body is easy to say, with the devil's fire. The worst case scenario is to use resources to attack it. Anyway, Chen Daoxuan has already made a plan to open up the true demon realm. Once this plan is successfully implemented, he will have no shortage of physical resources. In addition to the physical level, there is only the soul level. Logically, the soul level should not exist for Chen Daoxuan, because he has a secret method for refining the gods, the Sea of Gods. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the Sea of Gods requires time to accumulate, and Chen Daoxuan has not spent much time practicing so far. How he practices the Sea of Gods can be imagined. Since the secret method of refining the gods cannot help him break through the Sea of Gods in a short period of time, he can only use resources to attack it. Chen Daoxuan is familiar with this method. Just as he was thinking, the old man surnamed Ni shouted, "The pill is almost ready, pay attention to collecting it." Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chapter 418, 9th level of nascent soul. As soon as old Ni finished speaking, 5 elixirs flew into the sky. 3 of them were green and 2 were red. They were 3 4th level Xingyuan pills and 2 5th level Xingyuan pills. Chen Daoxuan saw this and did not dare to neglect it. He quickly waved his hand to set up a space barrier to prevent the elixirs from escaping. The 5 elixirs hit the space barrier, just like hitting cotton wool, soft and unresponsive, and were bounced back. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face lit up, just in time. He took out an MTJ bottle from his storage ring and put the 5 elixirs flying towards him into it one by one. On the side, Fairy Nisheng saw Chen Daoxuan put away the elixir and congratulated him. Congratulations to you, Daoxuan, for obtaining the Xingyuan elixir. Your cultivation will rise in no time. Chen Daoxuan quickly bowed in return. His joy was beyond words. Thank you for your good wishes, Fairy. Old Ni didn't bother to be polite to Chen Daoxuan. He just said lightly, "Don't forget my Xian Jade Dew." Then he drove the light of escape, left the top of Lingshan Mountain, and flew towards his cave. Watching old Ni leave, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "May I ask, Fairy, is your Xian Jade Dew for sale?" Of course it is for sale, but Xian Jade Dew is a treasure for refining the spirit, and the price is extremely high. Dao should be mentally prepared. May I ask its price? Fairy Nisheng stretched out a finger. 100,000 drops of the power of creation can buy 1 drop of Xian Jade Dew. Hiss. Chen Daoxuan took a breath of cold air when he heard it. He only spent 200,000 drops of good fortune to buy a 5-man Taoist soldier team equivalent to the 3rd level Taoist lord in the world realm. However, it takes 100,000 drops of good fortune to buy a drop of Xian Jade Dew. No wonder the second-rate forces on the border of Xianlian's How did not go to Chuanbao Pavilion to buy the soul refining treasure. On the one hand, even if they have the soul refining treasure, they may not be sure to break through to the Yuanshan period. On the other hand, this soul refining treasure is too expensive. Not to mention Yuan Sword Sect and other second-rate sects. Even Chen Daoxuan now does not have extra good fortune to buy it. However, although Chen Daoxuan does not have enough good fortune now, for him who has mastered the King Mooding production line, he will have as much good fortune as he wants in the future. In fact, it is easier for Chen Daoxuan to obtain good fortune than the Jiang family, because the King Mooding of the Jiang family must also be refined bit by bit by a 4th level refiner. According to the calculation, that a 4th level refiner can only refine a King Mooding in 3 years. Even if a 4th level giant and stage refiner does nothing all his life and spends all his time refining King Mooding, he can only refine less than 200. Although the Jiang family is a big family, how many 4th level refiners can it have? Even if the Jiang family has tens of thousands of 4th level refiners, how many King Mooding can it have? Because the King Mooding, a magical instrument, also has a lifespan limit. The King Mooding refined by a 4th level refiner cannot be preserved for hundreds of thousands of years like the King Mooding refined by the ancestor of the Jiang family. The King Mooding refined by the ancestor of the Jiang family can maintain immortality for hundreds of thousands of years, because he is a true immortal. The power he controls is not the magic power of ordinary cultivators, but a higher level of immortal power. Treasures infected by immortal power themselves have a hint of immortality, and can naturally be preserved for hundreds of thousands of years. The most typical example is a pure Yang immortal artifact. There are quite a few pure Yang immortal artifacts in the Feng'an realm, but apart from those damaged in battle, Chen Daoxuan has never heard of any pure Yang immortal artifact that decayed due to time. After leaving the Chuanbao pavilion, Chen Daoxuan, who returned with a full load, immediately returned to the Zuanshu secret realm and went into seclusion. Before the seclusion, Chen Daoxuan still carefully set up the Zuyujiagang formation around to prevent others from spying. In the side hall of the Zuanshu secret realm, Wu Xiaoming sat cross-legged, but his consciousness was communicating with a Yuanshan Daojin and the Dongshan magical artifact he carried with him. Master, he is back. Don't use your consciousness to explore. The formation he set up is extraordinary. Don't alert him. A cold voice sounded in Wu Xiaoming's sea of consciousness. Yes, Master. Wu Xiaoming lowered his head, but I think the other party may have suspected me. It doesn't matter. This Taoist friend must be going to the Two Realms Abyss. When the time comes, we will make a long-term plan. That's the only way. Wu Xiaoming nodded. The main hall of Zuanshu secret realm. Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about Wu Xiaoming and the others' plan. What he cares most about now is to quickly take the Xingyuan pill and improve his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul. Chen Daoxuan even considered whether to give up buying the Taoist soldier team and choose to buy a drop of Xian Huayulu to try to break through the Yuanshan period. But thinking that his physical body has not yet reached the level of condensing an immortal body, Chen Daoxuan can only give up. The physical condition of breaking through the Yuanshan period is the simplest condition for other Yuanying's engine, but it is the most difficult level for Chen Daoxuan. Because the immortal body he wants to condense is extraordinary, it is Zhurong's true body. Although the Zhurong true body he condensed was very different from the legendary Zhurong demon god, this Dushan demon god true body was originally created by imitating the 12 demon gods. Although even if he cultivated to the extreme, he could not be comparable to the 12 demon gods, but at least he could get a glimpse of the demon gods. Forget it, let's follow the plan and buy a team of Taoist soldiers first. When we return to the family and have enough power of creation, we can make a long-term plan. Although Chen Daoxuan carried a lot of spiritual stones, it was far less than the spiritual stone mines controlled by the Chen family, especially the Kainiuan sword sect. When he refined all the spiritual stone mines in the territory of the Kainiuan sword sect, he didn't know how many treasures he could buy from the Chuanbao pavilion. When he thought of this, Chen Daoxuan was full of excitement. Sure enough, there are still abundant resources and treasures in big places. Unlike a small place like Wangxinghe, which seems to have abundant resources, there are actually only a few resources that can help higher level cultivators practice. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan didn't think much about it. He immediately took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. It was a medicine bottle he used to collect Xingyuandan in the Chuanbao pavilion. Without saying anything, Chen Daoxuan opened the jade bottle restriction. With a slight surge of his magic power, 5 Xingyuandan came out one after another. Chen Daoxuan took a look at the green 4th level Xingyuandan and finally focused all his attention on the 2 5th level Xingyuandan. The 4th level Xingyuandan has a miraculous effect on improving the cultivation of Jindan monks, but for him, the effect is not so obvious. If he takes it, it would be a bit of a waste. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan put 3 4th level Xingyuandan into the jade bottle, paused, and put a red 5th level Xingyuandan back. Now, there was only one red 5th level Xingyuandan left in front of Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan calmed his heart, picked up the 5th level Xingyuandan, raised his head, and swallowed it. The Xingyuandan melted in his mouth. Chen Daoxuan felt as if he was drowned by a torrent of spiritual energy. Countless spiritual energy formed a spiritual energy column above his head. Chen Daoxuan was bathed in the spiritual energy column. Fortunately, he was in Hulu Cave Heaven at the moment, and there was a Zuao 9 palace formation outside to protect him, so he didn't make any noise. But for Chen Daoxuan himself, the change brought to his cultivation by this spiritual energy column was really too great. Chen Daoxuan's original cultivation of the first level of the nascent soul stage soared visibly under the bathing of this spiritual energy column. Nascent soul first level, nascent soul second level, nascent soul third level. In less than a month, Chen Daoxuan even crossed to small realms and broke through to the third level of the nascent soul. He was only one step away from reaching the middle stage of the nascent soul. And now, the spiritual energy column still enveloped him. His cultivation continued to improve. Although his cultivation improved rapidly, due to Chen Daoxuan's terrifying Dao realm, the rapid improvement of his cultivation did not cause any instability to his foundation. On the contrary, the third level of the nascent soul is still too low compared to Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm. With his Dao realm, even if he breaks through to the Yuanshan stage now, it will not cause any instability to his foundation. Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation finally broke through to the middle stage of the nascent soul and reached the fourth level of the nascent soul. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face was delighted. What surprised him even more was that his cultivation was still improving, and the spiritual light column brought by the Xingyuan pill had not disappeared. In the Danshan, the originally calm mana was like a tsunami, constantly surging. The quality of mana was also constantly improving. Chen Daoxuan's nascent soul sat in the purple mansion, and his height continued to increase with the improvement of his cultivation. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Until he broke through the middle stage of the nascent soul. The 3-inch tall nascent soul sitting in the purple mansion suddenly sucked. The sea of mana outside the purple mansion was sucked into its belly like a whale. But the strange thing is that, although the nascent soul is only 3 inches tall, it has absorbed so much high quality mana without any bloating. The only difference is that as the nascent soul absorbs mana, the original 3-inch tall nascent soul has grown another inch taller, reaching 4 inches, and then stopped. But when the nascent soul stopped growing, the sea of mana outside the purple palace did not stop growing. Just like that, the spiritual light column lasted for 3 months. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level was raised from the first level of the nascent soul to the 6th level of the nascent soul, reaching the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Only one step away, he could break through to the late stage of the nascent soul. This rocket-like cultivation speed was not seen or heard of by the cultivators in the Wangxing Sea. In fact, even the disciples of the Taiyin sect who controlled the Xingyuan fruit tree did not dare to take Xingyuan pills to improve their cultivation as recklessly as Chen Daoxuan. Because the improvement of a cultivator's cultivation level is not simply enough to accumulate mana, it also requires a cultivator's soul, body, and the realm of the great Dao to all meet the corresponding conditions. Blindly improving the cultivation of key refining will only lead to obsession. Chen Daoxuan's current physical cultivation has reached the threshold of refining the immortal body, and he is only one step away from refining the Zirang body. With this level of physical strength, even if he improves his key refining cultivation to the 9th level of the nascent soul, there is no burden. As for the soul, Chen Daoxuan is not too strong. But because of practicing the Sea of Gods, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness and soul have skyrocketed several times. After breaking through the Sea of Consciousness of the nascent soul period, enough to compete with ordinary late nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, his key refining cultivation is raised to the 9th level of the nascent soul, and his consciousness will not hold him back. And as his cultivation soars, his consciousness will also increase to a certain extent. As for the last item, it is also the realm of the great Dao that restricts the cultivators the most. On the contrary, it is a part that Chen Daoxuan is best at. Therefore, with his background and foundation, there is no problem, even if he breaks through to the peak of the nascent soul now. This is also the reason why Fei Chengsu hopes that Chen Daoxuan can use the Xingyuan pill to improve his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul as soon as possible. Because she knew that Chen Daoxuan could do it with his background. If it were any other cultivator, Fei Chengsu would never have such an unrealistic idea. In the good cave, it took 3 months to raise his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Chen Daoxuan did not stop and wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul directly. He took out a red Saint Yuandan from the storage ring again and swallowed it. The next moment, the spiritual light column enveloped him again. Half a year later, when Chen Daoxuan walked out of the good cave, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul. The only pity was that his magic power had not been completely polished to perfection and reached the peak of the nascent soul. But these were just some minor details for Chen Daoxuan. He only needed to spend a little time polishing it after returning to the Huangxing Sea. Besides, his body and soul had not broken through. Even if he raised his cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul now, he could not break through the Yuanshan period and become the Yuanshan Daojin that everyone in the Huangxing Sea was paying attention to. Chen Daoxuan simply stopped forcing it and chose to come out of retreat. Just as he was about to put away the Zhuojiagang formation, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have thought of something and quickly performed the King Cicada breathing technique. The secret technique of converging the breath was performed, and Chen Daoxuan's breath was visibly declining. The 9th level of the nascent soul, the 8th level of the nascent soul, the 7th level of the nascent soul. In the end, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level dropped to the 4th level of the nascent soul, and then he barely stopped. The cultivation level of the middle stage of the nascent soul is not very impressive in the capital of Zhu state. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was satisfied and put away the Zhuojiagang formation. Next, Chen Daoxuan had two things to do. The first thing was naturally to buy back the Taoist soldiers he had reserved at the Chuanbao Pavilion. Judging from the information given to him by the Chuanbao Pavilion, the strength of the Taoist soldiers was strong and was not weaker than that of ordinary Yuanshan period cultivators. And the team composed of Taoist soldiers was so strong that they could fight across levels and were extremely fierce. After buying this Taoist soldier team, Chen Daoxuan will have another trump card in his hand. The Star Sword Dao diagram and the 9 palaces Zhuyu formation are indeed strong enough for ordinary nascent soul cultivators and are more than enough as trump cards. But as Chen Daoxuan's strength and status continue to improve, the enemies he will face in the future will become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, he will face the Taoist Master Yuanshan. By then, it will be extremely dangerous if he doesn't have a few trump cards. As for the second thing, it is what he promised Wu Mingxiu in the side hall, to send him to the Two Realms Abyss. Chen Daoxuan doesn't care whether Wu Mingxiu is a member of the New Righteousness sect, but since he accepted the Xianji talisman given to him by Wu Mingxiu, he will definitely do what he promised to the other party. He now wants to see what kind of expression Wu Mingxiu would have if he knew that he would not go to the Two Realms Abyss at the critical moment. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 419 Two Worlds Order. Chuanbao Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan walked out of Chuanbao Pavilion again, with a bronze bracelet on his right hand. At the same time, the 200,000 drops of fortune power he carried were all consumed. But the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face did not show any heartache, but was full of excitement. Finally got it. Chen Daoxuan tightened the bronze bracelet in his hand and said silently. The bronze bracelet in his hand was transformed by the 5-man Taoist soldier team of Chuanbao Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan only needs to sacrifice them at the critical moment, and the 5 copper beads on this bronze bracelet will instantly transform into 5 6th level low-grade Taoist soldiers, forming a formation to resist the strong enemy. According to Chuanbao Pavilion, the strength of this 5-man Taoist soldier team is enough to withstand the attack of the world's 3rd level Taoist monarch, which is very powerful. With this Taoist soldier team protecting him, Chen Daoxuan instantly felt a sense of security. The world's 3rd level Taoist monarch is not comparable to an ordinary Yuanshan Taoist monarch. Even among the Yuanshan Daojins, cultivators who can reach the 3rd level of the world realm are the best among them. As for the 5th level of the world realm, that is the level of the top Daojins. Only first class forces like Wu Ji's Ironman have a 5th level Daojin in charge of the world realm. For ordinary first class forces, it is already amazing to have 1 or 2 third level Daojins in charge of the world realm. As for the 5th level Daojin in the world realm, they dare not even think about it. In other words, with this team of Dao soldiers in hand, Wang Xinghe already has the foundation of a first class force. Of course, the foundation here refers only to the high-end combat power used to control the force. Compared with other first-class forces, Wang Xinghe's foundation is still far behind. Apart from other things, in Xianyantao, first-class forces usually control several or even dozens of countries, and there are at least several second-class subordinate forces under their command. What's more, they can have dozens of second-class forces as subordinate forces and frontline thugs. Only in this way can it be called a first-class force. According to this goal, Wang Xinghe is still far from it. Unless Wang Xinghe can unify and integrate all the second-rate forces in the northwest border of Xianyantao, it will be qualified to compete for the first-rate forces. In Fingaiji, once a new first-rate force is born, even Chens and city in Liangjiuan will send a special envoy to confirm it. Once the special envoy confirms it successfully, the force will have the opportunity to add a seat in Chens and city. It can be said that only by entering the first-rate force can one truly stand in the top position of the entire Fingaiji world. As for the ruling class of Fingaiji, they are all those ancient top sects and families. Only these top forces can determine the future and destiny of Fingaiji. Chen Daoxuan knew very little about the top forces in Fingaiji before, because they were all in the extraterritorial battlefield of Liangjiuan to resist the powerful enemies of the true demon realm. In fact, these top forces have been controlling the entire Fingaiji world through Chens and city, making the cultivation forces in the world dare not disobey. After buying the Taoist squad from the Chuanbao pavilion, Chen Daoxuan did not stop and took the Dunkang shuttle to fly to a restaurant in the capital, Lingxi Tower. Chen Daoxuan scanned the restaurant with his spiritual sense and immediately floated down from the Dunkang shuttle. Entering the restaurant, a servant came up to him enthusiastically and greeted him, "Senior, do you have an appointment?" Or, "I have an appointment, box number 12. Hearing this, the servant took out a disc-shaped magic weapon, checked it, and smiled and stretched out his right hand and said, "Senior, please follow me." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. Following the servant, he walked to a box. "Senior, this is the box number 12 you booked. Do you want to serve the dishes now or later?" After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan said directly, "Serve the dishes now, and serve all the best dishes and wine in your restaurant." Hearing this, the waiter's eyes lit up, and he shouted in a shrill voice, "Okay, order a Lingxi feast for box number 12. The waiter's voice was drawn out. Chen Daoxuan pushed open the door of box number 12 and walked in. He came to Lingxi Tower, of course, not to satisfy his appetite. In fact, he did have an appointment. Chen Daoxuan's appointment was none other than the giant unstage Taoist he met when he first set foot in the capital of Zhu State 3 years ago. This giant unstage Taoist was born in Wuji Xianmen. Although the other party's status in Wuji Xianmen was not high, he seemed to have a special relationship in the sect and was assigned to the lucrative job of guarding the space teleportation array. You know, guarding the space teleportation array naturally includes charging teleportation fees from all cultivators who use the space teleportation array. The profit here is not insignificant. Although the space teleportation array guarded by this giant and Taoist named Jen is only one of the teleportation arrays connecting the capital of Zhu State and various cultivation forces in the outside world. But there are so many cultivators riding this teleportation array every day. Even if this giant and Taoist priest only deducts a little bit of the teleportation fee every day, it will be a terrifying amount after a long time. As for the fact that this giant and Taoist priest is his great uncle, it is even more incredible. His great uncle is the one who is responsible for guarding the teleportation array between the capital of Zhu State and the Liangjiuan. As the guardian of the only space teleportation array between Liangjiuan and Feng'an realm, the name of this cultivator surnamed Jen is a well-known existence even in the capital of Zhu State. As a Yuanying stage cultivator, he can actually guard such an important teleportation array, which shows how high his status is in Wuji Xianmen. Originally, Chen Daoxuan didn't understand why a Yuanying cultivator could grab a lucrative position that many Yuan Shandaojin couldn't grab. until he saw this fellow Taoist jelly iron with his own eyes. World Realm Level 3. In box number 12. Chen Daoxuan looked at the two cultivators who pushed the door in and stood up suddenly. So far, he finally met someone who was at a higher Dao realm than him with the same cultivation level. The Dao realm of the cultivator named Jelly Iron in front of him has reached the third level of the world realm, the realm of replaying the wind, water, and fire of the earth, and recreating the vitality of the world. Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the Taoist friend Jen in front of him, and couldn't believe his eyes. On the side, the giant and cultivator surnamed Je was not surprised by Chen Daoxuan's look. As an old hand who often introduced clients to his great uncle, he had seen too many Yuanying's engines. After seeing his great uncle, he showed a look of shock. Senior Chen, this is my great uncle Jelian, who is responsible for guarding the space transmission formation of the two realms Abyss and the Phoenix Meteor realm. The giant and cultivator surnamed Je introduced. Uncle, this is the senior Chen I told you about. After listening to his introduction, Jelly Iron and Chen Daoxuan were both looking at each other. Jelly Iron was wearing a blue Taoist robe with some purple lightning patterns embroidered on it, which looked mysterious. As for Jelly Iron's appearance, it was ordinary, not tall, and rather stout. The only thing worth mentioning was that his eyes seemed very bright. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was an external manifestation of an abnormally powerful soul. This proved that the Taoist friend Jen in front of him could no longer restrain his soul that was about to transform and had already stepped into the threshold of the Yuan Daogen. Chen Daoxuan was sizing him up. Jelly Iron was also sizing Chen Daoxuan up. Jelly Iron was very dissatisfied with Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator who had just expressed his intention to jump the queue to ride the space transmission array before leaving. Although Jelly Iron earned cultivation resources by guarding the space transmission array, it did not mean that he liked people like Chen Daoxuan who did not follow the rules, even if the price offered by Chen Daoxuan was very tempting. Fellow Daoist Chen, Jelly Iron's voice was like the collision of metal and iron, very creepy. Although you are willing to offer 1,000 drops of good fortune in exchange for a place to go to the two realms Abyss, you should know that the quota for going to the two realms Abyss this time has been filled. If you cut in line now, it means that I have to eliminate one from the many Daoists who have filled the quota. This matter is not easy to handle. Jelly Iron deliberately dragged out his voice. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan felt helpless. A space transfer quota originally only required 50 drops of good fortune, but because he cut in line temporarily, he broke the rules, so he spent 20 times more good fortune. Even so, listening to the tone of this Jelly Iron, it seems that he is not very satisfied. So greedy, Chen Daoxuan said secretly. However, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, fellow Daoist Jet, please forgive me. I was in seclusion at Fenglayan and had some enlightenment for a while, so I spent a little more time and missed the queue this time. He paused, but these 1,000 drops of good fortune are indeed the only good fortune I have left. If you don't want to, then I will have to wait until the next time to ride it. At this point, Chen Daoxuan sighed, as if he was upset that he couldn't go to the two realms Abyss this time. When Chen Daoxuan was talking, Jelly Iron stared at the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face. But after watching for a long time, he could not see anything except the expression of annoyance and pain on Chen Daoxuan's face. As the head of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan's acting skills are naturally qualified. How could a person who guards the space teleportation array all day see the flaws? Seeing that he really couldn't squeeze more money out of Chen Daoxuan, Jelly Iron said, okay, I will make an exception for you this time. Thank you, fellow Daoist Jet. Chen Daoxuan's face changed suddenly, and he immediately smiled and bowed to him. Then, Chen Daoxuan took out 10 jade bottles from his storage ring, each of which was filled with the power of creation. Jelly Iron scanned the area with his spiritual sense and immediately smiled. Fellow Daoist Chen is straightforward, and I'm not a slow person. Please take it. After that, Jelly Iron took out a black wooden token from his storage ring and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. This is the Two Realms token, Jelly Iron explained. With it, you can take the space teleportation formation between the two realms Abyss and the capital of Zoo State. After explaining, the other party reminded, remember, This space teleportation formation only recognizes tokens and not people. So fellow Daoist, please don't lose it. Thank you, fellow Daoist Jet, for clearing up my doubts. I already know. Just as the two finished talking, outside the number 12 box, a servant led a group of maids, knocked on the door, and walked into the box to serve Chen Daoxuan wine and food. Before the wine and food were served, Jelian nodded calmly and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, enjoy it yourself. I'm sorry I can't accompany you." After that, he disappeared into the box without caring about Chen Daoxuan's reaction, leaving Jet, a giant and cultivator, alone in the box with an awkward look. "Forgive me, senior. My great uncle is not good at dealing with people, so." Seeing Chen Daoxuan's unfriendly face, Jet, a giant and cultivator, complained bitterly in his heart. His great uncle just walked away, which was extremely cool, but it was like roasting him on the fire. And judging from his expression, this was not the first time his great uncle did this. Chen Daoxuan didn't think much of Jelian's arrogance. A Yuanying cultivator, the Dao realm was actually higher than him. Although this was partly because Chen Daoxuan took a lot of treasures that quickly improved his cultivation in order to catch up with the Dao realm. But Jelian's talent was also beyond doubt. At least Chen Daoxuan had never seen a Yuanying's engine at the third level of the world realm. This Jelian was the first. No wonder he was able to occupy the lucrative position of the two realms abyss teleportation array. In the eyes of Wuji Zanman, with Jelian's talent, as long as he does not die in the future, not to mention becoming a 5th level Dao Lord in the world realm, even becoming a Dao Lord in the creation realm is a great hope. In box number 12, as the servant led the maid away, Jet's giant and cultivator was even more on pins and needles. His great uncle disappeared with a teleportation, leaving him alone to bear the wrath of a Yuanying's engine. How could he not be angry? But no matter how angry he was, he had to calm down the anger of Chen Daoxuan, who was humiliated. "Let me ask you." Jet's giant and cultivator bowed quickly. "The capital of Zugo has a strict anti-air formation. Why can your great uncle teleport?" The anti-air formation in the capital of Zugo was arranged by my Wuji Zanman, so it can naturally leave gaps for important figures in the sect to escape and teleport. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded. As he expected, this forbidden air formation is not effective for everyone. On the other hand, it also proves from the side that Jelian has a very important position in Wuji Zanman. One last question. The giant and cultivator surnamed Je breathed a sigh of relief and bowed his hands, saying, "Senior, please ask. Your uncle's cultivation is the same as mine, only in the nascent soul stage. Why can the Dao realm reach the third level of the world realm?" This is what Chen Daoxuan is most puzzled about. According to Feni Chengsu, a cultivator in the nascent soul stage can only cultivate the Dao realm to the second level of the world realm at most. But Jelian obviously did not follow the rule that Feni Chengsu said. This undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan very puzzled, because even with the help of 100 times of comprehension, he knew how difficult it was to condense a real sun star out of thin air in the Zhuanghuang realm. In other words, this is not something that a nascent soul cultivator can do. Feeling the difficulty, coupled with Feni Chengsu's remarks, Chen Daoxuan gave up the idea of breaking through the third level of the world realm. Instead, he chose to break through to the Yuanshan stage first, and then improve the Dao realm. In this way, the difficulty of improving the Dao realm is undoubtedly much smaller. But now it seems that it is not impossible to improve the Dao realm to the third level of the world realm in the nascent soul stage. Hearing this question, the giant and cultivator surnamed Je breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Senior, you wanted to ask this. It's very simple, because my great uncle once refined a small piece of golden crow fragment, and then he entered the third level of the world realm." Chapter 420 Xianlan City. Golden Crow Fragments, another Golden Crow Fragment. In the number 12 box, Chen Daoxuan frowned and said nothing. Seeing Chen Daoxuan not speaking, the giant and cultivator named Je beside him did not dare to speak either, and could only wait quietly. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. "Okay, there is nothing for you to do here, you can go." Hearing this, the giant and cultivator named Je was as if he had been pardoned, and immediately bowed to Chen Daoxuan. "Thank you for your kindness, the true lord. I will take my leave." After that, the giant and cultivator named Jia walked out of the box without looking back. Everyone else left, and only Chen Daoxuan was left in the box. He glanced at the dazzling array of dishes and delicacies on the wine table, shook his head and said, "The true lord of the third level of the world realm is really arrogant, wasting this table of good wine and food." As the country where the Wuji immortal sect is located, Zhuguo is much more prosperous than Yangguo and Wangxinghe. The capital of Zhuguo is the most prosperous fairy city in the entire Zhuguo. Lingsalao is the most famous restaurant in the capital of Zhu state, so you can imagine how good the food and wine are. In order to entertain Jelian, Chen Daoxuan spent 10 drops of his power of creation on this table of food and wine. Unexpectedly, the other party did not appreciate his kindness. He took the money and left without looking back. Obviously, he did not want to have anything to do with Chen Daoxuan, a loose cultivator who came from an unknown background. However, Jelian did not appreciate his kindness, so Chen Daoxuan wanted to taste the delicacies of Lingsalao. The purpose of coming to the capital of Zhu state this time was all exceeded. Originally, he was thinking of going to Liangjiuan to find an alchemist to refine Xingyuan Dan. Unexpectedly, there was no need to go to Liangjiuan. There was an alchemist in Chuanbao Pavilion in the capital of Zhu state who could refine this pill. It saved Chen Daoxuan a lot of hard work. In addition to the Taoist soldiers he bought, as well as a Xianju talisman and Xianju talisman intelligence, although Chen Daoxuan's trip lasted less than 3 years, he gained a lot. Now, as long as the plague god of Zuanshu secret realm is sent away, he can return to Wangxinghe leisurely, marry Fei Chengsu, and preside over the alliance between the Chen family and Guanyuan sword sect. When he thought of this, Chen Daoxuan felt that the spiritual wine in his mouth was sweeter, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Good wine." Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, another year has passed. The main hall of Zuanshu secret realm. Chen Daoxuan looked at Wu Mingxiu, who was unusually respectful in front of him, and said in a calm tone, "I don't know whether your so-called going to Liangjiuan to find treasures, to save people is true or false, and I don't care about these. Anyway, I took your treasure, and I will definitely let you go to Liangjiuan." After that, Chen Daoxuan took out a black token from the storage ring, and threw it lightly. The black token immediately flew into Wu Mingxiu's hand. Wu Mingxiu saw the token and his face was happy. The members of their Zenai sect were chased like rats by Wuji's Ironman all day long. It was many times more difficult for them to obtain the 2 worlds than ordinary cultivators. Usually, the 2 world orders are only issued by Jelian, who guards the space teleportation array. As for cultivators, whose cultivation is lower than the nascent soul stage, they are often unable to buy the 2 world orders. In fact, very few cultivators whose cultivation is lower than the nascent soul stage go to the 2 world abyss. After all, the 2 world abyss is not a safe area. It is the front line of the Fengai realm and the true demon realm. Going there with a cultivation lower than the nascent soul stage is really no different from seeking death. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan was so surprised when he first heard that Wu Mingxiu was going to the 2 world abyss. After receiving the 2 world order, Wu Mingxiu showed a look of surprise on his face. He bowed deeply to Chen Daoxuan and said, "I will never forget the kindness of the true lord. No need, this is a fair trade. There is no such thing as kindness or not." Chen Daoxuan's expression was still cold. Hearing these unkind words, Wu Mingxiu's face still showed a grateful expression. Chen Daoxuan watched the other party acting in front of him quietly, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. But he said, "Don't forget, the space transmission array to the 2 realms abyss will be opened in a month. Junior dare not forget." Wu Mingxiu bowed again. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go down first. I still need to practice." "Yes, Junior, take your leave." After that, Wu Mingxiu slowly withdrew from the main hall and flew towards his side hall. After leaving the main hall, a voice sounded in Wu Mingxiu's sea of consciousness. "This person is quite hidden. Master, what's wrong?" Wu Mingxiu asked puzzledly. "Nothing. This person was in the early stage of the nascent soul before, but this time I observed him and found that his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the nascent soul." Hiss. Hearing this, Wu Mingxiu took a breath of cold air. It's been less than 3 years, and the other party can actually advance from the early stage of the nascent soul to the late stage of the nascent soul. Is this because he took the Xingyuan pill? Wu Mingxiu's first reaction was the famous Xingyuan fruit of the Taiyin sect. After he spoke his guess, the leader of the New Righteousness sect nodded and said, it should be this thing, but he was able to improve his cultivation from the early stage of the nascent soul to the late stage of the nascent soul in such a short time. It is not enough to rely on the Holy Yuan pill alone. The other party's foundation is also shockingly strong. I just don't know which top force he is a disciple of. Wu Mingxiu was silent after hearing the leader's words. Although the leader of the New Righteousness sect was extremely talented and his own cultivation was that of a Yuan Chen Daoxuan, the teachings of the New Righteousness sect destined them to be incompatible with the sects and forces of the entire Feng'an realm. Therefore, the New Righteousness sect not only hid in the Wuji Xianmen, but also no force outside Zhongzhou could accommodate them. Even the casual cultivators did not have a good impression of this group of people. Master, the uprising in Kishu Kingdom failed, and our sect's strength was almost completely depleted. Our future is uncertain on this trip to the Abyss of Two Realms. Hearing Wu Mingxiu's discouraging words, the master of the New Righteousness sect smiled faintly and said, although the uprising in Kishu Kingdom failed this time, it also made me realize that our New Righteousness sect has the biggest problem. Hearing this, Wu Mingxiu was puzzled and said, please give me your advice, master. Mingxiu, what do you think of the reputation of the people in my sect in Zhongzhou? Wu Mingxiu frowned, and after a long while, he slowly said, the reputation is extremely bad. It's not easy. It's really not easy. The master of the New Righteousness sect laughed. It's really not easy for you, a veteran of the New Righteousness sect, to say that my sect has a very bad reputation. The master of the New Righteousness sect paused. You are right. Our New Righteousness sect has a very bad reputation. Not only do the sects and the immortal families hate us, but even the independent cultivators hate us. Do you know why? There are too many black sheep in our sect. Wu Mingxiu said firmly. You are right. Before, we only cared about expanding the power of the New Righteousness sect, and recruited too many desperate criminals. These people are the ones who commit crimes among the independent cultivators. How can they implement the teachings of the New Righteousness sect when they come to our sect? The leader of the New Righteousness sect sighed. The uprising in Kishu Kingdom this time made me see clearly that relying on these people, our New Righteousness sect will never be able to overthrow the sects and immortal cultivation families that are oppressing us. Wu Mingxiu nodded in agreement. That's the truth. The sects and immortal cultivation families slaughtered us, and the independent cultivators also excluded us. Our New Righteousness sect was obviously for the independent cultivators all over the world, but now we have become the evil cultivators. Unfortunately, we understood this truth too late. Except for the dispersed followers, there are only you and me left in the New Righteousness sect. No, it should be said that there is only you, the leader, left in the New Righteousness sect. My original body has been destroyed, and this body is just a clone after all. At this point, Wu Mingxiu's expression was gloomy. No, it's not too late. As long as I can obtain the treasure in the true immortal ruins during this trip to the Abyss of the Two Realms, everything will be in time. The leader of the New Righteousness sect encouraged Wu Mingxiu. With this treasure, we will have enough resources to regroup and overthrow the rule of the sects and families. Mingxiu, don't forget that since ancient times, these sects have only known internal fighting and not defending against enemies. Especially this Wuji Immortal sect, which clearly occupies the most resource-rich Zhongzhou land in the Feng'an realm, but refuses to fulfill its duty to resist the true demon realm, and only knows how to madly exploit the independent cultivators. If the sects and families are not destroyed, not only will I, the independent cultivator, never have a chance to make a breakthrough, but the Feng'an realm will also be in danger. These deafening words finally boosted the morale of the depressed Wu Mingxiu, and his mood became high again. The leader is right. What if my original body is destroyed? My Dao realm is still there. Even with this clone, I can restore my former strength. Hearing this, the leader of the New Righteousness sect laughed. A month later, in the capital of Zhou State, countless shuttles flew towards a giant space transmission array in the city. Today was the day when the space transmission array of the two worlds was opened once every 5 years. Chen Daoxuan and Wu Mingxiu took a shuttle, and both of them were silent. After about an incense stick of time, Chen Daoxuan, who had closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and said, "We are here, let's go down." Yes. Chen Daoxuan got off the shuttle, and Wu Mingxiu followed closely. The two of them got out of the shuttle. Only then did they realize that they were standing under their feet, and that was the huge space transmission array. The array base of this space transmission array was much larger than any other space transmission array that Chen Daoxuan had seen. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of thousands of people standing on this array base. As the saying goes, a crowd of people is like a sea of people. Hundreds of thousands of people standing on the same space transmission array showed how large the range of this space transmission array was. With hundreds of thousands of people gathered together, there was only a buzzing sound in Chen Daoxuan's ears. Seeing this, he waved his hand and a soundproof cover was set up, and his ears were immediately quiet. Not long after he set up the soundproof cover, a familiar voice passed through the soundproof cover and entered Chen Daoxuan's ears. It was the voice of Jelian, the guardian of this space teleportation array. "Everyone, the 5-year 2-world abyss teleportation array is about to open. Please be prepared. Cultivators with 2 world orders, please take out your 2 world orders." Hearing this, everyone took out black tokens from various storage instruments. Looking at the Yuanying's engine holding black tokens in front of him, Chen Daoxuan knew why Jelian was so arrogant. There was no other reason. This guy was too rich. Putting aside the Wuji Zionman behind him, Chen Daoxuan didn't know how much money this guy had embezzled from this space teleportation array. According to the offer of the giant and cultivator named Jet, the price of a 2-world order was 50 drops of fortune. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how many of the 50 drops of the power of creation the Wuji Zionman would take, but it was absolutely impossible to take them all. Even if the Wuji Zionman took 49 of the 50 drops of the power of creation, and Jelian only embezzled 1 drop, hundreds of thousands of Zenjin would only have hundreds of thousands of drops of the power of creation. What if it was 10 drops? Wouldn't that be millions of power of creation? When Chen Daoxuan thought of this, his heart couldn't help but twitch. My goodness, he originally thought that he had the King Mooding production line, and it was already exaggerated to refine 200,000 drops of the power of creation a year. Unexpectedly, Jelian's speed of making money was no less than his current one. Of course, it was only his current one. Chen Daoxuan, who mastered the industrialized production of the King Mooding, would have a power of creation that outsiders could hardly imagine in the future. Not to mention that Jelian earned millions of drops of the power of creation in 5 years. Even if he earned millions or even tens of millions of drops of the power of creation a year, Chen Daoxuan would not take it seriously. Because compared with the automatic refining of the power of creation by the King Mooding, the little power of creation that Jelian earned was really nothing. At the moment, when everyone took out the black token, the space teleportation array made a rumbling sound. Then, rays of light lit up and connected under the feet of Chen Daoxuan and others. The formation was activated. Compared with the space teleportation array that Chen Daoxuan had taken before, the speed of activation of this cross-world teleportation formation seemed to be particularly slow. Chen Daoxuan waited for half a cup of tea. It finally connected all the rays of light into one. Just when the formation rays of light were connected, a layer of transparent film wrapped around the bodies of these monks holding black tokens, except Chen Daoxuan. Senior, you. On the side, Wu Mingxiu looked at him in surprise. Just now, Chen Daoxuan didn't take out the black token, and he thought that Chen Daoxuan was pretending to be cold. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't have the 2 realms order. Aren't you going to the 2 realms abyss to search for treasure and save people? I will fulfill your wish and give you my 2 realms order. Hearing this, Wu Mingxiu's chest kept rising and falling. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It was the leader of the New Righteousness sect who was hiding in the cave magic weapon. Wu Mingxiu handed him the 2 realms order in his hand. The leader of the New Righteousness sect nodded to Wu Mingxiu, then looked at Chen Daoxuan and said with a bow, "How did you find me?" "The first time I left the Zuanshu secret realm, I set up a formation. Also, the Yuan Shandaojin who created chaos in the city, that time was you, right? You are thoughtful, I admire you." The leader of the New Righteousness sect bowed. However, I think you may have some misunderstandings about my New Righteousness sect. We are not the evil cultivators promoted by the Wuji Zanman. I know, Chen Daoxuan nodded, but whether you are evil cultivators or not has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved in the feud between you and the Wuji Zanman. I can understand your concerns, but I still want to invite you to go to the Two Realms Abyss to explore the true immortal ruins. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Are you looking for me to explore the true immortal ruins together? As if he had thought of something, he immediately responded, you mean, the heavenly secret talisman is the key to this true immortal ruins? That's right. The leader of the New Righteousness sect looked at the light of the formation that was completely connected under his feet. Time is running out. If you want to explore this true immortal ruins with me, you can go to Cheyenne's and City's Acropolis, Cheyenne City to find me in 5 years. Cheyenne City, Chen Daoxuan repeated. While he was muttering, the formation was completely activated, and all the cultivators holding the Two Realms Order disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. The formation base suddenly emitted a fierce high temperature, evaporating the water vapor in the air into a white mist. Across the water vapor, Chen Daoxuan looked at Wu Mingxiu with a faint smile on his face and said, fellow Daoist Wu, you deceived me like this. Don't you want to explain to me? Wu Mingxiu was very calm, and he smiled and bowed his hands. It's a helpless act. I hope you will forgive me. Chapter 421 Return and Bad News. Linksy Building Private Room. A wisp of fragrance spread out with the pouring tea. Please. Wu Mingxiu picked up the teacup and handed it to Chen Daoxuan respectfully. Chen Daoxuan took the teacup, took a sip, put it down and said, you are so blatantly exposing your identity in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I will expose you to Wuji Zanman? Of course I'm afraid. Wu Mingxiu said with a smile, but how much benefit will it bring to you, Dao Chen, to expose us? Although Zhao is vast, the essence is still the Zhangzhou land occupied by Wuji Zanman. In recent years, Wuji Zanman has been unable to expand. In addition to the abundant resources in Zhangzhou, it is also due to the involvement of my new Yijiao. From this point of view, the force you belong to has also taken advantage of my new Yijiao. As a person, Dao will not repay kindness with enmity, right? Dao Wu is very eloquent. Chen Daoxuan snorted. If I guess correctly, you have been eyeing me since the moment I set foot in the capital of Zhuguo? Yes. Wu Mingxiu nodded. The leader holds the core components of the Xianji talisman. Dao Chen carries the Xianji talisman with him, so the leader can naturally sense the fluctuations. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly realized and nodded. So that's it. He then said, so you guys are using the same trick, trying to use the heavenly secret talisman to trick me into sending you to the Two Realms Abyss and then take the opportunity to kill me and explore the true immortal ruins? This time, Wu Mingxiu shook his head. Dao Chen misunderstood. My New Righteousness sect is not an evil sect. How could we kill innocent people? It is indeed wrong for us to use you to go to the Two Realms Abyss, but the leader and I have no intention of taking the opportunity to kill you. Chen Daoxuan stared at the other's eyes, and Wu Mingxiu looked at him frankly for a long time. Chen Daoxuan said, even if you have no intention of killing people and stealing treasures, it is an indisputable fact that your New Righteousness sect is using me. As for whether to cooperate with you, I have to think carefully about it. Hearing this, Wu Mingxiu sighed and nodded. Dao's idea, I can understand, but the treasure in this true immortal relics is extraordinary, and this is not the first time that my New Righteousness sect has explored it. It can be said that, if Dao wants to explore this true immortal relics, cooperating with our New Righteousness sect is the best choice. This time, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. You mean, this true immortal ruins has been explored by someone? Of course, well-preserved true immortal ruins are very rare even in the Two Realms Abyss. These true immortal ruins have naturally been explored by people. Wu Mingxiu nodded as a matter of course, but don't worry, fellow Daoist, the true immortal ruins we are going to explore is ranked top 3 even in the entire Two Realms Abyss. Although it has been explored by many people, most of them are on the edge, and no one has ever entered the core area. Since no one has explored the core area, how can you get in? Chen Daoxuan sneered. Could it be that something that the top forces in the Feng'an realm can't do has been done by your new righteousness sect? Daoyao, this is wrong. Wu Mingxiu shook his head. In terms of strength, my new righteousness sect naturally dare not compare with the top forces, but in exploring true immortal ruins, strength is not an absolute factor. In addition to strength, opportunity and luck are the most important. If a cultivator wants to enter the core area, he must master the core components of the heavenly secret talisman, which is the key to open the core area of the true immortal ruins. That's why I said that, if you want to explore this true immortal ruins, cooperating with us is the best choice. This time, Chen Daoxuan finally knew why the other party was so confident. After knowing everything, he would choose to cooperate with the other party. The last question, why did you choose me? I didn't think of choosing Daoyao at first, but simply wanted to borrow Daoyao's hand to go to the Two Realms Abyss. After all, we are now wanted by Wuji's Ironman, and we can't take the space teleportation array to the Two Realms Abyss normally. However, the leader finally chose Daoyao because of your strength. As he said, the other party glanced at the bronze bead on Chen Daoxuan's right wrist intentionally or unintentionally. Feeling Wu Mingxiu's gaze, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled. This person's vision was really vicious. It can be seen that this person's cultivation is not as simple as he looks on the surface. Chen Daoxuan didn't believe that a purple mansion cultivator could have such insight. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, I need to think about exploring the true immortal relics. No problem. Wu Mingxiu smiled and handed over a jade talisman. This is my communication talisman. If you decide to cooperate with my new righteousness sect, you can find me in 5 years. Okay. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Wu Mingxiu raised his teacup, replaced the wine with tea, and drank it all. Then, he put down the teacup, strode out of the box, and left Lingxi building. Watching Wu Mingxiu leave, Chen Daoxuan also drank the spiritual tea in his hand, and gradually made a decision in his heart. Xian'an sect. Qiansan City. The space teleportation array kept flashing, and finally, a figure appeared in the space teleportation array. The Xian'an sect monk on duty saw someone walking out of the space teleportation array. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief at first, then took out a communication jade talisman and quickly reported to the sect. Although Xian'an sect and the capital of Zhu state have a teleportation array connected, this teleportation array is rarely used. Before Chen Daoxuan went to the capital of Zhu state, this space teleportation array had not been used for hundreds of years. Firstly, Xian'an sect is located in the northwest border of Xian'anzhou, which is extremely far away from Zhangzhou. It costs a lot to take the teleportation array. Secondly, Xian'an sect is too weak, and the capital of Zhu state is one of the largest immortal cities in the jurisdiction of Wuji Zanmen. There, a mere nascent soul cultivator is nothing. Even ordinary Yuan Shandaogen has to be low-key and have no privileges. Xian'an sect is at least a leading force in the northwest border of Xian'anzhou. Why go there to make things uncomfortable? In addition, Carnean Sword sect responded to the call of Xian'an city and rushed to help Liang Jian, but ended up losing the foundation of the sect. This incident made the disciples of Xian'an sect in all generations tremble with fear at the other side of the space teleportation array. Even if there are disciples in the sect who choose to practice, they will choose to go to other places instead of taking this teleportation array to the capital of Zhu state. But this situation has changed since Chen Daoxuan took the teleportation array to the capital of Zhu state 3 years ago. After receiving the message from the disciples in the sect, a figure soon appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It was the leader of Xian'an sect, Zhao Changshan. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Zhao Changshan's face kept changing, and he seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. What is Mr. Zhao?" Chen Daoxuan looked puzzled. "Mr. Chen, you should go back to Wang Xinghe." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face suddenly changed. He ignored the etiquette and rushed forward to grab Zhao Changshan's sleeve. His face was gloomy and he said, "What happened in Wang Xinghe?" Zhao Changshan sighed and told the whole story. Wang Xinghe, Carnean Sword sect. A figure instantly appeared in the space teleportation array of Carnean Sword sect. Before the disciples guarding the teleportation array could identify Chen Daoxuan's identity, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared directly. In the sky, a beam of light flew quickly towards the cave where Fei Chengsu lived. Boom. The door of a towering palace was violently pushed open by Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan walked into the hall with a face full of anger. Inside the hall, a woman in white was sitting in front of the guqin, stroking the strings. Hearing the loud noise of the door being pushed open, the woman in white, who was lost in thought, slowly raised her head. Seeing Chen Daoxuan appear in front of her, the surprise in Fei Chengsu's eyes flashed away. But then, she saw the anger on Chen Daoxuan's face. Dang dang dang. Chen Daoxuan's footsteps were like thunder, and he walked towards her step by step. As Chen Daoxuan approached, Fei Chengsu felt a huge pressure on her weak body. It seemed that she had suffered too much grievances during this period. Suddenly, a line of clear tears slid down her pretty face. Seeing this line of clear tears, the anger in Chen Daoxuan's chest was instantly extinguished. He walked forward, stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears on Fei Chengsu's pretty face, and said, "I heard that you are going to marry the direct disciple of Wu Zhisanmen. Is it true?" Fei Chengsu's eyes were red, and she nodded slightly. He came for the Yuhuang Bell? Chen Daoxuan couldn't think of any other treasures in Wangxinghe that could attract a direct disciple of Wu Zhisanmen. You know, those who can become direct disciples of Wu Zhisanmen are at least in the Yuanshan period. And according to the agreement reached between Chens and City and Wu Zhisanmen, all the Yuanshan period cultivators of Wu Zhisanmen must be sent to Liangjiuan to serve, and the service period is 500 years. Therefore, many direct disciples who have reached the Yuanshan period not long ago will try their best to find things, to protect the way, to prevent accidents in the battlefield outside the Liangjiuan domain. After all, the battlefield outside the domain is extremely dangerous. There, no boundary monster will give face to human cultivators. If the two encounter, it is either you die or I live. And the Yuhuang Bell of Kainiuan Sword Sect is a well-preserved pure yang fairy weapon. Chen Daoxuan has seen the terrifying power. It can be said that with this treasure, a Yuanshan Daojin of the 3rd level of the world realm can burst out with the power comparable to that of a 5th level Daojin of the world realm. This shows the power of the pure yang immortal weapon. Such a treasure was known by the direct disciples of the Wuji immortal sect who were about to go to the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. How could they not snatch it? Although Xianzhen City has expressly prohibited internal fighting among the sects of the Feng'an realm. But with the opponent's strength, it is easy to deal with a second-rate force that does not even have a Yuanshan stage cultivator. To deal with the Kainiuan Sword Sect, the opponent does not need to make a big move. Fei Chengsu nodded with red eyes. They have captured Qinzan. I really have no choice but to agree to it for the time being. Qinzan was raised by Fei Chengsu since he was a child. Fei Chengsu has always treated Qinzan as her own son. Although the two are called senior and junior brothers, they are more like mother and son. Fei Chengsu will naturally be confused when the opponent kidnaps Qinzan. This time was different from when Qinzan was ordered to raid Kingly Daoist sect. When Qinzan attacked Kingly Daoist sect, his strength had already reached the world realm, which was equal to Yi Xianqi's strength. With Qinzan's strength, even if the raid failed, he would still have no problem escaping. But this time was different. Qinzan was captured by Yuanshan Daojin, whose strength far exceeded Qinzan. If Fei Chengsu did not agree to the other party's request, she was sure that Qinzan would definitely die. In desperation, Fei Chengsu could only temporarily agree. Who is he? How strong is he? And where is he now? Chen Daoxuan asked 3 questions in a row. The person sent by the other party is called Zuanyi, wearing black armor, and is a world realm 2nd level Daojin. Fei Chengsu paused. He is now in your Chen family. After capturing Qinzan, he swaggered to live in Chen's house. I think the other party knew about the marriage of Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu. That's right. The marriage of Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu had long been spread throughout Wangxinghe. It is reasonable for the other party to know about this. Now the other party is doing this just to tell Chen Daoxuan that his master is determined to marry Fei Chengsu, and the Yuhuang Bell is a dowry. If it were an ordinary Yuanying's engine, facing such an enemy, he would have to pinch his nose and accept it. But Chen Daoxuan is not like that. Not to mention that he now has a Taoist soldier team comparable to the 3rd level Taoist Lord of the World Realm. Even if Chen Daoxuan has nothing, he dares to let the other party go and fight. Even if the 2nd level Taoist Lord of the World Realm is stronger than him, he is not without confidence when he joins hands with Fei Chengsu. After all, Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is the same as the other party, and the only difference is a difference in their cultivation. But Chen Daoxuan has many trump cards, and if he fights to the death, he is not without a chance. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan is somewhat fortunate. He is glad that he chose to buy a Taoist soldier team instead of buying Xian Huayulu, otherwise, he would have to fight with the other party in person. To be honest, Chen Daoxuan is a little sure of fighting with a Yuanshan Taoist lord, but his confidence is not great, especially when the other party's realm is the same as his. Chen Daoxuan learned the other party's position, and without saying anything, he turned around and left. Fei Chengsu grabbed him, shook her head with red eyes and said, "Don't go to die." Chen Daoxuan slowly turned his head, stared at her, and said coldly, "I'm going to kill people." After that, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared in front of her in an instant. Watching Chen Daoxuan leave, Fei Chengsu could no longer sit still, and immediately turned into a light, and flew towards Kangshao. Fei Chengsu did not comprehend the law of space, and could only fly with light. Chen Daoxuan did not have this worry. His current range of spiritual consciousness has reached more than 30,000 miles, and the distance of each teleportation is almost the same as the range of spiritual consciousness. In other words, he can now teleport more than 30,000 miles at a time. The distance between the Kainiuan Sword Sect and Kangshao is only 1,000,000 miles. If you use teleportation, you only need a few dozen times to arrive. Teleport dozens of times in a row. Chen Daoxuan finally set foot in Guang'an Prefecture. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, Chen Daoxuan had no time to appreciate it. His figure flashed and disappeared again. Chuanghu Island. Clan leader's immortal residence. A black armored monk sat on a stone bench. Next to him, a pale-faced young monk sat upright. Who else could it be but Kinsan? I advise you not to struggle. Although you and I are both in the world realm, your Dao realm is one level lower than mine, and your cultivation is even lower by a large realm. You still want to run? Humph. The black armored monk snorted coldly, and then persuaded, I know you have good talent. If you and your sister are loyal to my young master, it is just a matter of time before you break through the Yuanshan period. The black armored monk was about to continue persuading, but suddenly, he sensed something, stood up abruptly, and looked at the air in front of him. The next moment, 100 feet in front of him, the space fluctuated rapidly like a stream of water. Then, a figure appeared instantly. Seeing the person coming, Kinsan's face was happy. But then, Kinsan's face fell, because he found that Chen Daoxuan had not broken through to the Yuanshan stage. Although his cultivation had improved a lot, it was only the same as his, only in the late Yuanying stage. Chen Daoxuan, run! Kinsan yelled. Chapter 422, Taoist soldiers acting violently. Chen Daoxuan turned a deaf ear to Kinsan's warning. He stared at the black armored monk and said coldly, "You are Zuanyi, Xiao Yuhua's dog." Xiao Yuhua was the disciple of Wuji Xianman who wanted to force Fei Chengsu to marry him and seize the Yuhuang Bell. It is rumored that he has the strength of a Taoist master of the 3rd or 4th level of the world realm. Chen Daoxuan didn't know the specific realm, but it was definitely not the 5th level of the world realm. As for the black armored monk in front of him, his strength was much weaker. He was only a Taoist master of the 2nd level of the world realm. With the 5-man Taoist team in his hand, Chen Daoxuan was sure to win him. Therefore, facing Kinsan's warning, he was naturally indifferent. The black armored monk looked at Chen Daoxuan and said slowly, "You are Chen Daoxuan. You have only reached the 2nd level of the world realm with the cultivation of the late nascent soul. I have to say that this small Wangxing He is really full of talented people. I actually met 2 talented geniuses in a row." The other genius he mentioned was naturally Fei Chengsu, who also reached the 2nd level of the world realm. The 1st level of the world realm true lord is not uncommon in Wuji Xianman. Even the black armor cultivator himself reached the 1st level of the world realm first, and then broke through to the Yuanshan period. However, the 2nd level of the world realm true lord is different. Being able to reach the second level of the world realm in the Yuan period means that the cultivator has a very high level of comprehension, which is why he can comprehend the great Dao so smoothly. This also means that the cultivator has great potential, at least in the eyes of Wuji Zanman. Once such a cultivator breaks through to the Yuan period in the future, it is a foregone conclusion that he will reach the third level of the world realm. In fact, such a cultivator has a great chance of becoming a 5th level Dao Lord in the world realm. As for whether he can become a creation realm Dao Lord or even a tribulation heavenly lord, it depends on the cultivator's own luck. After all, every tribulation heavenly lord can support a top force. This level of existence is no longer something that can be achieved by good talent. Even for a genius like Chen Daoxuan, outsiders only think that he has a great chance of becoming a tribulation heavenly lord, but no one dares to guarantee that he will definitely become a tribulation heavenly lord. In Wuji Zanman, once an ascent soul cultivator can break through to the second level of the world realm, he will be appointed as a direct disciple, and his status is equal to that of an elder of Wuji Zanman. This is why, although Jelian's cultivation is only at the third level of the world realm, he can become the guardian of the teleportation array between the two worlds. A second level true lord of the world realm can be appointed as a direct disciple of Wuji Zanman, and a third level true lord of the world realm. You can imagine how precious Wuji Zanman is. Although Zhao Yuhe is a direct disciple of Wuji Zanman, he is arrogant when facing a second-rate sect like Cunning and Sword sect, but he is really not enough to face a genius like Jelian. Chen Daoxuan did not have much psychological weakness when facing Jelian, let alone Zhao Yuhe, a lackey of the direct disciple of Wuji Zanman. Stop talking nonsense, you can't use it here. If you have the courage, follow me to the endless void, Chen Daoxuan said, and tore it casually, and a black hole of the void with a diameter of about 10 feet appeared in front of him. Then, he took a step forward, and walked into the black hole of the void. The black armored monk would not be afraid of a Yuan monk, not to mention that the Yuan monk's Dao realm was comparable to his. Even if Chen Daoxuan held the pure Yang immortal artifact, how much power could he exert with his cultivation? Therefore, the black armored monk was not afraid at all. As for treasures like Dao soldiers, the black armored monk had considered it, but the price of Dao soldiers was so high. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, even his master had not been able to gather a team of Dao soldiers so far. The other party was even more impossible. Wan Xinghei, a monk from a poor and remote village, could not be richer than his master, the direct disciple of the Wuji immortal sect, right? The black armored monk thought, shook his head in self-mockery, and tore it casually, and a black hole of the void with a diameter of several feet appeared in front of him. Before entering the void black hole, the black armored monk turned around and warned Kinsan, if you don't want me to crush the Cunning and Sword sect, stay here. Hearing this, Kinsan clenched his fists tightly, his face changed wildly, and finally, he lowered his head unwillingly. Seeing Kinsan surrender, the black armored monk nodded with satisfaction and strode into the void black hole. As the black armored monk stepped into it, the void black hole slowly closed and finally disappeared. Endless void, a dark. Only the nearby Feng'an world exuded a brilliant light, reflecting on the faces of the two. Chen Daoxuan and the black armored monk faced each other in the air. Looking at Chen Daoxuan, the black armored monk said slowly, although I don't know why you have the courage to challenge me, I will let you be a Taoist soldier. 1, 2, 3. The black armored monk looked at the 5 1-star Taoist soldiers who surrounded Chen Daoxuan in the center, and was almost scared to death. Dao, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The black armored monk stretched out his hands, and stepped back unconsciously. I don't know which senior's disciple you are. I'm sorry for offending you this time. I hope you will forgive me. The black armored monk lost his arrogant face, and admitted his defeat on the spot. If he hadn't been so embarrassed, he would have kowtowed to Chen Daoxuan and apologized. Although the 5 Taoist soldiers in front of Chen Daoxuan were only 1-star Taoist soldiers, these 5 Taoist soldiers looked like a complete Taoist soldier team. The combat power that a complete Taoist soldier team can burst out is completely different from that of a single Taoist soldier. These 5 Taoist soldiers of Chen Daoxuan were all transformed from 6th order low-grade puppets. Perhaps the quality of these 5/6th order low-grade puppets was limited, and the Taoist soldiers, after being transformed, only reached the 1-star level. According to the strength classification, a 1-star Taoist soldier can only be comparable to a Taoist lord of the 1st level of the world realm, that is, a cultivator who has just broken through the Yuanshan period. In fact, whether it is a 1-star or 2-star Taoist soldier, the difference in strength is not too big. The real strength gap is the 3-star Taoist soldier, whose strength is equivalent to the 3rd level Taoist lord of the world realm of the human cultivator. Of course, the price of the 3-star Taoist soldier is also more expensive. But after the efforts of countless weapon refiners, they finally thought of another solution. That is, even if there is no strength of a 3-star Taoist soldier, they can also exert the strength comparable to that of a 3-star Taoist soldier through the superposition of formations and the number of Taoist soldiers. This is a Taoist soldier team. In other words, the strength of the Taoist soldier team in front of Chen Daoxuan is almost no less than that of Xiao Yuhe. How dare he, a mere 2nd level Taoist lord of the world realm, confront them? It is true that he came to execute the master's order, but he is not here to die. In front of Chen Daoxuan, he was protected by this Taoist soldier team in the middle, and even if he wanted to behead him, he couldn't do it at all. He carefully looked at the Taoist soldier team in front of Chen Daoxuan, and found that there were actually 2 Taoist soldiers in it, holding a diamond-shaped giant shield comparable to the size of a door panel. Obviously, these 2 Taoist soldiers are specially used to protect the Taoist soldier master. How afraid of death? The black armored monk cursed in his heart. A mere Yuanying monk has a Taoist soldier squad, and it is a defensive Taoist soldier squad. Generally speaking, there is only one Taoist soldier in a Taoist soldier squad who is responsible for defense, but Chen Daoxuan's Taoist soldier squad has 2. Isn't this afraid of death? Facing the black armored monk's plea for mercy, Chen Daoxuan was not moved at all. He pointed at the black armored monk and said, "Kill him." Hearing the order, the nameless Taoist soldier immediately took action. 4 of the 5 Taoist soldiers stayed in place, and one directly held a giant sword and killed the black armored monk. Seeing this, the black armored monk knew that there was no way to end it peacefully today, so he simply stopped begging for mercy and used the Dharma image, and his body size skyrocketed. 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. In an instant, the black armored monk became a giant with a height of more than 2,000 feet. This Taoist soldier who attacked with a sword was as small as an ant in front of this giant of more than 2,000 feet. But it was this ant that brought the black armored monk a threat of death. The black armored monk felt that the Taoist soldier who was killing him in front of him had at least more than 90% of the power of the nameless Taoist soldier. This is a terrifying thing about the Taoist soldier team. They can borrow each other's power. Whether it is attacking or defending, it can increase nearly 5 times with the cooperation of the formation. It is because of this that the 1-star Taoist soldier team can barely exert the strength of the 3-star Taoist soldiers. Run. Don't resist. Seeing the Taoist soldier in front of him holding a giant sword as thin as a toothpick, the black armored monk could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Sure enough, when the offensive Taoist soldier's sword approached the black armored monk's body, the sword body expanded violently. In an instant, the 7-foot-long sword turned into a giant immortal sword thousands of feet long. A normal-sized Taoist soldier holding a giant sword thousands of feet long. This scene is a bit inconsistent, no matter how you look at it. But this giant sword in the hands of the offensive Taoist soldier is like an embroidery needle, and it is extremely easy to use. Giant sword technique. And it is a combination of giant sword technique and close combat. Chen Daoxuan recognized the spell cast by this offensive Taoist soldier at a glance. As the fairy Nishan of the treasure pavilion said before, Taoist soldiers are no different from ordinary monks, and they are all good at using various spells and magical powers. However, Taoist soldiers are just like ordinary monks. They have limited energy and often can only specialize in a few spells. This is why the Taoist soldier team was born later. Faced with this attack, that is 5 times that of an ordinary 1-star Taoist soldier, the black armored monk panicked instantly. Can't stop it. His mind was frantically warning, but facing this sword, he seemed to be suppressed by a huge pressure all over his body and couldn't move. This is The black armored monk lowered his head and looked at a Taoist soldier who surrounded Chen Daoxuan in the center. It's a field type Taoist soldier. The black armored monk felt desolate in his heart. Swish. The 1,000-foot-long giant sword slashed across the black armored monk's head. He directly beheaded his body of more than 2,000 feet. The next moment, the image of the black armored monk emitted countless light spots and then dissipated. With just one sword, the image and body of the black armored monk were severely damaged. Seeing this, the soul of the black armored monk suddenly jumped out of the body. Compared with the nascent soul of the nascent soul monk, the soul of the black armored monk is much larger, almost reaching half of his height. Not only that, if the nascent soul wanders outside the body for a long time, there will be a danger of soul collapse. But when the cultivation reaches a nascent soul stage, the soul will further transform and can already wander in the void without stagnation. However, the premise for the soul monk to wander in the void is that he has not encountered an enemy. Otherwise, without the protection of the physical body, the soul is actually very weak. At least, it is far from being a match for the enemy of the same level. The black armored monk had no choice but to come to this step. Because if the soul does not leave the body, he will be hacked to death by the Taoist soldier with a sword. Although the black armored monk's body was strong, and he was even wearing a 6th level lower grade spiritual armor, he still couldn't stop the attack of the Taoist in front of him. Too fierce. It's worthy of being a Taoist god. The black armored monk screamed in his heart and fled madly. But after running for a long time, he found that he was actually spinning in the same place. The black armored monk raised his head and found that there was a river of light flowing rapidly around him. This is the power of time and space. As a Taoist master of the Yuanshan, his knowledge is not shallow. At a glance, he recognized the long river of time and space that Chen Daoxuan used with the help of the Zhuaojiagang formation. Compared with killing the enemy directly, the Zhuaojiagang formation is a unique way to trap and defend against the enemy. Especially this long river of time and space, Chen Daoxuan only used it to encircle the black armored monk's Yuanshan. No matter how the opponent escaped, he could only spin in the long river of time and space, which looked very funny. After trying various means, the black armored monk finally gave up. He looked up at Chen Daoxuan, his eyes full of hatred, but he quickly subsided. Daoyao, now that my body is destroyed, you should vent your anger. After all, I'm also a disciple of Wuji Zanman. Daoyao don't want to be an enemy of Wuji Zanman, right? The black armored monk suppressed his anger and said calmly. In desperation, the black armored monk could only move the last backer. He knew that he couldn't mention Zhao Yuhua now, so he could only talk about Wuji Zanman, hoping that the other party would spare him once for the sake of being a disciple of Wuji Zanman. Sure enough, after hearing this, Chen Daoxuan ordered the Taoist soldiers to stop. Seeing Chen Daoxuan stop attacking, the black armored monk breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is an expert behind you, we have to admit defeat this time. Don't worry, I came to Wangxinghai this time on the secret order of the master. Outsiders don't know that Kainiuan sword sect has a pure yang fairy weapon. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said calmly, how did you know that my Kainiuan sword sect has a pure yang fairy weapon? It was said by Yi Xianqi, the leader of Zuanqing Dao League. The black armored monk sold Yi Xianqi on the spot. In fact, he hated him very much now. If he hadn't provided information at random, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. His physical body was destroyed. Even if he tried to reunite his physical body in the future, his path to the Tao would basically have come to an end. How could the black armored monk not hate his path to the Tao when it was destroyed? If he were to say who he hated the most now, the first one was naturally Chen Daoxuan, who destroyed his physical body, and the second one was Yi Xianqi. Yi Xianqi. Chen Daoxuan nodded. I know, you can go and die. Daoyao, wait a minute. I saw a ball of black flames flying straight into the long river of time and space, burning the soul of the black armored monk. Although the opponent's soul has undergone a transformation and is no longer afraid of ordinary damage, but Chen Daoxuan's god and demon fire is not ordinary. As early as when he just refined the immortal true meaning, the devil's fire was comparable to the infant fire. Now that Chen Daoxuan's body has 1 foot in the threshold of condensing the immortal true body, this ball of devil's fire has been further strengthened. Chen Daoxuan even found that there was a little purple light in the center of the devil's fire, which was vague and unclear. It can be seen that the power of his devil's fire has skyrocketed to a high level. Using this kind of spiritual fire to burn the soul of the black armored monk, there is no reason for the other party not to be shattered. The screams only lasted for a few breaths. The soul of the black armored monk Zuanyi was completely annihilated. Turning his head, he looked at the body of the black armored monk floating in the air. Chen Daoxuan once again controlled the devil's fire and burned it up bit by bit. This time, the devil's fire burned much slower. It took a full cup of tea for the black armored monk's body to be burned clean. Chapter 423. Bold Action. Chuanghu Island. Clan leader's immortal residence. A void passage suddenly appeared. In the void passage, a white figure slowly walked out. It was Chen Daoxuan. Seeing Chen Daoxuan coming back alone, Kinzen's pale face suddenly showed a touch of joy. He knew that Chen Daoxuan must have won. Where is he? Kinzen couldn't wait to ask. Burned. Kinzen was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Chen Daoxuan said to himself, let's wait here for a while. Your senior sister should be here soon. Chen Daoxuan comprehended the law of space and could teleport, but Fei Chengsu didn't have this ability. Kinyan Sword Sect was a million miles away from the Chen family, and the other party had to spend time flying over. Although Fei Chengsu's strength had reached the level of the second level true lord of the world realm, and her speed of flight was much faster than that of an ordinary Yuanying true lord, it would take at least an incense stick of time for the other party to arrive at a distance of a million miles. From this, we can see how fast Chen Daoxuan dealt with the black armored monk. It took less than an incense stick of time. While the two were talking, a beam of light flew towards them from the horizon. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, and the mountain protection formation instantly dissipated. The light descended, and it was Fei Chengsu. Fei Chengsu saw Chen Daoxuan, but did not see the black armored monk. She had a vague guess in her heart, and was relieved immediately. Where is he? Dead. Chen Daoxuan said calmly. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu frowned, and then her brows relaxed. Speaking of which, although the black armored monk was strong, he was not strong enough to make Fei Chengsu feel desperate. With her and Kinzen's strength, they would definitely not be able to defeat him in a head-on fight, but they could choose to leave Kinyan Sword Sect with the Yuhuang Bell. What really made Fei Chengsu feel difficult was Zhao Yuhua and Wuji Xianmen behind the black armored monk. As the leader of Kinyan Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu knew more about how strong Wuji Xianmen was than Chen Daoxuan. Wuji Xianmen is not like ordinary first-rate forces, where there are only 1 or 2 Yuanshan Daojins in the sect. Although Fei Chengsu is not sure how many Yuanshan engines there are in Wuji Xianmen, they definitely have Daojins in the realm of creation, and more than one. Having Daojins in the realm of creation means that Wuji Xianmen has its own army of Dao soldiers. If the Dao protection team is used to protect ordinary cultivators, then the Dao soldier army is used to protect the sect of Wuji Xianmen. From this perspective, Wuji Xianmen has already stepped into the threshold of top forces, which is absolutely not comparable to ordinary first-rate sects. Killing the black armored cultivator is already considered to be an enemy of Wuji Xianmen. Let's make enemies. Kinzen said angrily on the side. At worst, we can retreat to the true demon realm with our entire clan. I don't believe that the Wuji immortal sect dares to chase us to the true demon realm. What angry words are you talking about? Fei Chengsu glared at Kinzan, then turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Lang, what do you think? After a moment's silence, Chen Daoxuan said, I think Zhao Yuhua will suppress this matter. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu immediately reacted. Are you talking about the Yuhuang Bell? That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The other party has spent so much effort just for the Yuhuang Bell, a pure yang immortal weapon. The other party is so eager to find an immortal weapon. I think he wants to serve in the extraterritorial battlefield of the two realms abyss. With the Yuhuang Bell in hand, his strength can be improved by leaps and bounds, and the safety of going to the extraterritorial battlefield will naturally be greatly improved. Therefore, for the sake of the Yuhuang Bell, he will definitely take the initiative to suppress Zuanyi's death. Although the black armored cultivator is from the Wuji immortal sect, his status in the sect is not high, which can be seen from the fact that he calls Zhao Yuhua master. Maybe the other party is not even a disciple trained by the Wuji Immortal sect, but a guest official recruited from the casual cultivators. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Why do the sects and the Immortal Cultivation families occupy so many resources in the Feng'an realm, but there is almost no resistance from the casual cultivators, who are the largest in number? It's not that they don't want to resist, but it's hard to find a few strong ones among the casual cultivators, and they are all accepted by the major sects and Immortal Cultivation families as guest officials. In this way, without a strong leader, there is naturally no way to talk about resistance. Kinzan frowned and said, but even if the other party suppresses this matter, it will be meaningless. Without Wuji Zanman, we may not be able to stop Xiao Yuhua alone. Moreover, as a direct disciple of Wuji Zanman, Xiao Yuhua must have more than one Yuan Shandaogen under his command. If it is an ordinary Yuan Shandaogen, it is not a big deal, but I'm afraid that there is a Yuan Shandaogen at the third level of the world realm. It may not be meaningless, Chen Daoxuan said seriously. You will see. As he said that, Chen Daoxuan shook the bronze bead on his right hand, and suddenly, 5 one-star Dao soldiers appeared in front of everyone. Is this Dao soldiers? Fei Chengsu looked at Chen Daoxuan in surprise. The Carnean Sword sect, which had gone to the Two Realms Abyss to participate in the war, naturally had records of Dao soldiers, but there were not many records of Carnean Sword sect. Although Carnean Sword sect participated in the Two Realms Abyss war thousands of years ago, it was mostly just cannon fodder. Naturally, they knew very little about Dao soldiers, a treasure that only Yuan Shandaogen could possess. The fact that they could catch a glimpse and record it was already very responsible of the sect elders. Yes, it is the Dao soldiers. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Kinzan was a little confused and asked, what are Dao soldiers? As he said that, he immediately covered the 5 Dao soldiers with his spiritual sense. The next moment, Kinzan was shocked. This. He pointed at the 5 Dao soldiers, and said in surprise, are they people or puppets? Kinzan originally thought that the Dao soldiers were puppets, but when he used his spiritual sense to investigate, he found that these 5 Dao soldiers actually had spiritual fluctuations. This scared him to death. The spiritual fluctuations meant that the 5 silent people in front of him were not puppets, but life. But they looked so similar to puppets, except for their appearance. But appearance is not something that can be refined by the weapon refiner. Only the soul is something that is unique to life. The 5 people in front of him can never be called puppets, but it seems that they can't be called people either. Dao soldiers. At this moment, Kinzan understood the meaning of the word Dao soldiers. This is a special kind of puppet life. Sister, is this Dao soldier also from the battlefield outside the Two Realms Abyss? Yes. Fei Chengsu nodded. It is rumored that the Dao soldier was first invented by a master of refining in the Chuanbao pavilion. The cultivators in the creation realm can create spirituality out of thin air. This master of refining used spirituality, coupled with special enlightenment techniques, to create a special life form such as a Dao soldier. It is precisely because of the existence of the Dao soldier that our human cultivators can barely defend the Two Realms Abyss. Hearing this, Kinzan was shocked and seemed a little unwilling to believe it. He asked in confusion, is the Dao soldier really that strong? On the side, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, you will know if it is strong or not if you try it. As he said, he ordered one of the Dao soldiers, bronze 3. Immediately, a Dao soldier walked out of the queue. He did not see him perform any actions, but saw a colorful Dao domain suddenly shining on Kinzan's head. Bang! As the colorful Dao domain shone on his head, Kinzan was directly pressed to the ground, and he could not even move his little finger. Seeing Kinzan lying on the ground, with a look of begging for mercy in his eyes, Chen Daoxuan's mind moved, and the Taoist soldier named Tongsun immediately withdrew the colorful Taoist domain. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Kinzan regained control of his body, and quickly got up from the ground. This is a Taoist domain spell. He is a Taoist soldier, but he can cast a special spell developed based on the Taoist domain. Kinzan was very excited. This was completely different from the puppets in the Qianji Hall. Tao soldiers can not only use spells flexibly, but also use magic tools. Even their cultivation and the degree of mastery of spells will become stronger with the passage of time. Hearing this, Kinzan couldn't help it anymore. Then what is the difference between them and cultivators? Except for not being born alive, there is really not much difference. Kinzan. As if thinking of something, Kinzan said again, then where did you get this Taoist soldier? Bought it. Bought it? Fei Chengsu frowned. She couldn't understand why such a precious treasure could be bought at will. It's in the Chuanbao pavilion you mentioned. I spent 200,000 drops of good fortune to buy it. How much? 200,000? Kinzan asked hurriedly. Where did you get so much good fortune? You lent me more than 2,000 drops of good fortune at the beginning. Before he could finish, Chen Daoxuan threw a storage ring to him. Kinzan's spiritual sense swept through it, and there were 23 jade bottles placed inside. Each jade bottle was filled with 100 drops of good fortune, exactly 2,300 drops. It's settled. I'm not asking you to pay the debt. I know. Chen Daoxuan said casually, I'm just telling you that I don't lack good fortune now, and in the future, we will have more good fortune. Hearing this, Fei Chengsu vaguely guessed something. You mean? Chen Daoxuan smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Leaving Xuanhu Island, on a spiritual boat, Fei Chengsu looked at Kinzan and asked with concern, are you okay with your injuries? No, that black armored monk just grabbed me to threaten you, but didn't hurt me. At this point, Kinzan changed the subject and said, just what? Kinzan sighed and said, Chen Daoxuan's strength has improved too fast. It's only been 3 years, and he can even kill you and Chen Daoxuan. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to reach the strength of Xianzhen. Senior sister, do you think he will keep his promise and marry you? Hearing this, Fei Chengsu held her chin with one hand, looking at the clouds rapidly retreating below the spirit boat, and said firmly, yes, I believe him. Seeing Fei Chengsu's look, Kinzan didn't know what to say. It was really that Chen Daoxuan's strength improved too fast. Regardless of whether Taoist soldiers are considered external forces, they are definitely considered Chen Daoxuan's comprehensive strength. Otherwise, when cultivators use magic weapons, aren't they also borrowing external forces? To some extent, Taoist soldiers and magic weapons are somewhat similar. It's just that Taoist soldiers don't need to be controlled by their masters, and are not affected by their master's own cultivation and realm. But magic weapons are different. In the hands of different cultivators, the power they exert is completely different. After watching Fei Chengsu and Kinzan leave, Chen Daoxuan went on his way and found Chen Daolian, the acting patriarch of the Chen family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daolian immediately complained, Patriarch, you are finally back. A black armored cultivator has come to the family. I already know about this. You don't have to worry about it. I have killed him. Chen Daolian saw Chen Daoxuan's vigorous and resolute appearance and nodded weakly. Yes, I know. I have a few things to tell you. Patriarch, please speak. Chen Daolian nodded seriously. The first thing is to spread the news to Wang Xinghe. I will marry Fei Chengsu within a month. Chen Daolian was shocked. But didn't you say before that there are still many people in Carneo and Sword Sect who disagree with your marriage with Fei Chengsu? Doesn't this matter need to be discussed in the long run? It's too late. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Just do as I tell you. If anyone objects to my dual cultivation ceremony with Fei Chengsu in a month, then go to hell. When he said this, Chen Daoxuan was murderous. The last time Chen Daolian saw Chen Daoxuan so angry was when Chen Zion was kidnapped by Jiang Taoyuan, the head of the Jiang family. However, the grass on Jiang Taoyuan's grave was several feet high. This time, I don't know who will be unlucky again. Chen Daolian thought silently. The second thing is that I willfully promote the spirit stone currency in Wang Xinghe and Chuan Kingdom. What? If Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengsu's marriage was only opposed by Carneo and Sword Sect, Chen Daoxuan's move would offend all the large and small immortal cultivation families in Wang Xinghe and Chuan Kingdom. At present, the Chen family has only fully promoted the use of Lingxi coins in Kangzhou. Moreover, the way the Chen family promotes Lingxi coins in Kangzhou is not to force it, but to adopt a gentle method of boiling a frog in warm water. But this time, Chen Daoxuan wants to force Lingxi coins on a large scale. It is conceivable that, if this matter is not handled well, the entire Wang Xinghe and the newly stabilized Chuan Kingdom will be in chaos. In addition, Chen Daoxuan and Fei Chengxia got married, and the Kainiuan sword sect was already dissatisfied. Chen Daoxuan's move was really too radical, almost offending Wang Xinghe and Chuan Kingdom. Where does the clan leader get the confidence? At this moment, even though Chen Daolian trusted Chen Daoxuan very much, he couldn't help but have this question. Chen Daoxuan could certainly see Chen Daolian's doubts, but he didn't want to explain too much, and said directly, "The two things I said can be carried out at the same time. You don't have to worry. The promotion of Lingxi coins is not only my Chen family's contribution. Kainiuan sword sect will also endorse my Chen family." Yes. Hearing this, Chen Daolian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Chen family is now known as the first immortal cultivation family in Wang Xinghe, compared with the ruler Kainiuan sword sect, both reputation and strength are far behind. If the Chen family were to force the Lingxi coins to various families, it is estimated that not many people would buy it. But with the endorsement of Kainiuan sword sect, things would be very different. This is the prestige of Kainiuan sword sect ruling Wang Xinghe for thousands of years. Even if Chen Daoxuan's strength exceeds that of Kainiuan sword sect, it is impossible to compare with it in the short term. The alliance between the Chen family and Kainiuan sword sect is to take advantage of the prestige of Kainiuan sword sect. For now, the foundation and strength of Kainiuan sword sect are nothing to him. In addition to the pure Yang fairy weapon Yu Huang Bell, Kainiuan sword sect has not much that he can take a fancy to. Chapter 424 Spiritual Stone Mine. An. Chen Daoxuan's eyes flickered. Take out the maps of all the spiritual stone mines of my Chen family. Spirit stone mine map? Chen Daolian was slightly stunned. She didn't know why Chen Daoxuan wanted this thing. For the Chen family today, the amount of spiritual stones has become a number 6. Its only role for the Chen family is to serve as an acceptance of spiritual stone coins, which plays a role in enhancing the outside world's trust in spiritual stone coins. As for the circulation of spiritual stones as currency, for Kangzhou today, it is almost zero. Because Kangzhou now has already fully used spiritual stone coins. The first thing that cultivators from other states do when they come to Kangzhou is to find the bank of the Chen family and exchange the spiritual stones they carry with them for spiritual stone coins, so that they can spend normally in Kangzhou. Moreover, with the continuous expansion of Kangzhou's foreign trade, the influence of spiritual stone coins has also increased. In Yuanshan Immortal City, Jingzhou, and even Taizhou, which is at odds with the Chen family, and Zenan Immortal City in Chuan State, etc., the new currency of spiritual stone coins is used on a small or large scale. It can be said that as a new type of currency, Lingxi coin has already laid a foundation for full promotion in Wang Xinghe. As for Chuan country, since it has just been recovered, if it wants to fully promote Lingxi coin, it still has to rely on the political means of Kainiuan sword sect. Chen Daolian quickly took out a jade slip from the storage ring, handed it over respectfully, and said, "Patriarch, this is the map of all the Lingxi mines currently controlled by my Chen family. Among them, there are 17 large Lingxi mines in Kangzhou, which are currently controlled by my Chen family. There are 174 medium-sized Lingxi mines, 163 of which are controlled by my Chen family, and small Lingxi mines. There are also Jingzhou, Taizhou, and Yazhou." Chen Daolian counted them one by one, and counted the Lingxi mines that the Chen family had earned and robbed from other Xiuxin families through various means such as trade, force, and diplomacy over the years. After a full and sensitive of time, Chen Daolian reported all the Lingxi mines controlled by the Chen family. According to Chen Daolian, the Chen family currently controls a total of 437 spiritual stone mines, including 41 large spiritual stone mines, 236 medium-sized spiritual stone mines, and 160 small spiritual stone mines. From the data, it can be seen that the spiritual stone mines controlled by the Chen family are mainly medium-sized spiritual stone mines. According to the calculation, that the reserves of a medium-sized spiritual stone mine are in the range of 100 million tons to 300 million tons. The spiritual stones of a medium-sized spiritual stone mine are mined out about 200 billion to 600 billion. If all are refined into the power of creation, there will be 20,000 to 60,000 drops. Calculated, maybe only one Taoist soldier can be purchased. But don't forget that the Chen family now has a total of 437 spiritual stone mines. Even if the small spiritual stone mines are excluded, there are 277 large and medium-sized spiritual stone mines alone. If all of these spiritual stone mines are mined, there will be nearly 200 trillion spiritual stones alone. If all are refined into the power of creation, there will be at least nearly 20 million drops of the power of creation. Chen Daoxuan silently checked the map of the spiritual stone mine handed over by Chen Daoxuan. While reading, he calculated how much fortune power could be extracted if all the spiritual stone reserves of the Chen family were refined. If you don't count it, you don't know. Once you calculate it, even Chen Daoxuan himself was shocked. 20 million drops of fortune power. Such a huge fortune. Even if the Carnean sword sect is sold as a package, it can't be sold at this price. Chen Daoxuan thought in shock. Don't think that Carnean sword sect has a pure yang fairy weapon, which seems extraordinary. But in Chuanbao Pavilion, the pure yang fairy weapon is not a treasure that cannot be bought. Although Chen Daoxuan doesn't know the price of the pure yang fairy weapon in Chuanbao Pavilion, it is impossible to sell it for 20 million fortune power. It turns out that my Chen family is so rich. Chen Daoxuan murmured. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan on the side also sighed. Yes, my Chen family members no longer have to worry about spiritual stones and cultivation resources, and all this is because of you, the clan leader. Speaking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan with a look of reverence. Chen Daoxuan knew that Chen Daoxuan had misunderstood his meaning, but he was too lazy to explain. He waved his hand and smiled. Okay, don't flatter me. Go and do what I told you to do first. Yes, clan leader. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and then instantly drove the escape light, and disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Watching Chen Daoxuan leave, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Xuanhu Island, and then he flashed and disappeared on the spot. The capital of Zhu State. In a towering fairy palace. Xuanyi is dead. In the fairy palace, a young cultivator wearing a golden python robe was sitting in front of an antique desk and said coldly. The words fell. He tapped a dark piece of wood with his magic power, which was exactly where Yi Xian Qi was hiding, the 9 nether soul nurturing wood. Ah! With a scream, Yi Xian Qi's pale figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yuhe. Seeing Xiao Yuhe's furious face, Yi Xian Qi did not dare to defend himself, and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Daoxuan, spare my life. Daoxuan, spare my life. You killed a general under my command. Yi Xian Qi, how do you want to die? Xiao Yuhe said faintly. Daoxuan, calm down. I have never lied to you. The strongest person of Carnean sword sect is really only the strength of the 2nd level true lord of the world realm. They don't have a soul. Yi Xian Qi suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Fei Chengsu has broken through to the soul stage? Humph. You still want to lie to me? Xiao Yuhe's face sank, and he was about to wave his hand to kill him, but was stopped by the old man beside him. Wait. Old Wu? Xiao Yuhe looked at him in confusion. He killed Xuanyi. I know. Old Wu nodded, but now Xuanyi is dead. Killing him can only vent anger, and it will not help the young master to seize the pure yang immortal artifact of Carnean sword sect. Hearing the 4 words pure yang immortal artifact, Xiao Yuhe calmed down immediately. This time, he went to serve in the 2 realms abyss, which was an agreement reached between Wuji Xianmen and Shenzhen City. He was just a disciple of Wuji Xianmen, and he was powerless to resist. He was able to delay his service until now, because of his status as a direct disciple. If it were another Yuan Shen Daoxuan, he would have to go to the 2 realms abyss to serve, as soon as he broke through the Yuan Shen period. The matter of Yuan Shen Daoxuan going to the battlefield outside the 2 realms abyss to serve, was personally decided by Shenzhen City. In the Feng'an realm, this is an iron rule, and has always been undisputed. Although Xiao Yuhe can call the shots in the capital of Zhu State, and is considered a top figure, even Wuji Xianmen doesn't have much room for bargaining when facing Shenzhen City. Not to mention, that he is a direct disciple of Wuji Xianmen. But Liang Jiuan is the front line between Fengai realm and Zinaiao realm, so it's not that easy to go. According to statistics from Fengaiu realm cultivators, the Yuan Shandaojin who just broke through has the highest loss rate in the battlefield outside Liangjian. It seems that the world monsters in the Zanayao realm like to hunt these Yuan Shandaojin who have just broken through. On the contrary, those Yuanian cultivators are just hunted casually by the world monsters after seeing them, and they usually won't take the initiative to look for them if they don't see them. But those Yuan Shandaojin who just came from Fengaiu realm are different. Although these people are strong, compared with those famous old-fashioned Daojins, the gap is so big that it cannot be calculated. But the benefits of devouring such a cultivator are not much lower than those of devouring an old Taoist lord. This is why the boundary monsters in the true demon realm like to trouble the new Taoist lords in the Phoenix Falling realm. For boundary monsters, human cultivators, especially those with high cultivation, are a great tonic. Devouring a Yuan Shan Taoist lord often brings more benefits than devouring 1,000 or even 10,000 Yuaniang's engines. Faced with such a temptation, how can those high-level boundary monsters in the true demon realm resist? As a direct disciple of the Wuji immortal sect, Xiao Yuhua knows more about the horror of the battlefield outside the domain than other Yuan Shan Taoist lords. Because of this, he spared no effort to forge Taoist soldiers and search for various high-level magic tools to enhance his own strength. But in the final analysis, he is only a third-level Taoist lord in the world realm. Although his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Taoist lords, Xiao Yuhua has no sense of security in the face of those fierce high-level boundary monsters in the true demon realm. Apart from other things, his Wuji's Ironman had a direct disciple who was much more talented than him. For his safety, the sect even lent him a pure Yang fairy weapon for protection. As a result, the other party died in the battlefield outside the domain, and even the pure Yang fairy weapon given to him by the sect for protection was lost in the battlefield outside the domain. After knowing this, Xiao Yuhua was extremely reluctant to go to the battlefield outside the two-world abyss. He knew the senior brother who died. When the other party went to the two-world abyss, he was already a 4th level Taoist master in the world realm, plus the pure Yang fairy weapon for protection. It can be said that, even if the other party met a 5th level Taoist master in the world realm, he would have the strength to fight. But even so, the senior brother still died. This incident was a big blow to Xiao Yuhua, who was only in the 2nd level of the world realm at the time, and it caused him a serious psychological shadow for a time. He was afraid of death. That's right, after practicing to this point today, and having a lifespan of 10,000 years, he, Xiao Yuhua, certainly didn't want to die. But he had to go to the battlefield outside the domain. So Xiao Yuhua was so desperate to make money to enrich himself. You know, when Yi Shianqi brought him the news that Guanyin Sword Sect had the pure Yang immortal weapon, Xiao Yuhua was almost crazy with joy. He wanted to make a big fanfare and bring people to kill Guanyin Sword Sect directly and then snatch the other party's pure Yang immortal weapon. But Wu Leo stopped him because of the ban issued by Shenzhen City. At this time of serving, if he violated the ban of Shenzhen City, if he was discovered, it would be a dead end. In desperation, he had to send Zuan Yi to propose marriage to the leader of Guanyin Sword Sect and then seize the pure Yang immortal weapon. In Xiao Yuhua's view, this move must be extremely easy. He is a dignified Taoist of the 3rd level of the world realm, and he proposed marriage to a real lord of the 2nd level of the world realm, which gave the other party enough face. You know, even the 1st-class sect is not taken seriously by the Wuji immortal sect, let alone the 2nd-rate sect of Guanyin Sword Sect in the Wildland. If it weren't for the mysterious inheritance of Wang Xinghe, it is estimated that this place would have been forgotten by all the cultivators in the central plains of Zhanayanzhao. As for Guanyin Sword Sect, Xiao Yuhua had never even heard of it before. After calming down, Xiao Yuhua turned to look at the old man beside him and asked, "Old Wu, I will go to Liangjian to serve in 5 years. This is the last deadline. I must get the immortal weapon of Guanyin Sword Sect within 5 years." Old Wu heard the decisive meaning in Xiao Yuhua's words, nodded and said, "Young master, don't worry, leave this matter to me. No matter what means they use to kill Zuan Yi, they must prove that the other party has at least the combat power of Yuan Shandaojin level. Young master must not force it. Although he was unwilling, Xiao Yuhua still nodded. Okay, I will listen to Old Wu. What do you say we should do? This matter can be done this way. Old Wu thought for a while and said slowly. Listening to what Elder Wu said, Xiao Yuhua's eyes gradually brightened up, and he laughed and clapped his hands. Okay, in that case, I will wait for Elder Wu's good news here. However, I still need to borrow someone from the young master. Who? Him? Elder Wu pointed at Yi Qianqi. How difficult is that? Xiao Yuhua waved his hand, and the 9 nether soul nurturing wood flew to Elder Wu's hand. Elder Wu waved his sleeves and put Yi Qianqi into the 9 nether soul nurturing wood. Chuanghu Island. When Chen Daoxuan appeared again, he had already appeared in the newly renovated Chen Family Magic Instrument Research Institute. To be precise, the Chen Family Magic Instrument Research Institute has now merged with the Refining Hall of Kainyuan Sword Sect. This is the first department that the Chen family and Kainyuan Sword Sect merged. It is also the department that Chen Daoxuan attaches the most importance to. In addition, he really doesn't think much of those Yuanying Zhenjin and other disciples of Kainyuan Sword Sect. In his opinion, only Kinzan and Fei Chengxu have some talent in Kainyuan Sword Sect. Others, including those top true lords, are just so in talent. Although the resources of the Wangxing are barren, the Dao realm of the cultivators is not limited by resources. In the capital of Zhu State, Chen Daoxuan even saw a true lord of the 3rd level of the world realm. In the Kainyuan Sword Sect, there are only 2 true lords of the world realm, Kinzan and Fei Chengxu. As for the major sects in the northwest border of Xianyantao, only Yi Qianqi has reached the level of a true lord of the world realm. It can be said that there are very few cultivators near the Wangxing Sea who have the potential to become a Yuan Shandao lord. Chen Daoxuan naturally would not pay too much attention to the cultivators of the Kainyuan Sword Sect. Compared with the cultivation talents of the disciples of the Kainyuan Sword Sect, he cares more about what kind of sparks can burst out after the fusion of the Chen family's Artifact Research Institute and the Kainyuan Sword Sect's Refining Hall. Speaking of which, what Chen Daoxuan wants to do most now is to annex the Master of Refining in the Kaianji Hall. In his opinion, although the combat effectiveness of the Kaianji Hall is weak, the other party's means of refining puppets are really not weak. Chen Daoxuan has been envious of their puppet making skills for a long time, especially when he knew that Dao soldiers were created through puppet enlightenment. Patriarch? In the Magical Instrument Research Institute, Chen Daochu saw Chen Daoxuan and immediately showed an ecstatic expression on his face. He trotted towards Chen Daoxuan, and the cultivators around him all looked at Chen Daoxuan curiously when they heard the word Patriarch. Chen Daoxuan could see that these people looked very unfamiliar. They were neither Chen family's own refiners nor talented individual refiners recruited by the Chen family. From this point of view, there is only one answer. These people are all from the Kainyuan Sword Sect's Refining Hall. Chen Daoxuan retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "It seems that your Magical Instrument Research Institute has made good progress in the past few years." Hearing this, Chen Daochu became excited. Of course it's good. Patriarch, guess how many high-level refiners are there in my Chen family's Magical Instrument Research Institute now? Chapter 425, Crazy Production, Full Speed Refining. How many? Chen Daochu stretched out his hand. More than 5,000 people. In my Chen family's Magical Instrument Research Institute, there are more than 5,000 4th level and above instrument refiners. So many? Chen Daoxuan was surprised. Although the Chen family's industrial instrument refinery is developing in full swing, there are actually not many high-level instrument refiners. Even compared with those Yuanying families with deep heritage, they are far behind, not to mention compared with large sects like Kainyuan Sword Sect. After all, in order to cultivate highly professional talents such as high-level alchemists and instrument refiners, in addition to consuming a lot of resources, it also takes a lot of time, and there must be a sufficient population base. Because the emergence of alchemy geniuses and instrument refiners, like talented immortal seedlings, is a very small probability. Although the Chen family has developed to a population of nearly 10 million over the years, the number of cultivators is only a few 100,000, which is not a lot. According to the probability of the emergence of instrument refiners, how many instrument refiners can be born among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Chen family? Therefore, the Chen family has been trying hard to find various talents among the independent cultivators in order to absorb them into the Chen family. For the time being, the effect seems to be quite good. But there is a problem with this, that is, if there are too many independent cultivators, over time, the dominance of the Chen family cultivators will be gradually replaced. This is also the situation that the Chen family's top leaders are most worried about. Don't let it end up that the Chen family becomes the Chen family of independent cultivators instead of the Chen family's Chen family, which would be funny. Daochu. Patriarch. Chen Daochu looked serious. Chen Daoxuan said earnestly, there are not many weapon refiners in my Chen family. With so many people from the Cunning and Sword sect's weapon refining hall joining the Magical Instrument Research Institute, you have to make good use of their strengths. As he said that, he gave him a meaningful look. Chen Daochu instantly understood this look and nodded immediately, saying, don't worry, Patriarch. My Chen family will never give up the training of our own refiners. Not only that, I also plan to let these newly joined refiners open professional courses in the Chen family school to train our own refiners. It's good that you understand. A trace of relief flashed across Chen Daoxuan's face. Although Chen Daochu is a little unreliable at ordinary times, he is never vague about major matters. The Chen family has always been the group of people Chen Daoxuan trusts the most. Relatively speaking, although the Cunning and Sword sect is a sect of his future wife Fei Chengsu, they are naturally more than one level lower than the Chen family in terms of loyalty. He can only use the people of the Cunning and Sword sect, but not trust them. Not to mention him, the people of the Cunning and Sword sect do not obey their sect master Fei Chengsu unconditionally. For example, when Fei Chengsu decided to marry him, there was opposition from within the Cunning and Sword sect. How can Chen Daoxuan trust such a sect? Therefore, Chen Daoxuan has thought it through. Even if Cunning and Sword sect forms an alliance with the Chen family in the future, he will still focus on the Chen family. As for Cunning and Sword sect, it will become a subsidiary force united with the Chen family. In the past, he still thought about being magnanimous. But after Xiao Yuhua's forced proposal to Cunning and Sword sect, Chen Daoxuan found that no one was reliable except his Chen family. Before Chen Daoxuan went to Zhu State, the leader of Xiaonan sect had already expressed his attitude to join his Chen family in Cunning and Sword sect. As a result, Xiao Yuhua forced a proposal to Fei Chengsu, and the people of Xiaonan sect did not even resist, let alone inform Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan naturally would not trust this kind of fence-sitting sect anymore. The same is true for Cunning and Sword sect. It seems that Cunning and Sword sect is relatively united under the rule of Fei Chengsu, but in fact, there are open and secret struggles within. Yu Yin fell, and new forces rose again. Chen Daoxuan simply did not have the energy to play these political tricks with the old foxes of Cunning and Sword sect. He thought it through. Whether it was him marrying concubine Chengsu or Cunning and Sword sect and Chen family forming an alliance, he would force it. Whoever dared to stop him would die. The true demon realm could be unified by the demon court at any time, and a war could break out between the two realms at any time. Chen Daoxuan did not dare, and was unwilling to drag it on any longer. Now, he just wanted to cut the Gordian knot, and settle the overall situation. By the way, there is one more thing. Please tell me, clan leader. Chen Daochu bowed. Chen Daoxuan took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it over. This is the King Mooding production line technology I developed. You should improve it at the Faki Research Institute and then organize people to refine it on a large scale. Hearing this, Chen Daochu solemnly took the jade slip and examined it carefully. Chen Daochu was a 4th level upper grade refiner, only one step away from a 5th level refiner. As he inspected it, the shock on Chen Daochu's face became more and more intense. Finally, he raised his head with excitement on his face. Chief, did you make this? You kid, have you forgotten that I was the one who developed the wrangling furnace? The technical difficulty of the wrangling furnace cannot be compared with the King Mooding production line. The two are completely not on the same level. Chen Daochu stroked the jade slip like a treasure and couldn't let it go. As if thinking of something, Chen Daoxuan said, however, this magical tool machine tool that produces the king mooding is a 4th level magical tool, which requires a 4th level refiner to refine it. There are not many 4th level refiners in my Chen family, I'm afraid. No problem. Chen Daoxuan shook his head, let the people from the refining hall participate. But, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand, in an emergency, let them make a vow, and then divide this production line into several parts, let different refiners refine different parts, and then combine them. Besides, they don't know that this magical tool machine tool is used to produce king mooding. That's true, it seems that this is the only way. Chen Daoxuan could feel that the clan leader's tone revealed a sense of urgency. Although he didn't know why Chen Daoxuan was so anxious, he thought that something that could make the clan leader anxious must be no small matter. As for confidentiality, it has always been the main job of the Magic Tool Research Institute, and Chen Daoxuan had no difficulty in implementing it. The Magic Tool Research Institute is a department that is destined to have too many secrets of the Chen family. Whether it is the initial soul melting furnace, or the later centrifugal wall breaking machine, spirit talisman lithography machine, magic weapon machine tool and other industrialized alchemy, refining and talisman making equipment. The Magic Weapon Research Institute has complete refining technology. If the confidentiality work is not done well, these technologies would have been stolen by the major immortals in Wangxinghe. In fact, in order to protect these technologies, the Chen family not only formulated strict security and confidentiality systems within the Magic Weapon Research Institute, but also set up a military intelligence department for it. This military intelligence department is directly under the jurisdiction of the Chen family's military department and directly led by Chen Fusheng. Such strict security measures have prevented the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute from revealing any technology. Go and do it. Yes. Seeing Chen Daoxuan bowing and saluting, Chen Daoxuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chuanghu Island. On the periphery of the Magic Weapon Research Institute, on an artificial floating fairy mountain. This floating fairy mountain was artificially created by the Chen family using the floating formation, and its power source is the 5th level spiritual vein on Chuanghu Island. The floating fairy mountain that Chen Daoxuan stepped on was newly built by the Chen family military after he left the family 3 years ago. The purpose was to prevent the leakage of some secrets of each other during the integration of Kan Yuan's refining hall and Chen's Magical Instrument Institute. Not only the Chen family, but also the Kan Yuan Sword Sect's refining hall has accumulated countless refining inheritances over the years. Among these refining inheritances, some of them are not valued by the Chen family, but some of them are extremely coveted by the Chen family. For example, the refining method of large-scale war magic instruments, the refining method of high-level puppets, the refining method of high-level spiritual armor, etc. The Kan Yuan Sword Sect's refining hall has everything. The reason why Chen Daoxuan said that the Kan Yuan Sword Sect Refining Hall and the Chen Family Magical Instrument Institute should be merged was not only because of the talents of the Refining Hall, but also because of the heritage of the Refining Hall. Now, with the integration of the two families, these heritages have been taken over by the Chen Family Magical Instrument Institute bit by bit. In Chen Daoxuan's view, these are the most precious wealth of the Kan Yuan Sword Sect. In comparison, the resources controlled by Kan Yuan Sword Sect are secondary. As long as the strength is strong enough, the Chen family will be able to occupy resources sooner or later, whether through trade or force. But the foundation is uncertain, and it needs to be accumulated slowly from generation to generation. For example, if the Chen family destroys Zuan King Dao League now, will the other party's foundation become the foundation of the Chen family? Nonsense. If Zuan King Dao League is really destroyed by the Chen family, how could the Zuan King Dao League monks who are full of hatred teach their knowledge of alchemy and refining? The other party will definitely destroy these things. On the floating fairy mountain, a group of palaces stand above. This is the location of the military intelligence department under the jurisdiction of the Chen family's military department. Swish. Chen Daoxuan's figure instantly appeared in front of a young monk. Patriarch. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Chen Fusheng, who was meditating in seclusion, stood up instantly, his face full of surprise. Judging from the other party's face, Chen Fusheng actually knew nothing about Zuan Yi kidnapping Qinsan and occupying his immortal residence. That's right. Although Chen Fusheng is the strongest person in the entire Chen family except him, he is only in the late purple mansion stage after all. How can a cultivator in the late purple mansion stage discover the whereabouts of a cultivator in the Yuanshan stage? Isn't this a fantasy? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan shook his head, helped Chen Fusheng up, and said, "No need to be polite." Chen Fusheng stood up and said happily, "Patriarch, when did you come back?" "Just now." Chen Daoxuan said casually, "By the way, you have been here for this period of time. Have you noticed any movement?" "Patriarch, there is no movement." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan sighed in his heart. The black armored cultivator Zuan Yi invaded the Chen family, but no one in the Chen family could find it. In fact, the other party did not even touch the Chen family's defensive formation. Although the Chen family's defensive formation is as high as the 6th level. But if you want to defend against a Yuanshan cultivator like Zuan Yi, a mere 6th level formation is already very difficult. In addition, the highest cultivator in the Chen family, who manipulates this formation, is only in the late purple palace, so it is even more powerless. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out a jade bottle from the storage ring and handed it to Chen Fusheng. "Patriarch, this is." Chen Fusheng took the jade bottle, his face full of confusion. "This is a 4th level Xingyuan pill." Chen Daoxuan said calmly. "What?" Chen Fusheng was shocked and immediately refused. "Patriarch, you must not. This thing should be used by the Patriarch. What virtue and ability does Fusheng have to dare to use it?" "You are right. It is precisely because you are incompetent that you have to use this thing." Chen Daoxuan said bluntly, "Do you know that before I returned to the family, there was a thief lurking in my immortal palace?" "Who?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng felt as if his face was burning. "It doesn't matter who it is. You just need to know that with your current strength, you are still far from being able to protect the Chen family. What qualifications do you have to refuse a treasure that can enhance your strength?" Chen Daoxuan's lecture immediately made Chen Fusheng feel ashamed. Seeing his appearance, Chen Daoxuan's tone slowed down again. "I know that the Chen family is developing too fast, and your progress is fast enough, not even inferior to any genius of Cunning sword sect, but this is not enough, far from enough." Chen Daoxuan paused. "In the future, the enemies faced by my Chen family will become stronger and stronger. You don't want to have to hide behind me in the future, right?" Hearing this, Chen Fusheng clenched his fists tightly. "Patriarch, I understand." Patting the other party's shoulder gently, Chen Daoxuan said, "It's good that you understand. There are 3 Xingyuan pills in this bottle. Originally, this Xingyuan pill should be taken in the Chindan period for the best effect. However, with your body refining cultivation and the realm of the Great Dao, you can take it in advance. I hope that, after taking these 3 Xingyuan pills, you can impact the nascent soul realm." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng took a deep breath and said, "I will not stop until I break the nascent soul." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news," Chen Daoxuan said with relief. This time, Chen Daoxuan chose to give all the Xingyuan pills to Chen Fusheng to help him break through the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop. Originally, Chen Daoxuan planned to give 1 pill to Liu Li and the other 2 to Chen Fusheng, so that he could break through the nascent soul stage. But now, Chen Daoxuan is eager to give birth to another nascent soul cultivator in the Chen family. In this way, if the Daobing team is handed over to the other party, the Chen family will be able to resist the Yuanshan cultivators of the 1st and 2nd levels of the world realm. Fortunately, the black armored monk has a high opinion of himself and did not attack the Chen family's clansmen. What if the other party comes to the Chen family and massacres them? Where can Chen Daoxuan buy regret medicine? Besides, Zuan Yi was killed, and Xiao Yuhua behind him would not end this matter, whether it was for revenge for his men, or for the pure yang immortal weapon of Cunning sword sect. Chen Daoxuan must plan ahead and improve the Chen family's ability to deal with crises in time. Chen Daoxuan's first preparation is that, after he leaves the family, the Chen family still has the strength to deal with Yuanshan cultivators. As for the second preparation, it is a counterattack. Xiao Yuhua forced his concubine Chengsu to marry for the sake of the pure yang immortal weapon, and also violated the Chen family. Even if the other party gave up, Chen Daoxuan would not give up. He really couldn't afford to offend Wuji Xianmen in a short period of time, but it didn't mean that Chen Daoxuan was helpless against a direct disciple of Wuji Xianmen. In terms of his own strength, perhaps Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Yuhua still have a big gap. But in the Chuanbao Pavilion in the capital of Zhou State, he knew a kind of treasure called Daobing that protects the Dao. With external objects like Daobing, as long as Chen Daoxuan has enough power of creation, he can quickly wipe it out, or even surpass Zhao Yuhua's strength. And for Chen Daoxuan, as long as he is given a little time, what he lacks the least is the power of creation. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Under the refining day and night of more than 5,000 4th level refiners of the Chen family's Magic Weapon Research Institute, a total of 2,317 King Mooding production lines were built. Look, clan leader, this is the first batch of King Mooding production line, and the subsequent King Mooding production line is still being refined. Chen Daoxuan introduced to Chen Daoxuan in a newly built magic weapon factory. Okay, continue refining. Chen Daoxuan looked at the King Mooding production line in front of him. All the production lines here are also in operation. The King Moodings that come off the line are all used to refine the power of creation. How is the preparation of the spiritual stone mines that I asked the clan members to mine? Reporting to the clan leader, my Chen family has mobilized all Kangshao cultivators to fully mine the large and medium-sized spiritual stone mines in Kangshao. At present, the first batch of spiritual stones, totaling more than 10 trillion spiritual stones, have been transported to the Chen family's Cape Heaven treasure house for storage. As long as the King Mooding comes off the line, it can be directly refined. Hearing this efficiency, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. But this time, Chen Daoxuan did not look excited when he heard Chen Daoxuan's praise, but hesitated. Just say it, if you have something to say. Chen Daoxuan glared. Fin est capitulo muchas gracias por legahaster el final no se olviden de del lake buscas mas contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.